It's Sunday in the CDL, and we've got 3 major matches to close out your weekend.
First up, the Royal Ravens with veteran leader Clayster and the explosive rookie Win. They try to bounce back against the Surge.
Next, it's Boston versus Minnesota, and the RØKKR are hungry for a win. But the Breach fans are putting their faith in a team who's just been called back up to the big leagues.
And our final match is bound to be a banger. Atlanta FaZe going up against the New York Subliners. 2 top teams battle it out in our Monster Energy matchup.
Of course he can. World champ for the 1v2. Dude, everywhere on the map. Oh my goodness.
With how well he has been playing in challengers.
Papa Seam get another one in the window. That'll be 2.
Unbelievable.
We are in for one hell of a season.
I'm going for the 2 in red, 1 rubble, and 1 more red. One more red and old, last 4. Play tight, elbow Vickle, nice. Bro, so much. Oh, man.
Welcome to the CDL, everybody! It's Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And as we start the show, Alley Cat, can we squash the beef or at least settle the score here? Does country music suck or not?
Oh, God, it's pretty bad.
All right, we had a little green room discussion. Now that that's out of the way, we can talk Call of Duty. Nameless, how you feeling today?
Feeling pretty good. You know, I had a green room vibe into some country music this morning.
Vibing is not the word.
Now we are ready to watch some Call of Duty. We got some good matches today, too.
And LA Thieves put on a show for everybody in Los Angeles last night. They started hot. You saw Ghosty screaming after game 1, but this series wasn't over until round 11 of the Surge.
I think that my favorite thing about that player cam is how calm Nasty is throughout that entirety of the chaos of everybody getting on their feet. But that round 11 was insane. We actually got the opportunity to talk to Dan afterwards because he was the lone man on the A site having to defend against the entirety of the Miami Heretics team trying to get this bomb down. So it was a banger of a series if you want to go watch it.
Yeah, I thought that was some high-level search and destroy. We get to that game 5, and, you know, as of late, teams are just getting cooked when they get to that game 5. Well, no, there were some big adjustments. I think Heretics a little bit too late started to, on their offenses, send Javi out, Vickle by himself on an island to pick people apart before they could retake, and it was working wonderfully until the last round where Ghosty just finds 2 huge kills in the plane, and you can see how much this match actually meant to the LA Thieves camp. They've been winless for so long. They get that W, sort of vindicating the roster changes they made.
And I love Nate Shot tweeting as well. We won a game 5, round 11. This means we're winning champs, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Absolutely.
Thieves on the right track, finally out of the last position on our leaderboard. They are now currently in 11th. Another team that's climbing on that right side of our leaderboard is the Vegas Legion, who pulled off 2 victories in their first 2 matches before falling yesterday. But in those wins, Nero looked like he's back. Attach was playing lights out. This squad is vibing.
It's just about consistency for Nero at this point, right? Like, we always knew he was capable of that explosiveness. It was just about how many times can he do it back to back. And so far, the franchise of Vegas Legion finally having a 2-0 start for the first time in history in qualifiers, but they are going to fall to Toronto Ultra. But they did have a crazy Rio Search and Destroy.
And this wasn't the only reverse sweep. Optic Texas had a reverse sweep of their own. They're not often in this position, Nameless, but this one was fun to watch.
Yeah, you know, they've been playing some wild Call of Duty. I'm sure they're ready to get some good night's rest and just chill after these nail biters that they've had, especially the controls. But this series, best series of the stage, definitely, possibly of the entire year. Really testing the mental of both these squads. When you get to that game 5, though, Optic was like, there's no way in hell after these last 2 matches we're losing this game 5, and they've been looking good on Karachi S&D. But we got to tip our hats to Minnesota, man. They still look damn good throughout their 2 series.
And they're crushing it on social. There is the reaction after choking in map 3. They had the vivid pose ready to go. Falling in that game 5, RØKKR are still 0-2 in our Major II qualifiers. But the good news for Minnesota, you got Linz on the team. The Rookie of the Year candidate, the front runner in a lot of people's opinions right now. alongside Vivid, Accuracy, and Awakening. And when this squad was put together, no one said, oh, this is a sexy lineup. But Ant, you said this team has a lot of potential.
Yeah, they have a ton of potential, right? It really just sort of relied on the fact of how good Linz was going to be.
Yeah.
Because the rest of these guys sort of proven commodities. And then when we see Linz, who's actually disgusting, this team has real potential. It's just like, will they be able to get over that hump to be a championship caliber team? We already know they're very good, but it's at the end of these games, they've been folding a little bit. So I'm ready for Minnesota RØKKR to sort of take that next step. And I really, Chris, I think it hinges on Awakening becoming a superstar once again. He has been solid, don't get me wrong. They can win games with him. But if he gets to superstar level once again, they can win a championship. I truly believe that. And this guy, a big reason why.
I mean, he's leading the entirety of the Minnesota RØKKR team right now when it comes in terms of KD overall. And when they brought, Awakening and Vivid into his roster, Giga is supposed to be that high Slayer rating, and unfortunately hasn't found his footing yet in this game. So for Linz, he's still running in for that Rookie of the Year, but he needs the rest of his team to step it up to help him out.
Yeah, you can't have the guy who's your entry player also leading in KD. It's probably the guy who wants to be second or maybe last one who's doing that. In the meantime, let's keep rolling about their opponents. They're playing against the Breach, who have had ups and downs. Let's talk about the good side of things, though, for the Breach. You made some roster changes of your own, and with Asim in the lineup, he gets revenge over the Royal Ravens in his very first match.
Yeah, Boston, I think even with the last iteration of the roster, they probably would have beat Carolina, given how everybody played. Asim definitely played very good on the high-rise control, was ball out of control, making huge plays for spawns in the invasion hardpoint. It was a great debut match, but they go up against the New York Subliners, and you're hoping with the roster change that Boston made that they were going to be able to contend with some of the better teams in the league. They got cooked.
Oh, yeah.
It was not close. So for Boston Breach, they still have a long ways to go before we consider them one of our top 6 teams.
Yeah, that match versus the New York Subliners, to go back and watch it, I mean, like Ant said, it wasn't close at all. In fact, even in that Skidrow, Boston had the lead for quite a bit, and then New York just changed back-to-back kills, about 4 near the end.
Yeah.
But I will say for the Breach, I do love their roster change. I think there's a lot of potential, and they're definitely an underdog team currently when it comes to the top 4.
And remember,
again.
those stats after the Carolina match, way better than the stats after the Subliner match. Because let's talk about New York, one of the teams that has faced off against 3 opponents so far, and they're perfect. It hasn't been easy. They had a reverse sweep to kick off things against the Royal Ravens, and since then, they have been nearly flawless. If you watch their most recent performances against the Surge, I mean, Subliners total command of that series. And then, of course, outside of the first 2 minutes against Boston, it was the Subliners the whole way through.
Yeah, since the beginning of this split, it's just been New York of old, what we expected at the beginning of this season. I will say the only thing I'm kind of waiting for is Priest has been really struggling in the search and destroys, and that's been hurting them in these series, especially when they have to go up against a Titan in Atlanta FaZe today. This is going to be a prove-it ground for them because they want to be considered a top team. They're kind of in everybody's top 4 with the way they've been performing right now, but Toronto and Atlanta have created this kind of separation between them and the rest of the league, and today I think New York's going to try and battle their way into that conversation.
I totally agree with that. I think we need to see New York versus a top team. Now they've made some strides forward. Don't get it twisted, but they've been cooking some bums. I mean, Boston with a roster change, Seattle, who's made a roster change to bring in Brezzy. So I think for New York, they are trending upward, but this match,
As fun as they were in their most recent battle against Boston, let's sit in with Skies and crew.
Nice. I think he might be Pelly, bro. I don't know. Bucket, two of them. On B. Yeah, send him on B. Oh my God, Papi. Right top of me somewhere. I'm going right.
I'll tell you what, Skies is vibing. It starts with the opening comm is you're a bad boy. Then he's gassing Hydra, who's on 6 in a row. They are ripping and roaring.
Guys, we got an incredible listening in that map number 3. Do you mind telling us who on your team is Poppy? I think I heard correctly.
Paquito. Paquito's my papito. I don't know. We usually thrive whenever we're like in a goofy mood like that, so I just try to like just say some funny stuff like that. It just gets them in their flow.
Paquito, my papito. I don't speak a lot of Spanish, but I'm pretty sure that means little Paco, little daddy. Let me know, chat, if I'm right on that one. Either way, it was nothing but good vibes for the Subliners. And the question for me is, can you stay positive? Can you keep having that fun when you're playing against Sip and Abizi in Atlanta FaZe?
I mean, this is a matchup that they're used to, right? They had to go up against Atlanta all last year, and so I feel like if anybody's comfortable in this series, it is going to be New York. But on the other side, Atlanta FaZe, I mean, they are tired of second place. They're tired of falling short short, and sometimes it's hard to pinpoint why. When you have a roster like this, Sibna Beansy, we saw them drop over 60+ engagements on Rio the other day. They have the addition in Draza, who we know he likes to get on his feet, and then obviously Celium, one of the, if not the most consistent player in the league. So for Atlanta FaZe, I think maybe if there's some work to be done, it's in the slaying category for Draza when it comes to respawn, but their search and destroy has just been disgusting.
I mean, if there's a team that like matches up with them well, it's New York Subliners. We've seen it last year. We see it here once again. Just two insanely good S&D teams, and also New York. They have a ton of talent. They've been figuring out their hard point. Like, I think they're at like a -5 differential in HP. It's all the way up to a 7.5 after just 3 games. So New York Subliners, they are trending upwards, and versus Atlanta, they're extremely comfortable.
We've seen New York win 3 matches. Atlanta has only had 1 in our Major II qualifiers, but 11-2. Their only 2 losses this entire season happened against Toronto. Atlanta, one of those in the grand final. So I think Atlanta's still considered the favorites, but that one could go the distance. We look at the schedule today. New York Subliners take on Atlanta FaZe. That's your Monster Energy matchup to close out the week. And before that, Boston, Minnesota, and Seattle versus Carolina Royal Ravens. And that's where we want to dig in first, is that first matchup, because Carolina got reverse swept in their first battle. But on the other hand, Surge, you didn't have a second of momentum in your fight against the Subliners. So who do you think has the momentum, if there is any in this matchup, Allie?
Ooh, I don't really know if there is any. I think maybe on the side of Carolina, simply because of how close their matches have been. I mean, their respawns, the hard points have been within 20 points, but for Seattle Surge, you know, they make that change. They have the addition of Brezzy, and then we've only seen 1 match of him, but I believe he had a 0.67 in the respawn, and that's just unacceptable for a Seattle Surge team that was already struggling in that category. So a lot of work to be done, and hopefully they show us something special in the second match.
I mean, they're a bottom 2 hardpoint team, so clearly they got to figure it out. I mean, they've been top 2 in rotation, just points per 60, holding, breaking, literally bottom 2 in all those categories. Illy was a big factor for this team. A lot of the clutch moments, it was him going off, taking over series, and they just don't have that without him. I mean, 3-6 loss to New York, 11-4 with Illy. Buzo, the 1.25 season KD, and 8 clutches in search and destroy is definitely impressive, and that has been their bread and butter. They come in, they win 2 SNEs, and then they win their map pick. That's how they get a series done, and that's definitely going to be their route to success today versus a Carolina team that has been struggling in HP.
It's good to see the vibes there. Hook and Brezzy getting fired up. Alec, of course, making everyone giggle as Surge is feeling confident going up against a regular rival here. Cloister, former teammate of Arcides, is on the other side of this fight, and this is an AR duel I have been looking forward to, but I don't think it's the ARs that are going to decide this series. And talk to me about the SMGs we're seeing from Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think this team has a really good dynamic in terms of the players that they have. I think Gwyn has showed us a lot this year so far, getting them out of tough situations. TJ looks far better than he did last year, and Clay has been just putting up damage, man. Bringing in Fellow, a guy who could sort of alleviate that pressure on Clay to be a leader. It's worked out pretty well, but they've lost a lot of narrow hard points, and I think that these guys need to stop playing Invasion. They keep playing that map, and they need to be good at Rio. They have a good team comp for it. You put Clay on the AR, who's really aggressive. You get Fellow on an SMG. You have a good dynamic for that map. We're seeing some of these other teams like Minnesota and Las Vegas Legion. They are good at Rio, and it's giving them an edge in some of these series versus the top teams, and that is what Carolina so desperately needs, and I believe we're going to have that in this series, so that's massive.
And then when it comes to Monster Energy pregame for the Carolina Royal Ravens, I got to make the assumption, as Ant just said, veto Invasion hardpoint, please. We are literally begging you to stop spawning in on that map, but also, I think they're just lacking when it comes to slaying currently. Their biggest slayer right now happens to be Gwyn, and even he's struggling in the search and destroy with a 0.57. They're bottom 2 in every category when it comes to those maps 2 and 5. So for Carolina Royal Ravens, they just got to start working on this game plan when it comes to search and destroy, because it's pretty mismatched having to go against Seattle Surge.
Let's take a look at our maps and modes. Nameless, you said you wanted to see Rio if Carolina was going to find success today.
We got it.
See it until game 4. Is that going to be all right?
Yeah, I think that that's going to be just fine for these guys. And when you talk about Skidrow, map number 1, that's a map that we've seen, you know, Seattle be decent on at times, and for Carolina, they are 0-2. So we got a lot of sort of testers here for the Carolina Royal Ravens, but they need to. It's about that time.
They do need to. I think when it comes to this series, though, I only look at that map 2 favoring Seattle Surge. So I think maybe it just goes to a game 4.
I got bad news for you guys. It's Scuff Pick'em time. And we're all tied up, right? Nameless can't be beating us, can he? Let's weigh in here. 50-50. All right, he hasn't taken the lead quite yet. Had to double check at the end of yesterday. I'm going to kick things off here. Surge are winning, and this is only based on the fact Royal Ravens have 2 match wins in 2024.
That's a fair take. You know what? That's a fair take. I'm actually kind of throwing out the numbers here. I think the Carolina Royal Ravens won all the respawns.
They get their third today.
So I think I'm going to go with Carolina Royal Ravens in 4.
All right.
I echo that. Carolina Royal Ravens in 4, baby. I think they take this series.
Math be damned. It's time to find out how this one plays out as the fans also choose Clayster's crew. We got Shift and Study on the mic. Gentlemen, how we doing this morning?
Doing great there, friends. Yeah, great to see you. This is going to be a good one, and I like the call towards pointing at the respawns in particular because, hey, both teams have been a little bit strange to watch, not just because of the roster moves, but also this particular map pool doesn't really provide much leeway one way or the other, Jay.
Yeah, nah, it's tough for both of these squads. Obviously, you get some respawns that you simply have not found a win yet. Skidrow, hardpoint for both of these teams. Carolina, they're sitting at 0-2. On the opposite side for Seattle, they're 0-4. And as you continue on, Rio, neither one of these squads have played it. Even the Highrise, they haven't found any W's. So neither of these squads have found any W's in the respawn game modes. Someone's going to walk away with at least one today.
Have to have it. I mean, otherwise I'm just going to sit here looking at the map cinematic all day long. It's going to be curious because I think on the other side of things, you know, Puckett was pointing towards kind of taking the conversation away from the ARs and into the SMGs, and I think that's a really fair shout, and go figure, we're having to be playing some of the hardest SMG maps that we have kind of in the pool at the moment, but it is win for first blood. Carolina stepping in from the P2 side of the map, and Seattle just trying to survive and battle back.
And usually expecting Quinn to start off with that rival 9, but if you bring that MCW top mid and you have to stare down the hallway, you can already find an easy kill. Z finds 2, make it 3 dead in the feed for Carolina. Just got to start thinking ahead now because there's only 30 seconds left. That P2 is already going to be off the rotation for Seattle. Surge, you have Brezzy trying to stay alive, trying to stall time for his teammates to get to him.
Problem is, none of his teammates can get to him, and now Brezzy's the last one left alive. Well fought from Fellow. Over the top, he's able to help out over through tunnel, and then easy pick over towards Brezzy on the high ground, and oh my goodness, a full lawless start for Carolina. They're going to get 50 seconds on P1 and win the rotation to 2. This is chef's kiss so far for the Ravens.
Yeah, they might have just called game right there. Just finding 50 seconds off of P1, you're going to put yourself in a position to get another full 60 at P2. You might be up 100-0 at the end of this hard point. Seattle Surge have to find a way on in, and that 2-piece might be the opening. Now you have pressure through garage. Now you have pressure through ticket side, and neither player from Carolina who are coming off spawn are even close towards the tunnel yet. They finally get here, but Seattle Surge just a little too slow. You're allowing Carolina to reinforce.
And these extra kills that are coming through are going to make this hold potentially that much more impactful. All told, though, Abuza still in a position to try to challenge this, but the Ravens will reinforce through tunnel side. Just comes down to, can Abuza sneak his way up? No, he's denied. Still 30 seconds to fight for, and now all 4 Carolina members are at the ready. Yikes. We're going to have 100-0 score line through 2, unless Hook can find some way to break. He may just sneak behind Fellow. Not quite. 5 in a row for Fellow. And yep, looks like we already get to that 100-point mark in the second hill.
And now Seattle Surge, they just need to be in an opportunity to stop this bleeding. It's all about finding a couple kills off the rotation, but still off the rotation is 2 players from Carolina already contesting. Gwyn and TJ combined for 2. The trade is going to be there from Hoop. Now it all falls into the hand. And TJ, he drops. And finally, Seattle Surge have an opportunity to get some points on the board.
And you have to think about this being at least 45 seconds here, just to give yourself a shot at getting back into this game at the moment. Carolina trying to break this from 2 points of ingress. Half the team from the middle, half the team from the front. Trade's looking good for the Ravens. Abuza, last one left alive, slips away, tries to wait for his former teammate from Wobobobs and Brezzy, but is not able to get it going. 1 in 8 start for the new guy for Seattle, and Carolina get their break, and they're off to the races again.
Yeah, this is not how you want to come out in your second match. Obviously, your first series versus the Subliners wasn't even close. But versus a team like Carolina, who are currently sitting 12th in the league with 25 total CDL points, you got to come out better than this. And it all has to start. You're going to contest it over towards this P3. There's only 1 player on this point, so the final 10 is going to be yours. But that's another rotation won by Carolina. They're fully set up for that push.
I mean, all 4 members from the Surge go back for what is essentially just 10 seconds worth of time. And Fellow does well just to kind of keep them at bay a little while longer. Nice moment here from Arsene. He's on 3 in a row, working through the middle of the map. He'll find his 4th, and now the Surge can find a way to break in from the backside. Nade's anticipating this, though, for Ravens on their defense. Hoop not at full health. He can't really challenge this, but does get gifted a kill on the Fellow. 3 straight kills come with Brezzy's pinch, and the last one left is Clayster. No trades to be found, and Seattle get a clean break.
Yeah, that's a good break right there from Seattle. Really patient through the back end, but they were waiting for Brezzy to set up that pinch from top mid steps. He finds 2. The other 2 go to Hoop. And now this is some much needed time. Only going to be down by 100 points, but already 25 seconds left on this P4. You have to start thinking about that rotation. 2 players from Carolina already at that positioning. The only player here is going to be Arcides. He does find one, so it turns into a one-on-one. Nope. The reinforcements are there for Carolina. They're going to put themselves in a position to win another rotation again.
Trade's good on the rotation. Time to lock in with the Carolina Royal Ravens and the listen in to see how they hold this P5.
I have garage. I'm backing up. I don't want to hold it down. I got one.
Yeah, you're good. I have a trophy down mid P5.
Nobody DVD, guys.
I'll hold tunnel. I got one more ticket on me, Alec.
I'm gonna come graffiti. I'm giving up garage.
He's looking pinch right now, but he's
okay. I'm gonna go graffiti.
Look my cross. One's just holding tunnel. Huke.
Pop ticket. Pop ticket.
I have ticket. Huke tunnel weak. Dead. I died for ticket. Two ticket. I
have your hop up in 2 seconds.
Oh, back right time. I have a streak. I'm streaking. Stay the fuck alive.
Go.
Alright, now listen, there is one in time, one garage, one ticket. I killed one time. I'm killing the guy time. One push me garage. One, last guy pushed me. He's bottom P2. Good time. Bottom P2 weak, bro.
I stunned it.
He's on you, dead.
I'm crossing.
Get time, garage.
Dead garage.
Two garage guys. Both one shot garage.
I can't get it.
I'm just waiting.
Get time.
They're both one shot. And one's on P2.
On the AC, left side AC.
Chill. And he chopped me back alley. Wait, Reggie. Chop me back alley. Nice. It's a good time.
He's on the way box. I can reach this guy.
Take time. Go. I'm gonna flood. I'm flooding with you.
He's gonna be down the side. Are you top left?
Laying down dub doors. As you weak, dub door flat. One shot.
Not the cleanest P5 we've seen study, but hey, at least it goes neutral, I guess. Just small silver linings, and let's be honest, there's still a significant lead margin here for the Ravens.
Yeah, you take that, though, if you're Carolina. Like you said, not the best P5, but at least you started off the map slaying the way that you did. You earned the cruise missile. You were able to keep them off of that time for about 20 to 25 seconds. So that was potentially the answer for Seattle Surge to get back into the game. But now we find ourselves on the second half of this hard point. Into the P1 we go. It's been an all-out scrap fest. Trades are bound, but Fellow, he's able to at least find 2 with that pistol. Still Seattle Surge in control.
One of the best respawns we've seen from Fellows at this point. Gwyn's still doing what he's been doing all year long, but the big note here with Surge kind of clawing back into this game from a 1-8 start for Brezzy now to 12-14, and he was a huge factor through 4 and 5 of Seattle trying to find success. But can they correct the mistakes they had done last time, which is right here at the second hard point? Failed the rotation, failed to break, and it looks like for the moment Carolina are very comfortable in their setup.
Yeah, this has always been a struggle though for Seattle, especially in HPs. They are great off the rotation, but everything else when it comes to hold percentage or break, bottom 2 in those categories. And now you have to force them to break one of the most difficult hills ever created. But that might be an opportunity. They find a couple kills through ticket. They also find a 3 as well. So they have the numbers. You just have to step up the pace. Unfortunately, the crossfire from Clayster, too strong. The 2 players spawn towards tunnel, too strong on that gunfight as well. And Carolina still hold on.
Yeah, that is just mere margins where TJ doesn't have any information until Clay gets to garage, but the hit is not done yet. Surge coming up the back staircase. TJ goes forward, finds the kill, and once more, Carolina to the middle of the map. Just give TJ enough breathing room to hang in the hard point. So just when you thought Seattle was trying to cut their way back into this game, Clayster and company have said, no sir, no way. 200 points on the board, plus more to follow.
That's insane too, because on a P2, you find 3 kills, you're probably thinking instant break, but every single time Carolina had at least 1 player on the point, he found 1 kill, stalled enough time for his teammates to get back to him. And that's been 2 full 60 holds from Carolina, already breaching that 200-point mark. But this time they're going to be late off the rotation. Seattle needs to have a response here. It can't be slow and steady. That's the way Carolina broke their way in last time, was slow through back laundry, great through top mid, and they traded effectively. But this time, it's Seattle Surge still holding on.
A little bit of extra zoning going on to the middle of the map doesn't fully work out. Abuza just kind of thwarts himself right into the mix, but it's RCD's last one standing, gets caught trying to place the trophy system in the break. Already good for Carolina, and I'll say, from a teamwork perspective, this is looking like a much more polished Royal Ravens team. They're going to have an opportunity to win it right here, so Seattle need to find a break.
Yeah, they've been playing a lot of top teams really close in HPs, and finally they're playing one of the teams who struggle in HP, and this is what the score line is looking like currently. As Carolina, they were trading great, but Seattle Surge again are going to walk away with the final 15 seconds over towards P3, and you will take that if you are Carolina. You have God steps. You're already in full control of top mid and bottom mid. Just need to put 1 player into the point, and the game could potentially be closed out here.
Yeah, something would have to go dramatically wrong for them to not find 10+ seconds on this rotation, and To be fair, Seattle has cleared some space at mid-map, but the apartment hold from Carolina is getting so much work done. A couple of trades, but again, it's just not enough at the moment. Someone's gonna have to break this from the front. Clay hold in the corner, does get a lot of damage in. No contest as of yet, and that will likely just about do it. Last player to find is Brezzy Narcities, which they do find a couple eliminations, but TJ finalizes the map with the final kill. And how about that from the Ravens? A 106-0 start, comfortable from there on out.
Yeah, that's basically what the ending score difference was as well, man. When you start off as hot as you were, you get a full 50 on P1. Keep in mind that they were the team that spawned on the preferred side, but the fact that you rotated over towards P2, held that for 2 full 60s, yeah, you're basically going to guarantee Skidrow HP every single time. As Carolina Ravens just stay strong in that HP. Seattle Surge still struggling. Obviously, it was a slow start from Bezzy, but he was almost the top slayer on that team at the end of that HP. That is not the way you're deciding to try to win HPs, but Carolina not making any mistakes, doing the fundamentals, stay strong to that game plan, and they dominate in map 1.
And you know, Ali was the one who brought it up on the desk, like, hey, both of these two teams have had kind of mismatched results in terms of how they play around hard points, but let's be honest, you rotate well on this map and then you put together even a marginally fine hold, you're gonna find 40+ seconds. Yes. I mean, these hard points are so, I would say, easy to lock down. I don't mean to make it sound so mundane, but let's be candid. I mean, when you've got good ARs over the top of you, it's going to be hard-pressed to lose P2, lose P5, and that was really the difference maker in this game. It's just the fact that Seattle did not rotate as well as Carolina did in the mid-map.
Yeah, because what? It's Carolina on this map sitting at about 9th in rotations, which is around the middle of the pack. Seattle Surge are actually better on this map, but that was with their old roster. And unfortunately, Carolina, they make them pay for it. When you're starting off, like I said, P1 50 points, you get a P2 down. And there were situations where Seattle Surge found a couple kills off the rotation or even trying to get the break in towards P2. They were just too slow. You allowed Carolina to spawn up through tunnel, instantly sprint, drop a trophy down, make sure they're safe from all the attacks, and then just crossfire galore with those MCWs. They just simply did not have an answer early on into this game 1. But now if you are Seattle Surge, the stuff that's been getting you through a lot of these series all season long has been search and destroy, and at least you got one in terminal next map where you have found a lot of success, even if it was with the old roster.
Yeah, and that's the bigger part of it, is like, this has been the most rehearsed map for the side of Seattle, at least as of lately. 3 straight times they've played it. Like you mentioned, hasn't been with this exact roster, but hey, all things told, it is essentially the same roster, just inserting Brezzy into the picture for all intents and purposes. So it's one of those situations you look at and say, okay, we thought the respawns were going to be kind of a question mark for both of these two teams coming in. Obviously, more conviction there from Carolina off the hot start, but this is where you have to extend this series. Find a way to take this map number 2. Otherwise, the entire series looks, I won't say unwinnable, but you kind of find yourself in dire straits if you're Seattle, considering a Highrise control and a Rio hardpoint.
It's probably unwinnable if you don't win this tournament S&D, because Highrise control, just control in general, they haven't been able to win that game mode since Vietnam. So, you know, 9 straight losses in that, and then you're going up against a Carolina roster who lost this one, lost Highrise control yesterday all the way in the round number 5 against Boston. That one was tough, but that was due to the fact that they just simply did not have defense. They were able to keep up with the slaying, not really gain a lot of segments, and unfortunately lose that all the way into round number 5. But just the way that Carolina played, more specifically Fellow, he's been the guy. Like, if he goes off, it's a lot easier for Carolina to win. So continue to play the way that you are, young fellow.
Yeah, I like that. And that's the other part about it. You know, I kind of mentioned it briefly in the hard point, but Fellow looks like he's coming into play at a very high rate right now. This is probably one of his best respawn performances we've had in a minute. But here are some of the statistics looking at the overall search and destroy. You kind of praised Seattle for what they've been able to do in overall record, but a lot of it has been off the fact that their opening duel percentage is also near one of the highest in the league, at least based on certain maps. It just comes down to, can they find that consistency across the board, because it hasn't necessarily been there everywhere. It's only been there in a couple of spots.
Yeah, definitely only been there in a couple of spots, but at least for Terminal. On a map like Terminal, they're 6th in first blood percentage was at 54%, and they usually convert those in 83% of the round wins, which is 3rd overall in the league. So you just got to go back to the old game plan of the roster. Obviously, Illy's shoes are very difficult to fill in S&D. He was always stellar when it came to that mode, but now someone needs to step on. I think I'm looking at the most veteran guy on this roster, the guy with 2 world champions in the RCGs. He's the guy who can really set the tone, call the play calls for this young roster, and make it happen for the Seattle Surge roster to try to make it a 1-1 series after this match.
And the thing about about it is, looking at Seattle generally speaking, this map, we kind of saw it there for a brief moment, has been a defensive masterclass for them. Not only did they not allow the bomb to get planted all that often, if they do allow the bomb to get planted, they are the best team in the league at retaking and finding a defuse. So those are some key elements to keep your eye on. And well, you kind of look at someone like Gilly from before, but TJ has been really good so far this Major II qualifier stint. 1.36 overall KD, and he has been one of those guys that likes to get in the mix early. So yeah, you look at this map if you're Seattle and say, yeah, we should take this one if we just play our cards right.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're thinking. Just gotta whip into the old game plan book. Just come out with those same exact strategies, because you did watch Carolina recently take down Boston on this map in a 6-4 victory, but a lot of that was due to a lot of clutching, especially out of the old man Clayster. Had multiple 1v1s, and if you can do that again, obviously you're going to find a W. But early on into this round, on the attacking side is going to be Carolina. No trophy systems to work with, so they're trying to take plane nice and early.
Arcity's playing in the back. You've got one player in Hook set up over towards cockpit side, but it's actually Gwyn who finds Brezzy over towards a C, or at least nearby, and that's going to open up TJ to create a ton of space, plus a nade lands over towards the B site. Still looking for isolation over towards Arcity's, and now with that information on the trade, they know where Hook is positioned, and they're not even going to bother with the plant. Carolina's going to play for the kills, and they'll find it. Really quick offense coming through for round one.
Yeah, you're just not reading that play. Carolina did a nice little split setup, 2 players through the terminal, but instead of them contesting in towards the plane, they actually work on the lower end. Get the first blood of the player camping towards red steps, and then just trade efficiently as Clayster finds that nade onto Abuza as the island player. Just opened up the game right there for Carolina to have multiple different angles where they wanted to attack by the ground that they were able to cover. Just a really easy offensive round right there out of Carolina. No need to worry about any trophy systems. We're going to use our attacks, play aggressive, find the trades. Round one, Carolina.
Very quick, very clean. Now it's on to Seattle to see what they can offer. Those nades don't quite get where they were intended to go, so it slows down this potential push over towards A, and the cross is being heavily watched by the Ravens, plus a check from TJ. Oh, such a good transmission of info from the defenders. Deep first blood tallied for the Ravens.
Oh, but Gwyn, you probably want that one back. Once you put yourself in the advantage in a 4v3, you know it's on them to make something happen on the attacking side, and that leads to Arcity's finding the second kill onto TJ. So it just was a 4v3 for Carolina, is now a 2v3. Clayster and Fellow, both the ARs, double stacked in towards the plane, and if Seattle searches a shot to hit the rotation over towards B, it's going to be a free bomb plant, but they might commit, and this might work right into what Carolina want them to do.
Fellow may have been scouted here. Yeah, shots go towards the cockpit. Brezzy follows up. Easy elimination. Clayster has not shown himself over towards the A side of the map yet, though. Can he surprise someone? No. Arcity's predicts it perfectly, and Seattle respond with a clean offense of their own.
Yeah, that's just one of those rounds right there with Seattle. They were the team getting first blooded, but the fact that Gwyn gives them a free P through the middle hallway, you find that one making it 3v3, and then Arcity's finds the second. Then as they were sliding into that terminal, you catch Fellow with a stun in his hand. That one's tough. Bad COD timing on his part, but 1v3, Clayster spotted towards back plane. Everyone just focused at find the kill. Seattle Surge able to respond with an attacking round.
Yeah, and initially it did look like Carolina had a good read on this, but I think you're absolutely right. Once Gwyn falls, it puts Carolina in a very intriguing position just because they kind of had to force a commitment defensively on the rotation. So now, with upgrades ready to go across the board for trophies and Dead Silence, it's going to be back to your normal pace here at Terminal. Very slow, very methodical of all. Brezzy kind of peeking over towards mid-hall, and he does get caught. First blood tallied again by Carolina.
That's the bait and switch right there to TJ and Gwyn. Brezzy was putting on a couple shots, but they didn't want to fully commit to that fight. Sets up Gwyn to catch him as he was trying to one away for the free first blood. So now in a 4v3, double stack for Seattle Surge over towards B, and they're actually going to contest this, and Abuza's going to be able to even up the numbers on Clayster. It makes it a 3v3 now.
Yeah, who kind of giving up information and getting shot at. Carolina seemed to make the call saying, we'll take the 4v question mark over towards B. At worst, it's a 4v2, but like you called, double stack of ARs watching over the top of it gets us to a 3v3, but TJ may have found some timing to get through. Call out as a player over towards top A. Seeing the last shots land at Abuza before he can get out of dodge over towards Eski. So we stay in a very peculiar position, though. I mean, it's just trades across the board. TJ left in the 1v2. No bomb. Able to track Arcity's, but not fully finish off the elimination. Now he's stuck down low. Not a lot of time to work with. And what looked to be Carolina on the pounce, this round just may run out of time for them.
Yeah, he has no time. You can't even plant the bomb because you do not have it in your back pocket. So all you got to do if you're Arcity is just run away. It could have been some bad COD timing right there, but TJ's still thinking that he was going to be playing towards top 3 stories. Arcity's makes it happen, though. He's the only player sitting towards top red. He's able to find 2 as they were being aggressive up through bottom middle. Just great plays out of the 2-time world champion. Finds the timing, also the snap on the fellow. Headshot, great. Works out perfectly for Seattle Surge, and that's another 3v4 clutch round. If you're Carolina, let's just work our numbers a little bit slower in those situations.
And on top of that, RCD's able to find a heavy handful of eliminations. Now on 5 in a row, 6-1 start for him. Looking for potentially the cruise missile here early. He's carrying the bomb, and he's going to have one cross right in front of Dreams for free. Wow. I mean, Carolina tried to get aggressive here defensively, but it's completely countered, and now you've got a cruise missile and a 4v2 if you're Seattle.
Yeah, this should be a free round for Seattle Surge.
Yeah.
Spot fellow as well towards bottom Esky, so that's information at least gained onto one player. But now you should be able to just work your way up, work this bomb plant. You're also able to find fellows. He tries to find the timing. It's Gwyn left in a 1v4. He does take down one, but bomb is now getting planted.
Like you had mentioned, when First Bloods do come the way of Seattle, they win 83% of the rounds. Add another one to the tally here, as Gwyn is completely stuck. Just trying to create an opportunity. RCDs will see him, and wow, what a start of a map here from Alec. I mean, he's nearly at double digits at this point. Hardy holding on to a cruise missile, and Seattle's absolutely working Carolina, even against the numbers in some rounds.
Yeah, the vet is stepping up, man, and that had to be his play call that round. He's saying, I'm one off of a cruise missile. You guys apply all the pressure up towards Eskies. If they find a first blood, even better, because that's going to force the player who's over towards the terminal side to try to overextend, try to make a play happen on the flank, and it works right into what RCD's wanted him to do. Free 2 first kills. You're already on a cruise missile. You find the third, and then in the 1v3, just stand no chance. Seattle Surge have taken a fine grip of this S&D so far. Alec on a 7 streak. Stepping up when his team needs him the most, and just in case it gets a little frantic, that cruise missile's in the back pocket.
Quick rotation back towards mid here for Brezzy after initially Clayster was seen over towards Burger. Fellow just kind of popping his head up over the books, just trying to see if he can scout anyone on this mid cross, but nothing's been hit yet. So Carolina's kind of coming into this back half of the round pretty blind, and Seattle's in a good spot to at least get a read on this A hit. Hook playing over towards cockpit side is going to try to take the one.
Oh, man.
TJ, a bold challenge, and it comes through for first blood. Brezzy follows up.
Yeah, Hook knows that he had to commit towards that fight, because once that canister blows up, he's going to be a little bit weak, but I'm just going to send it on to him. Finds the first blood onto TJ, and Brezzy with the second. Instantly a 4v2. Both the ARs again for Carolina, force the clutch on up. There's only 35 seconds left. Full commitment in towards the term. Hook finds his second on the round. He knows the next player is right around the corner. But at least the nade hits for fellow. And he should get traded here. All right, what the hell is going on? All right, there it is. Seattle Surge, 2 strong, 3 rounds in a row now.
Little fisticuffs on the railing. Wow. And like you'd mentioned, like even though Seattle finds himself up on the scoreboard pretty big, most of these early rounds have been winnable rounds for Carolina.
Yes.
Now, all of a sudden, these last 2 have been decidedly dominated by Seattle and what they've put together both offensively and defensively. And the mind games have to be completely screwing with Carolina at this moment.
And now that you're up 4-1, this is where you can invest that cruise missile to win this attacking round, because it's a lot more difficult to win attacks than it is on defense on a map like Terminal. So if you can walk away with this attack, put yourself up 5-1, basically are going to call game. Now Carolina forced to respond, and another first blood goes in favor of Seattle Surge. They can do no wrong in S&D.
Yeah. Look how quick they've already made their play up towards Jet Bridge side. RC's, like you mentioned, going to call in the cruise missile, transmit the info on where everyone's positioned. Then likely you're going to see this hard commit in towards A. Should be a double chow here in towards plane. It's just Gwyn in the way, and he gets absolutely obliterated. Oh my. TJ, saves play though. Through mid-map, he catches one, it looked like through cockpit, and then the other on the bridge. So now all of a sudden, TJ becomes a bit of a menace to this setup.
Oh, and if you can win this round, this is everything for Carolina. You get the cruise missile to be invested. Beginning of this one, it was also a 2v4. TJ makes it a 2v2, but the rotation for Seattle Surge going over towards that B site. Just a crossfire right now, set up for Carolina over towards A, but is TJ going to find the time in the turn and look left?
Stun came through. Was that out of the hands of Clayster? Did it hit anybody? There's one definitely got placed over towards the B bomb. TJ looks like he's seen Abuza make the crossover. The top shots don't fully land. Has to reset. Frag getting cooked. Rotation from Clayster already here. Does that connect? No. So now you got to do this the hard way. Clay also with the frag doesn't cook it up. That doesn't make a difference. The team shot's great. But watch the pinch. Brezzy from the back almost finds the timing to take down both. Instead has to take the 1v1 with Clay. and it's good for Clayster to get Carolina a big round on the board.
That's a really big round. You get the cruise missile to get invested. You also clutch up in the 2v4. Major plays coming in out of the vets. And Clayster and TJ. Just don't get frantic in those moves. Even when TJ missed a couple shots onto Abuza, he waited for his teammate to come assist him. Make sure you use your attacks to reposition him. And then Clayster with the timing to play the one-on-one versus Brezzy while TJ's stuck on that defuse. A much-needed round right there for Carolina Royal Ravens to not let this S&D get away from them. But now you need to respond on the attack. It's been all over the map for these guys. 2 towards Terminal, 1 towards Library, and Clay every single time islanding over towards Burger. Let's try to get a 4-man push one way.
I was about to say, this would be time to hit with some concentration. See if they end up doing it. In fact, actually on the opposite foot, you can say the same thing's happening for Seattle. Got a long cross being watched by R-Cities. The other 3 members looking to play aggressive in towards B. Decent trade from Fellow. Keeps the aggression at bay. We're going to go 3v3.
It's big plays from Clayster also to get out with his life at Burger. Multiple players trying to isolate him, but continues to make it a 3v3. Fellow also drops the bomb for Clay, so
huge.
Moving on up, Gwyn, great shots onto Brezzy, makes it a 3v2, and now you just have to find this trade on the R-Cities, and the plane is going to be yours.
Stun comes out. R-Cities waiting to check this. Carolina a bit antsy on their initial take of this plane position. Everyone's looking towards this back tail position. They know that it could be someone here. Clayster coming with the pistol out though. Free kill for R-Cities. Wallbang starting to come through, and Fellow will capitalize on the elimination. Now it's just to Abuza. Bomb recollected. Fellow instantly for the plant. 1v2 we go.
And Abuza did put down a couple shots, so already positioning known for Carolina. That's why they stick the bomb instantly. They knew he was towards top 3, but now 35 seconds to work with. Abuza trying to clear every single angle. Keep in mind, he does not have covert sneakers on, so he's going to be heard all the way across the map, and Carolina's set up on the crossfires.
Yeah, Gwyn's already heard this. Everyone looking at it. Shots from Fellow, perfect. Wow, okay. So that's exactly what the doctor ordered. Like we mentioned, the first 3 rounds really could have gone either way. In fact, I think there would have been more arguments for Carolina coming out on top of the first 3 rounds. Seattle have 2 convincing rounds in a row, and now all of a sudden we're essentially back to level terms here after some Ravens conviction starts to make itself known.
Yeah, they've been able to just play the pick game. You know, once it goes down to them getting first blooded, they were able to instantly respond, make it a 3v3, and then Gwyn starts it off with a great shot on the Brezzy through bottom steps, put them in the advantage, and he just trade efficiently in towards the plane, get the bomb down, and secure the round as Carolina been able to chain a couple together. Now down 4-3, back on the defensive end. I think Seattle Surge have gotten about 6 first bloods, and Abuza finds another one, this time on the hook.
Yeah, R-Cities gets so much information on the players coming up the slide, but unfortunately, the team shots that were intended to try to find, I think, TJ crossing ends up just hitting Hook for the most part. So 4v3, Seattle, I'm sure still feeling pretty confident that a lot of this defense is leaning A, but they're not going to know with 100% certainty. R-Cities is still looking for intel, and he will at least catch that Fellows playing bottom tarmac.
That's good info onto Fellows. He's watching over the middle alley, but just a lot of time being wasted and no ground being taken.
Yeah.
It's finally Seattle Surge are going to work their way up through Library, and there's not a single player from Carolina watching this positioning. So this can be the opening. They decide to attack over towards B because it's only Clayster on that side of the map.
The only thing about it is Seattle hasn't put anyone on this side, so there could be someone inside of Cafe, there could be someone over towards Burger, could be playing passive towards Eskies. There's a lot of misinformation, and Clayster's able to find the first. No one rotating immediately here, though. Abuza's able to capitalize onto Gwyn, so still it's just kind of this decision of how do you want to hit over towards B, and Clay may read this perfectly. Abuza crosses in front, but Clay doesn't hit the shots. 2v2, plenty of time for the plant. TJ gonna see the cross, but R-Cities catches him first. Oh, a disaster here for Carolina. Bomb getting planted. Fellow looking to go quick, and he's been completely taken down to 1 shot, finds the first, but not the second. What a regain round from Seattle.
Yeah, that's unacceptable right there for Carolina. That turned into a 4v2 with about 20 seconds left. All we have to do is just make sure they can't put the bomb down at one of these sites, but if you are Clay, so you want that gunfight back, man. You kill Abuza, the round is going to be yours, but the fact that it loses that fight, you force a couple players from Carolina to now reposition, and with R-Cities in his position towards bottom red, he was able to catch a couple. What a 2v4 clutch right there from Seattle Surge to now put them at game point, shut down all the momentum on the side of the Ravens.
Man. What is that, 3 rounds now that Carolina have had significant numbers, not been able to close out the round?
Yeah, that's tough.
How different that
Can't
makes.
win like that.
Yeah. 2-2 split defensively here from Seattle. Carolina looking to get aggressive over towards A, but RC just pops his head out. He's still feeling the hot hand from his 8-1 start. Now 14-3, first blood tallied, and he's going to get eyes on Declaser mid-map.
He's just not missing right now. Straight beams coming in on a 2-time world champ. We're asking if he was going to be able to step up for this roster and sit at 14-3. You best believe he's going to do that. It's now Seattle Surge into 4v3. Already a lot of time wasted on the game clock, and the Boozer shoots like that. He's able to find 2 through Burger. Now his fellow left in a 1v4.
Good luck, have fun. First contestant looks to be Hook. Not interested as he heads his way downstairs. Quick pinch is on the way, so Fellow's gonna have to move and move quickly. Good openers, but there's the rest of the flank in Seattle. Wow. I mean, it really does start with our cities and almost end with our cities there for a moment, but holy cow, that 2v4 is gonna be living in the minds of the Royal Ravens for a while.
Because they were down 4-3 in that 2v4 scenario. You clutch that one up, all tied up at 4. Then you also get the investment early on from the cruise missile, so you don't have to worry about that. But when you allow Seattle Surge to clutch up a round the way that they did, with only 20 seconds left to make it happen, all momentum goes back to their side. They can do no wrong. As you take a look at the numbers, Arcity's 14-3, 12 non-traded kills, almost 2,500 damage. That's what you call takeover in the game mode, as he just shuts down all the players from Carolina. Multiple first bloods out of him as well. They just played great S&D. We were worried about if, you know, Illy not back on the roster, if they were going to have the same game plan on a map like Terminal, and they're still strong at that S&D, able to tie the series up at 1.
Yeah, really good stuff. I mean, outside of their match versus New York, it really has been for this Seattle team. Only been Karachi that's been an issue for them on Search and Destroy. So I'm sure they're going to be happy to see Highrise be there for map number 5 if we get there. But they won't have to wait too long to tally up what's going on at Highrise, because we've got that coming up next to the Control. And Jay, just quickly before we go to break, let's be honest, it hasn't been good for Seattle.
Oh yeah, it hasn't. They just started playing it last week. It was the very first time they played it. But Control overall, they're sitting at 0-9. You gotta have to turn that around. Carolina aren't the best either, so whoever wins this map number 3 is gonna walk away with the series.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Check out all of the awesome in-game rewards you can earn for free just by watching the Call of Duty League. What's on tap this weekend? An all-new lineup including a weapon blueprint, emblem, calling card stickers, and XP tokens. Just link your YouTube account now to start earning.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty League and the middle of our first game here on Sunday. Seattle Surge, Carolina Royal Ravens, both tied at 1 apiece, but that search for Arseny's unreal stuff. An 8-1 start, Jay, and he didn't really slow down from there, for being honest.
Yeah, it was just takeover, man. From start to finish of this search and destroy, multiple clutches out of him, multiple close helping personal gunfights he was able to win, but then he earns an early cruise missile, and then even in that final round, catches the 2v4 alongside of Booza. Multiple first bloods as well. That two-time world champion just stepped up tremendously for his roster. Tied up F1, and gonna need that guy to continue to play the way that he did, because we're going into control where, like I said earlier before the series, haven't won since Vietnam, so gotta figure it out here.
Unreal stuff, man. It's been since December, the last time that Seattle found a way to win a control. On the flip side, I think for Ravens fans, you know, again, we talked about this a lot. The respawn were going to be the kind of focus points here for Carolina, and in particular, going back to a high-rise control again for the third time this qualifier after 2 different 2-3 losses. You would have to think that, okay, just fix those couple of small mistakes in those matches versus Boston and New York, and you should be feeling pretty decent about your chances to take a map here.
Yeah, I think the small mistakes that they need to fix, actually both of these squads, is simply the slaying. Because that's the reason why they're losing majority of these control maps, is because they cannot keep up with the kills. You go forward to the control, you get put in a spawn trap. So just kind of make sure that's your main focus for both of these teams. Just put yourself in those power positions. Make sure you're not going forward dead at the same time. But it's going to be early on Carolina on the attacking side. Gwyn hitting a nice little route, potentially going to open up the first kill.
Yeah, really well done. Catches Brezzy completely off guard, and this Seattle setup was all intended to watch over the top at B, so this has gone absolutely miserably bad at the moment. First tick of progress going to get locked at A very quickly. Abusa also dropping means that the Seattle defense really can't converge to stop the second tick either. Mid-map, Brezzy able to find one, but now we're working on the third tick of progress. What is happening?
Wow!
Seattle, do they not know how to defend A? Not like this, not again.
They were probably looking for that propane tank, but Carolina, they already naded that out, so you cannot take them down with your attacks, but at least they're able to find a couple kills and retake that map control. Now hitting that reset button for Carolina, but you have 2 minutes to complete this segment over towards B. Place already in a great position towards top propane. If you can find another one, even better. As he lines up Abusa, but there's still a player behind him. Abusa finds that kill, and still Seattle Surge trying to hold on from the back of their spawn.
Gwyn playing from the defending underground position, looking to just hold players back at range, and the pistol will get it done now 3 in a row for Gwyn. TJ following up, and the first tick of progress looking good here at B. Rezi just on the opposite side at the ladder, and whoa, what shots those are from Fellow. Absolutely melts him away, and the second tick can still be worked on here for the Ravens.
Yeah, they're still here. They're still here, but applying pressure onto the point. You have to try to get in if you are Seattle. Hoop does it with the ladder, but unfortunately cannot find that kill. So it's already the second segment done, making 2, looking for 3 dead. Now here comes a stack. Carolina are going to be able to walk away with this attacking round.
Man, I mean, it was a speed run when Seattle played this versus New York, and you think there's no way it goes like that again on their opening defense. Well, we would have been wrong if you said that out loud, because, I mean, like you said, it's just the propane tank cannot be your only defender on the A zone. It just can't be.
It can't. And unfortunately, it comes back to bite them, because now they're down by 6 segments. Carolina have all momentum as they're the team walking away with the attack, and now they just need to put them in a nice little trap on the defensive setup. If you are Seattle Surge, it's a tall task to climb. And it also starts with this break-off, though. You currently have Hook sitting at 0-5. Not the best start, but if you can get a couple kills right off the rip of this map, you can respond with an attacking round of your own.
Yeah, to put it plainly, Jay, to put it plainly. 2-2 split here for Carolina. Hook just looking to work his way through the underground, and he's got a lot of space. Problem is, his teammates who are trying to help out, maybe a play towards B, have been completely taken care of. So yeah, Hook gets his first kill of the round, but Carolina are saying, all right, fine, you have the B zone. You can step on that if you want. We're going to set up the spawn trap.
Yeah, we're going to trap everyone else. You can slowly try to work your way up as we're going to turn it into a one-on-one on the point with the player that came off spawn. But at least Hook's teammates are finding a couple kills out of their base. So now Hook's in a position to where he can try to finesse a little bit, try to put himself in a position to play for more kills on the opposing side of the map. He finds another one on the TJ. Brezzy off spawn finds a second one onto Gwyn. And Hook's just running around. His teammates have not been able to get out, man.
Yeah, I mean, everyone else in the Ravens, again, are saying, fine, get back there. Players off spawn will deal with you eventually, but maybe that split decision Not really the one best called for TJ. Oh, absolutely obliterated. And how about this start in round number 2 for Hook, still becoming a thorn in the side at the Carolina spawn.
Yeah, and they're trying to locate him, and finally Gwyn does. You take care of Hook, you shut down that progression towards the cruise missile, and finally your team is able to pause the game clock with someone capturing over towards A, but the actual stun from Fellow, too strong, takes down Arcitys, and now there's only 30 seconds left, and you don't even have a segment complete. Seattle Surge need to get a move on it.
Nabuza dropping over towards Elevator Alley means that the Surge push may have to default to playing on A. Hook once again just kind of repeating what the route was the last time he came off spawn. Knows he's got a player nearby, but Gwyn right through the middle of the map finds an easy one. Felony follows up in 19 plays, 15, 8 seconds on the clock. No one from Seattle going to get to a zone in time unless they can find a way to dive on towards A. Fellow at the mid, still not losing gunfights, and it'll stop at 1.8. Sure, there's a bit of a stack here, but Gwyn lines him up now on 5 in a row. 15-5, start the pistol, not going to get it done. Second tick of progress being worked on, and now it's just 0.3 seconds, just Nabuza left. Wallbangs come through and Carolina clean up the defense, no worries.
Oh man, Seattle Surge, they're just playing so spread, Allen. Like, just going one-on-one. Obviously, Hook was just trying to play his life, trying to finesse as long as he can. But eventually, we got to get a team push. There's just a whole lot of individual plays on that round for Seattle Surge, and Carolina were able to pick them apart every single time. Gwyn does get shut down on that cruise missile, but you only allow 1 segment, so you're in full control of this map if you are Carolina Royal Ravens. Even if you do lose this attacking round, you have defense guaranteed with the way that they have been playing. Seattle Surge just need to have a response, and actually Fellow does pick one up as well, so it's a cruise missile already in the back pocket for Carolina.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder, the veto for Seattle was Karachi. If this is how bad Highrise is, how bad is Karachi? I mean,
the crazy thing is, Alan, this was their auto veto. This is their auto veto, and then with the new roster, they try to attempt to play versus New York. That's not a good choice because they're the best team on Highrise on this map. And now you're playing against Carolina, who've been struggling to control, and you can't find anything either. So we might have to get rid of this one overall.
Yeah, not looking good. Progress towards B already being worked on. Clay is still on a 4 spree. It's just TJ in the zone for now, but Clay and Fellow playing on this bottom lane. Yeah, they're looking for some kills kind of in towards the window positions, and that is going to work out nicely. Just 1 kill to speak of for Seattle.
Hello?
I mean, what are we doing?
Oh! Old man still got it. He's able to find his 6 on the round before he does get taken down. So now you have 2 cruise missiles to work with. We're instantly going to get the investment out of Gwyn. As they're trying to speed run through this control, you catch one off spawn. You also get the info on where the rest of the players from Seattle Surge are. You take care of Hook, at least the trade is going to be there. So they have 1:40 minutes to work with, and they're up by 9 lives, and they still have some streaks to work with.
Yeah. So Rio,
GG, wow.
What? Dude, not losing gunfights. And Arcitys, who had a great search and destroy, just cannot find a way to win a gunfight here in the control. There's really not much to say. 22 plays 13, minute 25 on the clock. More crews is going to get invested. This will allow not just kills, but Ravens have a chance to still dominate the map.
Yeah, they're just making it rain at this point. Shout out Donnie Temp. As it's still 21-12 in lives remaining. You have a whole lot of time to work with. You saw Fellow trying to hit that deep route, trying to come up behind enemy lines, but his teammates are still finding kills around the map. Clayson with another 2. Last player up is going to be Hoop. Everyone else off the respawn. You're finally in a position to pause that game clock if you are Carolina.
Defense still struggling to get out from these windows positions. Trophy systems are down, so the offense stays healthy through this incoming utility. Arcitys Abuza working through mid-map. That will get 1 off the point. Second ticket to be contested, and hold on a second. 14 plays 7. Seattle now working their way into some defensive strongholds, and they will also deplete most of that second tick.
Yeah, and I think if you are Carolina, though, with only a minute left, let's just slow the game down and play our trades. Because they only have 7 lives remaining. You can turn it basically into TDM. TJ finds one onto Abuza. Now he pops that dead silence to work his way behind enemy lines, but RC is able to spot him as well. So it's still Seattle Surge holding on through the middle of the map. I know they only have 5 lives left. Not the best start to this round, but they still have an opportunity with 30 seconds left to try to stay alive here.
The Ravens just need to play trades. This should not be an issue here for the Royal Ravens. Keyword should. We'll see what happens. 23 seconds will put a little bit of pressure here on the Ravens to make a move on towards the zone. Pinch is on the way over towards this A position. Abuza just trying to find kills around him, and now it's just the last couple of defenders, 3 playing up against 7, but the only player for Carolina that can actually get on the zone is Gwyn, and all the stun lands perfectly, allowing him the second kill, so he'll finesse his life a little while longer. Brezzy, the last hope, wins the gunfight, but he does immediately get traded, so more mixy than it maybe should have considering the start for the Ravens. 3-0 the control, and Seattle, I mean, holy cow, we need to work on control a little bit more than this.
Yeah, that's 2 respawns where they have just been blown out of the water, man. Like, usually when you form a new roster, keep in mind, when you're sitting in practice, you're playing all the respawns before you're playing S&D. So this is where they need to be showing why they decided to put this team together. But so far, map number 1, you're losing by 100. You clutch up in the Search and Destroy, but in the high-rise control, you get absolutely steamrolled by one of the worst teams that we have in the mode. So obviously something is not clicking for Seattle Surge. We're probably gonna have to get rid of high-res control going forward. But now your backs are against the wall, and then you're going into a hard point that you have yet to play as a roster. That might be a good thing, though. You haven't played it on Rio, and you can also allow someone else to pull out that third SMG. So Abuza, Brezzy, and Hoop have to try to step up on that map number 4 to keep themselves alive, because the way that Carolina are playing, they're just so in sync right now when you talk about the respawn modes.
Yep, and another map where not only does Gwyn continue to be another conversation point for potential MVP. I know that a lot of the conversation is favored Gwyn's, and I think a lot of that is justified with Minnesota finding kind of an uptick over the course of the last, we'll say, major and a half. But if Carolina could keep playing like this, conversations for Gwyn again have to keep going up, because he has really been individually incredible. But with their roster change, Fellow's starting to kind of improve his performance individually, map by map, match by match. And I don't know, man, if we're going to see respawn like this from the Ravens, they're going to win more series than just this one, pending, of course, that Rio goes their way.
Yeah, I think they're just getting more comfortable because, like you said, Gwyn has been their shining light in every single match and series. He's the only player, when you talk about the respawns, over a 1.0 KD. Everyone slightly under. But if he continues to play like that, and then you get the rest of your squad to start to step up, like you said, Fellows having himself a phenomenal series so far, that's what makes these games a lot easier. You're playing against some of the top teams, keeping all the HPs really close. You're dominating the control on that high rise. Finally, you get a W there. And now you're going into a Rio HP just purely off the momentum, the way that you guys have been playing respawns. We should be able to close this game out in 4 if we just stick to what we do, play as a collective unit.
And I think not just play as a collective unit, but keep that same focus we saw in Skidrow in terms of how and when we're rotating, because that was obviously the biggest kind of really moniker for success that we saw from Carolina. Obviously starting up 106-0 is, you know, also not bad at all. But hey, this is a map that can get really quick. We obviously focus a lot on the SMGs, but you get ARs to take long routes, anchor, find good spawns, and all of a sudden the map could be very snowbally as well, pending, of course, that your SMGs just don't get into a blender.
And if you're just taking a look at the Seattle Surge body language, it looks like none of these players want to be here. Like, we got to try to turn on up. As we take a look at the holding breakdowns for both of these squads, overall in the season, 63% for Seattle, 73% for Carolina. It's not really the best numbers, as you can tell for Seattle. They have been dead last in that category. They can rotate early, but they cannot put themselves in the proper setup to get some much needed time. Same thing for Carolina, just slightly a little better.
Sure. Again, when you're dealing with teams that are near the bottom of the league, you're going to see statistics that look like this. I think the bigger story point, though, is even though Carolina haven't necessarily found the wins that I'm sure, of course, they want, and obviously at this point, we also need to talk about the fact that they kind of need them. Yeah. Hey, the thing about it is you've played some good teams pretty darn competitively, and there were definitely series in there, reverse sweep obviously being one of them, that you would look back at and say, these are winnable series, that we could be 2-0 so far through the major, looking at possibly a third win here. So, yeah, I think that this is one of those moments where the Carolina camp has to still believe in the process, because not only has the respawn looked good in this particular series, they've played some other opponents that are near the middle, top of the leaderboard, also really close, and that's got to be inspiring. Yeah,
it's definitely inspiring because, like you said, you're playing some of the top teams very, very tight. So 1 to 2 changes in your gameplay, you can walk away with that W. Obviously, the series versus New York, you went up 2-0, and unfortunately, after the control, everything else was a smoke show. But this is an opportunity where you can avoid that Game 5 search and destroy, because at least the way that Seattle played in Game number 2, they have the same exact game plan with the old roster that they do with the new squad. So you don't want to get to Game 5 if you're Carolina. You want to try to close it out here on this Rio HP. Yeah. And I'm really excited to see, just in case, Fellow pull out that third sub. Oh, this is going to be mixy.
Yeah, 100%. And it's hard to really evaluate, like, hey, if you were to put 3 subs in both of these two teams' hands rather, who do you favor? Because, you know, we've seen Abuza kind of run that experimental second sub before the roster swap had happened, and he didn't look particularly incredible. So do you force him back onto it again, or do you run a 2-2 setup? We'll come to learn as Carolina will start things off with a favorable trade, and that gets them some early time once again here in the first hill.
Oh, this is good stuff already from Carolina. You get a teammate coming in from Seattle Surge, and you're able to win the trade fights into top mid. But it's Hook trying to set up a deep pinch route. Should be able to find a freebie onto Clayster. Now he's set up for the pinch. Time for RCDs to strike. He does find one, and it turns into a 1-on-1. Hook is able to win it. But still players from here, Carolina, on the better side of the map, trying to contest it, but already ahead of the game off the rotation.
Abuza at least able to force that last gunfight to allow Seattle some guaranteed scrap time. Arcades, trophy system already earned, is in position to at least stop Carolina from fully setting up around the second hill. You talked about their spawns being good, but there will have to be a fight to get into the hardpoint itself. Pinstripe kill feed, hardpoint opens. Felony, nice win here around the back. Arcades looking to get aggressive, but he's stunned just as he tries. The mantle and Fellow will take the gunfight win. Carolina using their proximal spawns to get in the hill first.
Yeah, they were playing patient, just make sure they were trading efficiently, making sure no one was going to apply the pressure through the middle's map and go for that potential pinch. It is Hoop now who found that timing, but he can only get one for his endeavors. The rest of Seattle Surge all trying to attack from the front end with only 35 seconds left. You still got some trophy systems that are keeping you alive on the point. Oh man, Clay just doing the major soaking right now.
Yeah. Calm and casual, nice long-range shots as well. Okay, full 4-man down, and this is where things got really disastrous for Seattle. The last 20 seconds of a hard point, not being able to contest the scrap means that Carolina can reinforce on the rotation. They've already flipped spawns around. Hook spawns over towards Old. Carolina have the opportunity with 3 members on rotation to open up the third in their name, and the first kill goes the way of Gwyn. 7-3 start. Follow up from Fellow. That will lock down the spawns, and the Ravens already in the time.
That's a great read right there from Fellow to read that player who was trying to at least stay alive through the back end. Brezzy with an unfortunate stair glitch right there, caught Fellow off guard, but it's still Carolina in towards the hill. They know where the pressure's coming in from, all through that bridge side. TJ just decides to send it, and unfortunately he does get paid for it. It's now Seattle Surge. They're here to contest. They're keeping it mixy, even though they're spawning all the way across the map.
Great patience from Gwyn, knows there's a contest, evaluates where it could be from, and then predicts it perfectly. And now Seattle no longer have much of an option to play through this bridge side. Or if they do, it's going to take a lot of time for them to get there. And Clayster's already kind of watching over the top of this. So the threat is now known. Gwyn, Fellow, pick it up perfectly, plus the team kill. And, oh, man, it's just... we have not seen breaths for longer than a second and a half from this Seattle team on any respawn yet to this map.
It's just not a good play right there. Your first initial push was to like, all right, we're going to be sporadic. We're going to push through bridge, push through top mid. And then with only 25 seconds left, you decided to send 3 players through bridge, basically gift the rotation over to Carolina. And they walked away with the remaining junk time. They're just not playing winning HP right now as they lose another rotation, this time over towards P4. You see the spawns. You got players trying to set up pinches. You got players trying to attack from the front. It's just not in sync right now, and Carolina making them pay for it.
And it's just so tough, Jay, because like this is really reminding me a lot of like early Thieves before their roster swap. It's like, how do you look at any of the individuals and say it's their problem or they're the ones that are causing some of the issues? Because the full team is just not gelling. They're not rotating together. They're not setting up how they want to. Everything seems to be very reactive. And it's just, it's really tough to diagnose when you have issues that are so full-fledged like this. Another 100+ point lead. Carolina's going to get gifted the concession of scrap time. And now you look towards rotation again. In Seattle, yeah, they're here. But, you know, it's again one of those moments where Carolina's not here. I mean, they still have a chance to fight through mid-map.
Yeah, they have a chance to do everything that they want. They're walking away with this remaining junk time. They already find themselves up by 120, almost 130 points. And now you have Clayster tries to go through the flank. He does get shut down, but Seattle Surge, this is a hill that they need to try to respond with. Just control exactly where Carolina are coming from, all in front of you, and just hold down your top bridge.
Brizzy up top. That one's not on stairs, so he'll find the kill a little bit easier. Carolina at least able to respond back. Arcity's last one left. Semtex just to create a little bit of time and space, but once more, Seattle's setup has been completely broken down. They have to refight for this hard point control. A couple of members still playing through that back tank, but Gwyn absolutely obliterates Brezzy off the truck. And with 13 seconds on the fight for, he will try to get as much of this as possible, while the rest of Carolina are already set up creating buffers towards P1.
They're just ahead of the game, man. They're just a couple steps ahead of what Seattle Surge are thinking. So now we go back to our P1 HP. Clayster with the beam from top mid with that MCW. as they are the team early in control of this P1. How does Seattle Surge decide to break this? We have players playing patient towards the bottom of the Eskies. We're trying to set up the timing also through Bidge. Finally, the trade does come in from Abuza, who's currently having a slow start to this game, but you're not having fun when you're not winning rotations. Carolina just steamrolling right now.
And this is kind of the similar shades of the Seattle roster that we had from the first major with Illy. The rosters of Abuza just not able to get things going with the SMG in hand. So do you just take it away and just go to a 2-2 compositional setup? Because the SMG's not really working out for him. Clay on 4, TJ gunning, smoking. No one's challenging and finding kills. Clayster on 5. TJ still off the double. Gwyn already rotated to do. And this is going to be the biggest beatdown at hardpoint we've seen so far in the CDL.
This is straight World Star, bro. Like, this is a mismatch from start to finish, the way that Carolina are playing these respawns. Already 223, 27 points away from winning this entire series. You get some cruise missiles to get invested. Gwyn's going to play slow towards backside of the gate side. He finds that first kill, and even if you're Carolina, just keeping them off of the point is already a job well done.
Absolutely. And as much as this has not been pretty for Seattle,
God.
you got to look to Carolina and say, okay, this is exactly what we were hoping that we were going to get from the Ravens after, again, some tough losses in their first 2 games. You blow Seattle out of map 1, you blow them out of map 3, and now you're doing this on a map you haven't played yet before. I think the hopes around this Ravens potential should be a lot higher than their record currently reflects.
Oh yeah, I agree. The only thing that they do tend to struggle with, that I'm completely mind blown that they struggle with, is search and destroy.
Sure.
You have S&D players from start to finish of this roster, and they just simply have not been able to figure it out. But it's only 10 seconds left until they're able to call series. Seattle Surge, great job. You're able to find a break, but it's only for 5 seconds. Now you're off the rotation. You are the team initially set up, and if you are Carolina Ravens, you can take your sweet time, hit all the way around the map. But Clayster could even jump out the map and come back in if he decided he wanted to, as they have a nice little comfortable lead, only 10 points away.
I will say, this is the first decent moment we've seen from Seattle, but no one's anchoring the back, so Clayster will get around, stuns will land. The hit from the outside does get quelled, so Seattle's still in. First 25 seconds are theirs, plus the follow-up eliminations going their way. Kind of almost feels like that round 3 in Highrise, where it's just like Carolina can do no wrong. It's just put the game away, please. Like, what are we waiting for? But this P3 has been really solid for Surge, as they will get past the 100-point club and have a chance to hopefully rotate.
Yeah, hopefully they get a chance, but they probably would not have one, as they still have a couple players spawning in towards the back end. Abuza and Arcedy's combined for 2. Big couple of kills there, but it's Carolina just slowly but surely only needing 5 seconds to close out this game. They can no longer win it here at P3, so it's going to be forced over towards P4, and Seattle Surge did the team early on, so how long can they hold?
Hit around the back from P3, coming out from TJ, the rest of it from the front. Timing is not perfect, though, from Carolina, and Seattle win out in the trades again. So where was this for the first 5 minutes of this game? You start to wonder, as they do get past the 100-point mark and extra clearance kills come through. Seattle stringing together a couple of moments here.
Yeah, they got a couple of good moments. You can just tell Carolina just like, let's just try to get this game over with. They dropped the teamwork strategies, is all out individual plays. Someone pop a 2-piece to end this game out for us. Just Seattle Surge are reading exactly what they're doing, but Gwyn in a position now through side boxes, can potentially take this player off the point. I don't think he's going to do so, as the contest is still going to be here. So Seattle Surge slowly but surely showing some life, but now with only 13 seconds left, Carolina said, all right, it's done with this. Let's call this game over towards Bridge. They're going to be the team set up.
First setup, like you mentioned there, but heavy stack from Seattle trying to hit this all together, and okay, that should finally do it. And it will. All right. I mean, it's just one of those times, just like, boys, can we just finish the last 6 seconds, please? Like, can we just all just frame up, set up, get the hit? Okay. And you can kind of see just there from like, Clay's just like, all right. I mean, did all the heavy lifting early, boys. Let's finish those last couple of reps off. And wow, it's still one of those things that I think you look at it when it was 230 to 40 and you say, man, Seattle's got to figure it out, man.
They have to hit the reset button, bro. Like, this is a new roster. This is now a second series where they do 4 short. At least they walk away with the S&D here, but we got to go back into practice and just hit the reset on everything, because the way that they're playing, not in sync, a whole lot of individual players trying to make plays, and when the teamwork aspect is not there, when you're playing against a team that's showing nothing but teamwork, the trades are abound. Like, these are what the score lines are looking like. Both HPs lose by 100. The control was faster than the flash. And now you're 0-2 on the stage with only one map win underneath your belt, and that's a terminal search and destroy where you're feeling good. But if you are Carolina Ravens, this is one that you definitely needed. You're sitting at a total of 25 CDL points.
Yeah.
Now you jump up to 35. You put yourself from 12th to 10th spot, slowly but surely working their way back up.
I mean, you could build a Walmart in that game flow between where Carolina got up to 200 and Seattle is still at 50. So beat down all the way through the hard point. And like you mentioned, you look at this series, if you're the Royal Ravens, and you say, okay, we just got to play our numbers better in the search. I think the first 3 rounds were absolutely winnable. The 2v4 that happened later, that's definitely one of those moments you look back on and say, should not happen again. So some things to work on there. But again, I still look at this Ravens team outside of the fact they played Seattle and how they played Skidrow, how they played Rio. That's pretty much par for what we would see out of some of the top teams. So it's got to be feeling pretty hopeful in terms of what their potential is, Jay.
Oh, yeah, just stick to what you were doing. Obviously, you play all the top teams really close, but then when you play the lower teams, you blow them out like that. So something is going right in that camp for Carolina. Hopefully, they start stringing a couple wins together so that confidence continues to be installed in that roster.
Well, there's our takes on our first series here on Sunday. We send things back to the desk to give us theirs, and of course, set things up for match number 2.
The chat just wrote blow it up. I don't know how to feel about this, Nameless. I picked Surge to win this, and that was based on the Ravens only having 2 wins. But we were talking about it. This is now 3 wins for the Ravens and only 4 losses with Foe on the squad. So totally different team since he's come in, right, Al?
Yeah, Puck, and unfortunately, that was some misplaced faith in the Seattle Surge. I'm gonna dab up my duo over here on the left because we called it in favor of Carolina Royal Ravens getting every single respawn in this series.
Did you think it was going to be 100 points difference in hard points? Because that was...
I did.
It was blown out.
100 points I did not see coming.
Well, I mean, I think, coming into this series, it was just Carolina trying some new things that we were all, as fans and viewers, watching like, okay, it's time to do this. Like, play Rio. You have a good roster for it. Clearly, this map works out in their favor. And then also Skidrow is another map that's like rotation dependent, and they have a great team that's shown great teamwork, and they look good on that map as well. So for Carolina Royal Ravens, obviously going up against Seattle Surge, they're not the toughest opponent. I feel like they showed a lot of improvement here. Coming into this, they were #1 in rotation in the last 30 days, but also a very good team at breaking throughout the entire season. So they put it all together in one series, and this is the result.
And to that point, being the #1 rotation team, I want to talk to Carolina Royal Ravens fixing some of their own fundamentals when it came to hardpoint. A lot of times in these series, when they would play hardpoint, they'd lose by about 20 points and they'd hurt themselves because they weren't being early on rotation and they were overcommitting to old hills. And they go against the #1 rotation team, like Jan said, in the Seattle Surge. And what do? They start early rotating. Somebody is making these calls, and guess what? They keep Seattle Surge in the box at under 150 points.
I do have to say for the Surge, Alec had a great day. 14-3 in search and destroy. He dropped 25 for the loss in the final hard point, but the team was missing a lot of momentum early in that game, especially from Brezzy and Abuza. But it's time to celebrate with the Royal Ravens as we bring in the old man, the oldest in the CDL outside of me. Clayster, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. Can y'all stop bringing that up?
No.
Geriatric. I don't need a walker. Like, every time I watch the broadcast, all I hear is the oldest man in the league. He's got dust coming from his bones. Like, guys, I'm 31. I'm not that old.
I mean, you're kind of old compared to the rest
Kind of old, bro.
I don't know about that.
Clay, talk to me about the squad, and especially Gwyn. What is it like playing with these rookies? You always seem to find that young talent, and they pop off for your squads.
Yeah, the team's been meshing well lately. We actually have been focusing on our search and destroy more than almost anything else. We've been getting a ton of reps in search. Unfortunately, didn't show that series, but it's just super nice playing with somebody as talented as Gwyn. He's a super low-key guy, super laid back, down to earth. So we've been getting him out of his shell a little bit, and I think it's honestly showing in his gameplay. He's been performing phenomenally.
Clay, I want to ask you about the Rio in this series. So obviously it was our first look of you guys on that hard point, but also the last 2 hills. So you held them about 60 points the entirety of the game. You guys were out rotating them the entirety of this series. And then you kind of start, it almost feels like not panicking, but you wanted to close out the series as quickly as possible and going back to your old ways. What was kind of that final play call for that P5 of, hey guys, like, can we please just rotate and get this last 5 seconds?
Yeah, we should have won off the P2 when I streaked. I unfortunately got mapped across the entire map by a sub from Kyler. So we should have won off the P2. The P3 they held on to pretty well, and then P4 we were kind of just slamming front. We were up so big that it's at a certain point, once they got like 100 points, we're like, hey, just rotate early and we're going to win the game. All we need is like 6 seconds. So just full rotate to one of these hills super early and we'll definitely close it out.
Clay, I feel like Control, that game mode has sort of been your team's Achilles heel for the last 2 years now. In this series, you guys look incredible, especially on that Highrise. Gwyn was going off. What is it about that that's giving you guys so much trouble?
Honestly, not sure what our problems in Control were, but I do know that we've fixed a lot of the issues that we did have. Basically just going, like, all dying at the same time, not progressing up the map the correct way when we have kills, and really just trying to be a nuisance in their base. I think you saw it a lot from Gwyn that game where he was just slaying super, super hard.
Yeah.
And honestly, Seattle let us get A off the rip again, like New York just did to them last week. So I'm really confused why they let us do that again. You think that after losing A off the rip to New York last week in Control that they would stop it this time, but we're like, yo, if we get it off the rip, we're gonna break them.
Yeah.
And what do you know, we did, and we ended up 3-0 in them. So we've been working on our Control too, but it's a new patch, the new hardpoint hills and all this stuff, so it's actually a lot of stuff that we've been trying to fix and get cohesive on, and I'm just glad we finally showed it in a match.
Clay, today you played against the top 16, believe it or not, in the Surge. You guys are currently in the bottom until after we update this leaderboard. What are the realistic expectations for Royal Raven fans going into Miami?
I don't think expectations are necessarily a good thing. I think that we just need to show up and take every match like as it comes. We need to play it day by day and not really worry about our points yet, not really worry about like, oh, we need to get top 4, top 6 and all this. We need to just focus on winning maps. And with map wins, series win will come, and with that, CDL points will come. So we're just really trying to take it day by day and not have any expectations.
Mace to the Face wants to know, Clay, what happens when you turn 40?
Apparently I'll still be slamming kids in Call of Duty, who knows?
That's the answer you're looking for. Congrats on another win tonight, Clay.
Hey, thanks guys. I'll see y'all.
Royal Ravens getting the much-needed dub, their 3rd of the season, and they're now 1-1 in our Major II qualifiers. We still have 2 more matches to go, and now if people don't know who's playing, they should probably sync their calendars, right?
You should probably sync your calendars. I mean, we've shown you this QR code quite a couple times now, but even if that doesn't work, you go to callofdutyleague.com/schedule, make sure you earn your squad up calling card, match all of us on the desk and in production and game, add your favorite team's 2024 schedule to earn.
Boston versus Minnesota. That is the second battle here on our Sunday. Don't go anywhere. Call of Duty League continues after this.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Hyping this up, right? It's the 4th matchup. You know, we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ. We're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty, so don't forget that. All right, like let's.
What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight. You look like an idiot. And I was like,
it's just a little too small, but it works.
Welcome to the Esports Report. On this week's show, we cover the current COD League standings.
The best.
He might. Not going to happen. They get the plant down safely. I like the trigger discipline here for, oh, my sweet Jebediah.
He's going to yell for it. Oh. Try to catch the timing. Tries to catch it.
It's done! He sticks it! The rookie! Balls of steel!
Benzo first, bro. Bottom of the list. We start.
I don't even know why am I on the list, bro?
Is that Steve? Is that Mulch?
It's Moch.
Put him in D.
Oh my god.
The first time I met Steve, he was playing for a team called the E-Girl Slayers.
No.
At UMG Philadelphia.
I think we throw him top S.
He's going next to crowd behind me, baby. Let's go.
Hey, Ben, relax. But to the right of Crowder, I think.
Calm down. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
It's fucking godlike to me. Looks good to me.
This list is unbelievable.
This is a godlike list, I think.
Player left. They gotta push. Good. Watch the A-bomb push.
A-bomb weak, A-bomb weak.
Gas.
Be advised, you're low on reinforcements.
Oh my god!
You won that round. Get ready for the next one.
He's got to be so happy. He finally doesn't have to worry about getting first blooded in round 11 on his team.
You're like an adamantium werewolf. Oh no!
Oh no!
He couldn't get out, but he can do front flips. Oh, Daddy's hungry! Oh my God! Finally takes him out. But it's dog-on-dog warfare! No! That was the most intense round of S&D that I've ever casted in my damn life.
By any means necessary, everything I'm doing is legendary. Step in my office cause I'm a boss, not a secretary. Second to none, I am primary, not secondary. Give me the throne, I'm ground shake. Yeah, this is a rude awakening. Still got it on lock, you ain't getting the combination. About to shock the whole world, I am ready.
There's the play from Liz to the back line, from the hip. Get composed.
I'm just getting started, time to turn it up. Going off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Pinch, the pinch, mid-age. All three of them gone.
Rocker. He's able to find another gunfight. Does he get the second hit? He does.
I'm coming with it, you feel it, I make it boom, boom.
You had to bring it back to Boston. And this time,
Run deep in my thoughts when I didn't have it. Sleeping on the floor, wishing it was a mattress. Now I'm in Hollywood with actors and actors, where everybody knows the latest trends and fashions. I'd rather keep it a buck, 100 if you ask me. I was trying to pay the bills just like last week. I was trying to sell the deals just like last week. Trying to run plays and run it up like the bottom end. It's in my DNA to have hope and make a way. Good energy will hit the MJ fade away. They hate getting out, but not today. Stayed in my lane, didn't complain. This is meant for me. Whatever come my way, this is meant for me. I'm trying to tell my story.
They can't kill him. They cannot kill him.
And I just fall for anything.
After Seattle's loss, that means Minnesota is still tied for 5th place with 5 match wins. On the other side, Boston, well, you're in the bottom 3 right now. Just 3 match wins this whole season, but you're starting to gain some momentum. At least that was until you played the Subliners. Let's start here with Boston. Let's keep it 100. A buck, if you will, Allie. Why do they struggle and when do they succeed?
Well, they struggle mostly when it comes to that search and destroy, right? Like, this is a pretty respawn-heavy team, but traditionally, like, you have Slasher on this roster, which is known as that guy when it comes to those 2 and 5. So it's simply off the back of their attacks haven't been very good. They're last in the league in attack, last in the league in attack post plant, and even when they do win their opening duels, they are bottom 2 in converting them. So they're getting first bloods, and they're literally doing nothing with them. And I'm looking specifically at P-Dog right now. He's going to be rocking a .64 in search and destroy, which is just, it's uncharacteristic, right? So when it comes to the Monster AG pregame, again, it's that S&D that needs some cleaning up.
I mean, I 100% agree. I think you hit the nail on the head there. Like, this is a team that is actually middle of the pack in hardpoint and top 4, top 5 when it comes to control. They're good at every single map, so they have a deep map pool in the control game mode. It is literally search and destroy in a lot of these series. They are just folding, and a lot of it is on the offense. They have to take it slower at times, right? Like, take your time, try to get that first blood, and the mid-round adjustments are extremely important. We saw it, you know, in their last match that they had up against New York. Some good opportunities early on, just not able to close it out. And that's what we're looking at the improvement for for today. Slasher is going to have to be the guy go into the film session to get these guys on point. He's been a part of some great search teams in his career.
Yeah, we just saw an interview from, I think, 5 years ago, letting Lando know, like, I built these teams. I taught these kids how to play search. If they get to a game 5, it could be tight. But if you're looking at recent numbers, a lot of signs are pointing to Minnesota getting it done earlier than that. Let's talk about the team you claimed is top 4 right there behind Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I think, Minnesota RØKKR, they just have a really good roster, and some of the players are just, performing right now. Linz has been great for quite some time. Vivid's been solid all year. Accuracy is going above and beyond. Like, we're seeing prime Lamar once again. And, that last series that they had up against Optic, that was way too winnable. Like, 4-1, I feel like, should be the actual scorecard. Just in the final moments of these games, sort of reeling it in a little bit. I mean, it got away from them at the end of that hard point. Obviously, there was a tough spawn, but so they were leading before that as well. They had potential to close that out. But game 5, we've seen them a little unprepared in their last 2 series. That has to be better.
Yeah, for Minnesota RØKKR, I think the biggest thing when it comes to this series is these two teams are actually really similar. They're both struggling in that search and destroy, so I feel like it's going to be whoever's having a better day and maybe even who's won the map vetoes on top of the other one. So for the Monster Energy pregame, it should be pretty similar to the Boston Breaches. Everyone on RØKKR is under a 0.9 right now except for Linz in that search and destroy, so maybe just get him some help. But they're right behind Boston, or right ahead of them, I guess I should say, when it says their defense need work. They're 11th in win rate and 9th in defensive opening dual win rates, which is about half of the time, which is just unacceptable when you're on defense.
You proved you can hang against the best. Can you beat the teams that are below you? I think our graphics person nailed that one, because that's the question for me today. If Boston beats Minnesota, they're right back to that question mark that they were for me going into that first major. We find out, though, if they can establish some dominance early on as we lock in our Scuff pickups. I'm going to go first. I'm picking Minnesota. 3-2. Can't be wrong twice in a row, can I?
I feel like I've picked Minnesota. I've picked against Minnesota every single time that they've won, and I can't break that streak now. So I'm going to go with the Boston Breach in this series.
Going Boston Breach, okay.
Yes, she's got to catch up somehow. I'm going Minnesota RØKKR. I think they take the series. They've looked so strong.
He's got the lead. Can the fans catch up? They're also siding with Nameless and I. Let's find out what the casters think about this one. It's time to get match 2 started. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, excited to get into this one. I think it is a curious one, isn't it? I am definitely leaning the side of Minnesota, but Boston need to turn it around sometime. Chance, and is this a potential opportunity?
I would say so, right? Like, if search and destroy has been the biggest weakness for the side of Boston, we've seen the game 5s as of recent for RØKKR, so maybe the opportunity is going to be there to take advantage. But I would have to say, on just a positivity front, if you're looking at RØKKR, you're feeling pretty good about this series. They've been going toe-to-toe against the very best teams in the game. And as Nameless was talking about, like, super winnable, almost unlosable. The situations that they put themselves in, I know ice has definitely been a problem, but you expect them to take care of business here in a series against Boston. That, of course, well, we have to find out. We get a treat. We get 3 invasions in a row.
Let's go.
Get used to the same style of gunfights for a long time, and just go ahead and buckle in for P4.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, especially some of the spawns we're seeing coming through yesterday. So we'll keep an eye on those coming through towards the Palace side. But very similar records across the season with both these two teams on Invasion hardpoint. So should be a banger. That rotational percentage, though, for the side of RØKKR, sending in around second, is going to be an important one. Heading into this, though, can RØKKR continue off where they left it with hardpoint, which, things up against Optic look pretty solid. Linz was fantastic in that series. Weren't able to close it out in that map number 5, but I don't think they'll be hoping to get themselves over towards that side of things. They'll want to close this one out nice and early. Over towards P1. A little bit of time being soaked up from the side of RØKKR, but for you, for the side of Boston, who really needs to step it up here in the hardpoints?
Priest, I think, would be the guy you're paying attention to really for all game modes, but like, he is a guy that is sort of like one of the ultimate flex players in Call of Duty over the past 5 years, like through the CDLA era. The guy can use every gun, he can play at different speeds, but so far a bit lackluster, and certainly after his most recent performance, you want to see him crank it up. But I know you already acknowledged those rotational battles. Snoopy is just by himself over by P2. Opportunity to make the big play, but he does not have any help.
Grabbing land in hand would have helped him for that gunfight against Vivid, but shots coming in from 2 different angles. All of a sudden, Minnesota RØKKR can find that break. Should be more than 18 seconds very, very shortly with 60 to play for here. RØKKR in a good spot, keeping an eye on the seam. He's going to be on the flank. Linz locking this down, gets gun out of his socks, and all of a sudden there's a potential break now. Seam going to just take the time with the rest of the team to maybe try and find the push, and they start to make the move whilst the kill comes through onto a Seam. An Awakening for a moment. The only one left. Big guns coming out from Big Wake, though. Snoopy gets taken down 50-50 so far.
Yeah, that is Big Wake indeed. Priesta just trying to do a lot of damage, getting exchanged on the downrange. A couple trades coming through, but Oswald, that ends well, and it does look like RØKKR gonna come out on top. I don't know if you read that spawn. That is 2, maybe 3 players basically spawn up simultaneously with Priesta. So it looks like the scrap time, because of that, more so gonna go over towards Boston, who also get to stay ahead of the rotation. So the rotation is gonna be the key over towards Showers. Awakening doesn't slip the net. They are gonna spot him, a seam there to take him down, and Boston, this is your opportunity to run the score up. Showers a true money hill, and they got the hold on it so far. Those palace spawns still coming through from RØKKR. They're going to be very far away.
20 seconds is the gap, and that will, by the time Minnesota RØKKR actually manage to get themselves over, they'll be pretty much eviscerated. Pressure now coming in through the mid-map, though. RØKKR starting to win a couple of fights that well. Boston are not going to enjoy. Priesta needs to lock it down, needs to find at least one on the cross here. We'll get Awakening. Push going to come through. Laundry finds another as well. Nicely played. Vivid from the flank, though, is going to try and do something about this. Again, nice from Priesta, much better. Sitting at 8 and 3. He's able to pretty much shut that push down all on his own. Good shots coming through with the MCW, putting the pressure on now. Can't quite find his fourth, but did a lot of good work in those couple of moments for Boston. 20 seconds to go now over towards Showers. Looking pretty good for a full 60.
Oh, nice jump up there by Snoopy. Common in search and destroy, but showing off the goods and hardpoint as well. Priesta, a ton of credit on that rotation, and Snoopy, ton of credit on the gunfight. That's a 4 spree, and that is him at his very best. Thinking about the crews, 10 kills already, but Don, we already know what's about to happen. Welcome to chaos that is this P4 hill. Spawn management, it simply does not exist.
Good luck reading any of these coming through, especially over towards the palace side. There's the first one. Nobody over there for Minnesota RØKKR, so Boston Breach will start spawning up towards that side. Well, Minnesota RØKKR will as well. Keep an eye on Palace and what's going on there. Snoopy will find one in the hill, one on the respawn. Vivid now just trying to lock something down. Minnesota RØKKR right behind them. Honestly, it is just very, very difficult for these teams to read. Hence, you don't get many points going over towards this P4 hill. Right now, nobody inside the hill, but it does seem as if Boston Breach are winning the gunfights. They're going to find more than a few. Time now potentially on the board here. Linz is the only one who can answer back here for the side of Minnesota RØKKR. Already thinking about the next hill with 20 seconds to go here at P4.
Yeah, he's working on that Pierce, but in the meantime, this is actually, halfway decent time that you're able to collect on P4. His team has been soaking it up over by that the motorcycle spot. He also had Snoopy going on a 5 spree along the way. Doesn't quite get the cruise, but still nice moves for Boston to keep that lead. But the long-term play has been Linz. He was the early rotator to get in the action, be the first man to set foot on time. But you have Boston players crawling around him, and Linz, all of his teammates are losing the gunfight. Pressure's on him to deliver, can't get it done. Boston clean house, and now Slasher on a 5 spree. Honestly, the fact that Slasher has died twice this entire map, a little bit insane.
Yeah, the interaction's not quite there, but very much the cruise missile is. 9 and 2. How on earth is he only died 2 times? Vivid's died 12. Slasher's starting a piece, though. Make it 8 in a row. Now just locking down the street. Accuracy with some good shots in, but some good time for Boston. Once again, that lead is just all of a sudden starting to climb. Sitting at around 60. Slasher now just continuing to do some really good work, making 9. Can he find the 10th? Not quite before he is taken down, but eventually just falling on his sword. A brilliant life coming in from Slasher. Gets the cruise missile. Good chunk of time for Boston on this hill and the last. Really good work throughout that first rotation. Coming away with about a 70-point difference as we head into another rotation of hills here. Minnesota RØKKR, you need to be a lot better over towards P2 and P3. That's where the difference really has to be mid.
Yeah, I think just the initial break that came through on P2 really sets you back. You get the palisade spawns on the rotation towards Showers. It can be a dagger. So Boston early on holding the game in their hands very well. Opportunity for the flank for Snoopy. He's going to get the timing as well through dark, but it does get red. I don't know if that's comms or awareness by Awakening, but he's on point with it. Either way, Priesta, last man standing for the squad, takes 2 to the grave with them, but RØKKR still at the time. They still have Boston spawning out on the deep right side of the map. If you're thinking about the comeback, this is exactly how you want the mini-map to look for Minnesota RØKKR. Admittedly still, though, final 20 seconds to fight for on P1. Try to get as much as you can, because you see Boston exchanging it for the rotation, but this is similar story to last time, where it's just one player's able to get through. The pressure to try to make the big play, it's going to be on Priesta. Not an easy feat. He does get his first kill, but his teammates got eviscerated along the way. So Priesta dealing with basically the entire squad. He's taken down 2 for the moment, finally gets dropped, and P-Dog, that was a hell of an attempt, just not quite enough.
Typical attempt, very much so. couldn't quite lock it down for the rest of his team, who maybe needed to find a bit more over towards the street side. But when you have a cruise missile, that's always going to help things out. Going to find at least one here. Slasher, make it 2. And now all of a sudden, that good work from beforehand, well, has slowed down, sitting at 14-8. But is reaping the rewards of that spree that he did go on. Snoopy now finding a couple of kills, but all of a sudden, Boston, for what it seemed like they had loads of good pressure, a lot of good positioning. Kills came through, looked like a break was there, non-existent. RØKKR will manage to hold on that gap, which was around 60 or 70, is down to around 35, and now narrowing. Minnesota RØKKR looking good for the rest of the time here, over towards P2. Rotations for P3 going to start coming in now. Boston definitely in the favorable position, but Minnesota RØKKR have clawed their way back into this one. That lead has been cut right down.
Well, if the lead got chopped in half, basically now to a 20-point game, we go to the rotation. Boston was a full 60 last time. Let's go to a listening and see if they can do the same thing again.
Lamar, coffin, one shot.
Coffin, Lamar dead.
I have her front, stay on time. I have her front cross. Right on me, That's one down, look for the other 3. Right dead. Nice, 2. One shot me, close on you. Wait, he's showing you. Let's go, small. One deep court, Lamar. We should be good. Deep court, Vivid. One shot. Yeah, we're good. Lamar told me 1 bullet cap. In cap. Lamar dead, good call. Nice. One's deep street though. What's Vivid? It's Vivid street. No, one's gonna go white car, I think. Okay. Look for this somewhere. I think one's cafe. Ace and D, just down from Ace and D.
Okay, Ace and D pushing up the street. Weak.
In cafe.
Cafe, small. Premium small.
I'm in front.
Yeah, Irish small. Cafe dead.
Nice.
Cafe awakening. Cafe jump out. Nice.
Other 2 left. No, you got me DVDs.
I'm on top of time.
Could be right now. He won't beat on my song.
Okay. I'm gonna play at the right, bro.
This guy, I don't see this guy deep left. I'm not even midnight on you. I cross right. Deep left to me. Hold on. There's 2 front of me. No, deep left. 2 ace search. 2 deep left and 1 ace search. Deep left is hitting you, Preston. He's hitting you. White car.
I don't see him.
Boston managing to find another really good holdover towards the P3 side. It has been their moneymaker here so far in Invasion. And Slasher just continuing. 18 and 10 has definitely slowed down, but very much getting the job done with the AR here. But some time for Minnesota RØKKR over towards P4 isn't necessarily crucial, but it would be nice. Spawns over towards Palace side. Which way are they going to stay? If you can keep them locked down, you can still get some time. Lins will eventually get taken out. But 40 seconds is the game now. Boston Breach have stretched away once again. Chance Minnesota RØKKR just struggling playing catch up here.
Yeah, hey, now this is a situation for Boston. You just play for kills. You could spread the map as much as you want. You could play as slow as you want. You get the right side spawns for that new rotation. You just want to keep Minnesota pinned back over towards Palace, and that is truly going to be the blender. You are stuck. The bridge is going to be cut off by a Slasher, and you're just going to have to spend so much time to try to hunt this man down that rotation is looking hopeless. Asim already pushing it out. Priest is going to be collecting that time in 26 seconds away. Boston win the game. 2 players do spawn out, so Minnesota RØKKR, if you push the pace, you can make the break, but you can see the hiding spots that Boston have chosen. They're playing for the kills to fall into their lap, and Priesta heads up on it, getting the freebies and trying to keep Minnesota away. These back spawns open, but still stuck in the blender.
2 players towards that back spawn. It's very, very tough now for Minnesota RØKKR. For all that, they got the benefit of Boston spawning out. Really good play from the players who were in and around the point just to slow that game down, waiting for the reinforcements to come through. And the potential win on the cards here now. It's about 15 seconds for Boston Breach. Minnesota RØKKR, one final good push down the street side. Accuracy will find one. Vivid over towards the middle map, finds Slasher. Good kills coming on through. It's down to Snoopy on his own. Final 7 seconds, not going to come through yet. Looking like Boston is going to have to wait for another rotation coming through. But is the damage already done? RØKKR going to be so far behind. Needs to be near perfect if you want to close this one out with P1 coming up and how mixy that this can be. It's going to be very, very tough. But if you can pick up some time, keep Boston off it, find a good rotation. A lot of if, buts, and maybes. But there is still a route back into this game for RØKKR, but they have to be perfect.
Well, yeah, and for the moment, they are. Right now, they are keeping them completely contained. Everybody pushed on the right spots. This is accuracy on a 4 spree, looking towards the left street and winning the gunfights as well. Does get traded out, but so far for RØKKR, everybody in the right positions to try to keep these players contained. And Boston have really just been struggling to win any gunfights. The team kill might be enough for Boston to make this break, though. If it does trade them out, but still, the bodies are here. The flood is in, and Boston, 5 more seconds. They walk away with this game, and Minnesota RØKKR getting pushed too far back. They called it game number 1 on Invasion, in Boston making that early statement. This is going to be a series.
Really good play coming in from Boston. It felt like the damage was done in that first rotation of Hills, where the lead got as big as it ever was, really. There was around 50 or 60 for the side of Boston with a good couple of seconds over towards P2, a full 60 at P3, and they never let the lead go. Inspirational first half from Slasher coming through, slowed down, but it didn't matter. Minnesota RØKKR keeping it within 50 or 60 all the way through, but couldn't quite catch up to the really good work that Boston Breach did towards the beginning of the game. 32 and 21 from Snoopy. Really, really high interactions coming in from him, finding the damage. Big game out of the youngster. But again, I think, you know, when you get a hold of Slasher, getting a hold of that cruise missile, then may not have found much from that on that second rotation of hills over towards P2. But it does get RØKKR off that point. It does just make things a little bit more awkward. You can't soak up that time, and all of a sudden it could be a 20 or 30 point difference just due to Slasher going on a bit of a tear. Boston Breach is statement map number 1, though. A good win to find.
And it truly was like an interesting game too. Snoopy obviously popping off just purely in the kills category. Both you had Slasher and Asim. The assists were crazy, but the fact that Slasher was 9 and 2 by like P4, or like we went so deep in this game and he had so few deaths that it is honestly just stand out as being strange. But I assume a lot of assists were rolling through, but it honestly just was map management. It was the fact that both of the showers hill, like the P3s that we saw, were effectively perfect full 60s coming out of Boston. Like the one true money hill that you can get on these maps, they deliver both times. So I mean, again, they basically, stuffed in what, 118 points to 0 just about on those two hills. So that is simply unacceptable. And if you're getting those early rotations and executing like that, it's almost difficult to lose on Invasion. So credit to the entire Boston team of making sure to stay ahead of that rotation game. But that's where the kills start, or the score rather, lights up. That 97 to 135 jump, the 144 to 198 spike, those are just absurdities that you're able to see. Two massive hills coming through there from Boston, and again, just truly setting themselves apart.
Really good job from Boston in the triple header of Invasion. Kicks off very, very well for them. 70-point game, they will take that, or 60-point game, maths is difficult. They will take that all day long. I'm heading into Search and Destroy, and this has been their issue now, Chance. It hasn't necessarily, you know, been too bad in the whole point on the grand scheme of things. But honestly, I was maybe expecting a little bit more from RØKKR there, considering how well they did up against Optic, specifically on, well, both maps. I mean, they looked fantastic on Rio against them. Came to Subbase. It was obviously very, very close. They went on to lose that, but going up against one of the best hardpoint teams in the game, they made it look good. Going up against Boston, they struggle. So heading into Search and Destroy, they absolutely need to make sure they capitalize on what has been the weakness here for Boston.
Absolutely. I think, like, you know, they seemed a little bit flat for the most part, but I think the way the map was being handled on the rotations, they didn't have a lot of options. Like, even on that final P1, when RØKKR got into that, like, little flow state, they strung together a little bit, but Invasion is not a kind map, again, especially with just, like, two incredibly important rotations. So, not a fun one there. I mean, good news, again, Search and Destroy. Boston has been one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in the league at the game mode, but I do think this is a, maybe a bit of an intimidation factor right now coming through RØKKR. Not a fun spot to be down 0-1, because again, their Search and Destroy. On map 2, it's been fine, but overall, they have had some glaring weak spots, really just in the clutch too, not even necessarily on like the mid-round adjustments. It has genuinely been like a falter in those final moments, sort of thorn in Minnesota RØKKR's side. So this is really the team that you want the opportunity to clean it up against. Boston, not typically the team that's pushing the pace there in Search and Destroy. Two players that have been absolutely standout, though, in the game mode. Slasher, S&D, his bread and butter, one of the best S&D players of all time. His KD so far has been fantastic. His damage output has been great. First Bloods, I think he maybe has like 2 of them under his belt, but he's won in both, so he's been solid. On the flip side, Linz has been a monster. Like, Rookie of the Year candidate for sure. Some of the performances he has strung together, honestly, he is looking like, you know, maybe in that conversation for MVP as well. Obviously a long way to go, but Linz has definitely been the guy most on point for Minnesota.
He's definitely been a standout. I tried to claim him as European the other day, but you did shoot me down saying, of course.
I mean, again, technically European, but like, there's no reason to do that like broad with it. Man. He's from Earth, you know? Like, let's take it there. He's a human. Like,
oh man, we don't have much going on anymore, mate. That's the thing. We need something to hold on to, and just let me grasp with the
British,
straws.
you get insight, and you should take him with open arms, right?
I'll take it and run. I'll take it and run. Invasion, Search and Destroy, then looking over towards their last 2 outings for either one of the 2 teams were losses, unfortunately. So let's see if one of them can turn it around. Of course, they will. But for Boston, 0-4, that's what you want to see. Defense over towards the B side. Looking pretty solid with the team finding the first blood as well. Did that all day alone. The angle just been quite distant there from where Asim was. Is able to find it from the mid-map with the MCW. Oh, this is 3 in the favor of Boston Breach. And RØKKR trying to work something down the street. Not going to happen with those first couple of bullets that come on through. Boston holding tight so far.
Yeah, Boston are suffocating as well. They just played so aggressive on the defensive end. And, I mean, Priest making moves. That man on the heat map just ran all the way up the showers, getting shots through over towards, like, the old P1. Now he's right back to the bridge. But that is a 4 versus 2. Make it a nobody getting a kill for Minnesota. The invasion momentum continues. And, again, that is Boston playing at a lightning pace off the jump. 0 time wasted in round number 1. Obviously, in round number 1, no trophies. The only team that was able to take advantage of it, Boston, with that final Semtex kill. So, again, Asim, first blood, he able to collect in the first 10 to 15 seconds. Priest there for the follow-up, pushing down A Street. That is Boston playing with some serious confidence. And, again, that is exactly what this team needs.
That didn't look like the 12th ranked Search and Destroy team to me. Not in round number 1, at least. Really good job, but one round does not make it to Search and Destroy. And let's see which way it does end up going. Boston now heading over towards the B side. I think what you were saying was right. They were so suffocating over towards especially B Street. And see accuracy now over towards the digger. He's going to hold it down from there, but tagged up from the stuns. Boston may well take advantage of this. Smoke down over towards the tank side. May just be a distraction. Accuracy will do well to find anything. Finds one. Vivid gonna have to get out. Does have a little bit of backup now, but the site has been overtaken by Boston Breach. No opportunity to get it down just yet. Awakening will find Slasher in the mid-map. It's a 2v2.
Yeah, that was a good smoke. I mean, you had accuracy, basically getting 0 help from his teammates there. One line of sight blocked off, and the reinforcements not super quick. Bomb is going to go down. Not a fun bomb site to retake. Vivid right now in this moment, waiting for Awakening just to work the pinch. I mean, it is common spots being played right now for Boston. Priest are really the guy that Awakening has to sniff out. And that's going to be maybe the kill that just decides the round. Because if you find Priest, you just collapse on Snoopy. Nice moves from Awakening. Horrible timing, though. Priesta just going to slam that door shut. That might be the gunfight to win the round unless Vivid can pull off some magic against Snoopy. Good luck in this gunfight.
15 seconds. First bullet's in. Going for the Charles. Snoopy is there, though. Sees him through the window, no problem. The snap from Vivid for the first was monumental, but is not able to get rid of Snoopy behind the digger. It is always a difficult one. Plays his time, takes his time. Rival 9 from there. 2 window panes in, stopping those shots. Boston looking good so far. And honestly, I think, it took Awakening so long to clear out down that B Street. That Priest that knows exactly what's going on, right? You haven't seen anybody from the front side. You kind of probably have a little bit of info. There will be somebody over towards Palace. There's got to be somebody flanking, right? Got to be somebody coming from behind at some stage. So good reads coming in from Boston to do the good.
With the pressure on the clock, COD timing is going to be on Priest's side more often than not, but still unlucky for Awakening in that moment. Either way, 2 very confident rounds coming out of Boston. Again, there were no trophies on the side of RØKKR. They just ran it down at B. The stuns and nades and smokes on point, so effectively using their utility on evasion. That is what you need. And now RØKKR, the A site, it's sort of halfway open. Number 2 and number 3, Priest and Slasher can make moves and be very quick to check down these alleys. And that's why Vivid trying to slide in position, keep this pressure up, and keep Slasher at bay. So far, so good. No one's fallen just yet. Baiting out a lot of nades and tacks, but Vivid is just in the middle of war at the moment. Boston lighting it up on the tack feed.
Accuracy has played this well down B Street, though. A lot of utility being used by Minnesota to, well, clear out the sightlings from the flank. Will not find 1, but 2. All of a sudden, Priest left an awkward little spot. Good shots coming in from accuracy. RØKKR eventually on the board. Slow and steady on this attack. Waited for their moment, but as soon as it came, Lynn strikes and all of a sudden the round falls their way. Good bounce back from Minnesota.
And didn't quite catch every single kill. At least I missed it in the feed. But I know accuracy, picking up the kills on the flank. You win the wing gunfights. It makes your teammates breathe that much easier. And Linz didn't see the first, but obviously on the second, just a good read. Snoopy was trying to make the play, found the timing to get through B-Dom, but the awareness there in that moment for Minnesota RØKKR on point. Nice little bounce back round. They're able to collect. And now that they have the trophies, maybe a little bit more stable on defense. Boston going to have to slow the pace down and maybe pick a new avenue of attack. You can see it leaning towards this A site. Minnesota RØKKR, that's 3 players leaning down B Street. Linz in position, first blood. It is done perfectly. Already advantage in the round.
In and out, gets the kill, dips back to a safe position. perfect start to the round. And now all of a sudden, Boston are curious. Did Linz push forward? Did Linz drop back? No information there. Now have to be very, very careful. Vivid pushed up towards the tank too. Boston Bridge now starting to play together. Know that there is definitely threats incoming from a couple of different angles. Awakening. And a little look down the street will no doubt want this fight against Slasher. My word, Slasher will just get his head down. Doesn't want any of that smoke with those shots coming on through. Boston looking for another route to maybe get something done here. But 30 seconds to go. They need to start moving. Snoopy won't win the gunfight. Looked like he got the first bullet in, but Vivid will punish him. Accuracy finds another. The round is pretty much done as Priest are now left in a 1 versus 4. Not looking likely. Great start from Boston. All but nullified by Minnesota RØKKR. As soon as Linz finds that first kill, RØKKR in a fantastic spot. And Priest are going to really struggle here now. Pushes to Vivid. Finds the round for Minnesota RØKKR. Nice play. 2-2.
Yeah, super good setup as well that they had after they get the first blood. I know for Minnesota, something Accuracy talks about, like after their sort of like online stages in stage 1 where they weren't performing, they were just really talking about needing to get that system together. I think we've seen their system on all these maps. It looks fantastic. The system can obviously break down in those very mixy clutch sort of moments that are like sort of atypical. You don't get that experience in scrim. So I think that's where Minnesota is faulted. But in that round, they get the first blood, and then their setup is perfect. Both ARs on both long lanes of the map, the 2 SMGs playing on the tank to watch over each other. Literally as good as you could possibly want to get it. So Minnesota, again, very well orchestrated team, at least when things are easy. Now back on the round, Linz maybe dancing with the idea of sliding out to the tank, but Boston, again, very aggressive. I mean, a double stack on the A-bomb, a guy in the mid-tank as well. That does mean Snoopy completely by himself, though. And Snoopy might be the guy to try to make the big play. Can you hunt this man down? He's playing sneaky because the pressure's on him.
Oh, he hasn't checked it. He hasn't fully checked it. Snoopy is still here. Lynn spots him. There you go. Eventually he does get a hold of it. So Boston were very aggressive on the defensive side of things over towards B. They sort of let it go and make well, Snoopy just have to deal with something over towards that side as Priester is able to answer back. 3 versus 3, but will we be expecting the full flank push coming in from every member of Boston? This bomb now going down over towards B. Boston gonna go for the 3v3 retake, but RØKKR, they've got a good idea where they're coming from.
Yeah, I think they've spotted at least 2 players on Boston. There might be 1 player MIA, but Lynch should be able to spot him towards the middle map. You see Asim's tagged up, so they got the intel, all 3. You know what's coming down B Street. Almost like a round of control, but Accuracy keeping these players at bay. The gunny gonna be a little bit too hot. Prieston does get that initial kill. Now Accuracy might be isolated, but he gives you 2, and that might be the stamp on the round. You don't want to give him that cruise, though. For Slasher, that is not the player you die to in this moment. Kill Accuracy if you can, but if you're gonna die, make sure it's to Linz, and Linz going into hunting. And Slasher at least does his job in the moment. You don't get the round, but you kill the cruise missile potential. So a nice one there for the vet to come in, and maybe unfortunate for Accuracy. But either way, did his job on that round. Nice little bullying of the B site. Maybe just reading the map pressure as well, because you had Boston stacking the middle of the map there in the moment. But here's your second look. Players just line up. Accuracy. He has a history of that.
It's a team in green as well. Don't want to bring up any memories, you know, but you were trying to be subtle with it, but I'll just nail it home. RØKKR now, 3 rounds in a row. After a shaky start, bringing this one back for all that Accuracy was on for the cruise missile. Now Linz is. So keep an eye on what he tries to make a move with throughout the beginning of this round. Will probably just put himself in an awkward spot for a guaranteed kill. And it is looking like that guaranteed kill could be heading his way. Seamanco considering a push over towards A. A little bit of purchase over towards the B Street, though. Could be something to consider.
It looks like that's going to be the... Oh, maybe not the play call from Sim. Working A Street, still trying to feel this round out. A Street is effectively left open as well if you want to make move that direction. You see number 2 wrapping back, so they're going to try to work this way through mid. Again, Linz is the player to watch on the 5 spree. 1 more kill of Cruz can be devastating on this map. And he's got it.
And there it is. Asim falls, and all of a sudden, the 4th round in a row is looking likely here for the side of Minnesota RØKKR. Shot's going to go in over towards the B side. If Accuracy can just stay alive, the reinforcements should be on their way, but he does one better. Priest inside of Dark, taken down as well. Make it 7 in a row from Linz to finish off the round. Minnesota very much into this one now. It's 4 rounds in a row after a really good start from Boston. RØKKR turning it on. It's all just kind of the plays being made by Lins, right? He's finding first bloods. He's dipping out. He's being that awkward SMG for Boston to deal with, and they just can't get a read on him.
And I would say for Boston, the most success they've had is like the aggressive rounds that they brought to the table, both on the offensive, defensive end. They're slowing the pace down, and the reads they're making on the map, a little bit strange, right? They go and check a street left wide open. So they say, hey, that's open. Let's run straight into where we think they're going to be. And they did. Ran straight into death and gave away the cruise. Lin's right now on a 7 spree. He's feeling fantastic, and maybe Minnesota off the back of it. You see the play call, just waiting for the timing to call in the cruise, force these players indoors, and see if you can find an errant kill. His teammates just took the space into Cafe as well. So many players outside by Palace. That's going to be at least one freebie. There goes Priesta. Accuracy does get blooded in the meantime, but at least you get the bomb plant down for the 3v3 over by the A site. See if RØKKR can clutch up.
Oh, this is going to be tough. Lin's now in the action as well after the cruise missile hits. Slasher probably spotted Vivid there. Vivid gonna have to reposition, although he didn't know because Linz hasn't turned around. So Slasher is potentially something on the flank that could be done here. 25 seconds time starting to take Awakening. Being pressured now. Slasher should have him dead to rights, but Vivid will find one. Slasher managed to clean it up, but Linz is there for another. Vivid finds 2. And Minnesota RØKKR hold it down. Cruise missile invested. Round gained.
And, you know, maybe not the biggest fan of Accuracy trying to push the street in that moment to look for Slasher, so he might fall. But in the meantime, you get the bomb down, still going to be a massive advantage. You get the A street control as well. And make no mistake, Vivid absolutely saw Slasher on the cross. Linz knew that he's going to have to turn around at some point, and they orchestrated well together. So very efficient rounds. Linz continues to pop off in search and destroy. Saw a stat before, you know, coming in with a 1.4 in search. Now he's 9-2, so he continues to lay down the law. Now at the MCW, maybe he's looking to be aggressive down the A street, or maybe just trying to feel this out. Double chow in the middle. Good luck with this one, trying to read it. Both kills fall into Big Wake's lap. The play call is perfect in Boston. No hope anymore in this round.
It's falling apart. Slasher will stop Linz on the 10 that he's been on, but he probably will be stopped himself. Accuracy finds the kill, and Minnesota have come roaring back into this game. Accuracy finds Priester. One apiece. RØKKR bounce back in the search and destroy, and the woes continue for Boston. That's now 6 in a row in search and destroy that have resulted in losses. Minnesota RØKKR bouncing back nicely. Map 2 search and destroy hasn't been a problem. Map 5s have been. We're a long way from that just now. Control going to be coming up next. But Boston, I think it'll be disappointing because they had such a good start, 2-0. Minnesota RØKKR just ran through them after that, though.
It was 2 aggressive play calls early on as well, right? On defense, just running at them. The next round they had on offense, using the tags, using the nades, pulling out the B site, and after that, just suffocating. I mean, Snoopy only being able to do 500 damage is a little bit wild. The fact that he got 4 kills is kind of impressive with that little damage. Maybe shout out to the 5 assists that Asim had in the moment, but either way, 2 aggressive rounds is not going to be good enough. Minnesota after the fact. Picking them apart, not really pushed in any of the rounds. Every single play call pretty much easy. Linz and Awakening, it felt like the kills quite literally just falling into their laps. Maybe the only spicy one was when Accuracy was able to line them up, picking the 2-piece over the B side. But either way, tied up series 1-1 for the moment. Get one search and destroy out of the way. That answers the question for Boston. The improvement still not there. We'll see if the respawn bounce back is in for Minnesota.
Invasion control is going to be coming up very, very shortly. Can Minnesota find themselves the lead, or can Boston bounce back after another poor showing in the search and destroy? Find out on the other side of this break.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Well, Boston gonna have to try and bring this one back from what was a tough search and destroy. Of course, the series is tied up, so don't necessarily need to bring it back, but they need to bring back some sort of performance that was resembling what we've seen in map number 1, because that was solid. But again, search and destroy seems to be the crux for this Boston Breach side right now, sitting as the worst team in the CDL, statistically at least, in search and destroy. And we got a good glimpse of it there. 2 really good rounds to start things up, but as soon as Minnesota RØKKR had the read, it was all but done. We stay on a vision for the 3rd time in a row, then we go over towards control. Do Minnesota have it in their locker here to find a lead in this series? They would be disappointed not to be 2-0 up, knowing going into the hard point they would have been feeling confident, and especially in the search and destroy they would have felt nice about that. But heading into control, the series is all tied up. I'm sure they'll still be feeling confident here though. Chance?
This is going to be the defensive shootout. Yes, I do agree that they're going to be feeling confident in a sense, I suppose. Actually, I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
Like, for the confidence of these 2 teams going to game 5, you have like the stoppable force versus the movable object in a sense. So I kind of want to see the game 5 just to see who steps up to the plate or who completely breaks down. But either way, the swing game mode that quite literally might decide this series. Well, that is a way to start it for Boston. I like the idea for the A hit, but good lord, the one fear you have is you might end up in the spawn trap, because now you are just stuck all the way back in Palace. Accuracy, he's been pretty good this year about sort of being an annoying island player to work the A site. Boston having none of it. This is the one downside to trying to going off A on the break, is you do get stuck in the spawn trap. This is the blender.
Oh, welcome to it. Awakening now going to try and find himself a way out. A seam, 3 in a row. 4 in a row, maybe well be heading his way, but they're just trying to go 3 in a row. 4 in a row, maybe well be heading his way, but they're just trying to go pick themselves out of this one. Minnesota RØKKR, an awkward spot. Priest is just getting aggressive now, and they are just putting the head down whilst they can. Want to try and not be maybe too overzealous with this, because all of a sudden a potential opening over towards the A side. Vivid is going to manage to find a way through. Big gunfight going to come here. Is he going to expect it from a Seam? Vivid shots in. Seam has a little bit of help, but Awakening will find the shots down the street side. Priester is here, but so is Vivid. Still push over towards the A side. Vivid, unfortunately, will not have any extra help, and we'll have to do this all on his own here, Chance.
Yeah, he's got the nice spot as well, jumping up on the plate, but he's worried about the pinch. You know, Slasher was out of the top side of the map, and he just dealt with all 3. Long term, that could be good news since they got a single tick and they open up the pressure over towards B, but still with 20 seconds on the clock, if you're Boston, you fly at them in this moment. You push the pace and try to stop both the ticks. You could have a massive round on defense, but you do have to stabilize. First tick is going to be through on B, double stack coming through, and they have ceased winning gunfights. Slasher, the next man in line, him and Priest are trying to work this B zone.
Cruz Marcel's already been gained by Slasher in that previous life that, well, was just down to the spawn trap that was ensuing onto Minnesota RØKKR. They have managed to fight their way out of it, but only 2 players left on the B point. We're gonna have at least 3 ticks coming on through. Awakening will follow. Good shots coming in from Snoopy. Then Skidrow with staying alive, just puts the pressure on. I like that play from Linz. Now the rest of Minnesota RØKKR are on their way in 9 seconds. The team's going to try and cut off the head of the snake. The reinforcements on their way in. It looks like they've been dealt with. Boston going to hold defensively here unless Awakening can, well, find a miracle. But 3 ticks in for Minnesota RØKKR are irrelevant, so it's kind of a standard push in the control coming on through, although maybe a little unconventionally. That push at the beginning of the round that was maybe the beginning of the downfall didn't work out in their favor, and Boston punished them.
All things considered, though, the only sort of bad thing about that round from RØKKR is just the cruise missile that Slasher got, which obviously a cruise missile could be massively impactful on this map. So that is not an ideal situation at all. But as you called out, 3 ticks is more or less the standard. You might not get 1 full zone, but it is the segments that we care about. So I'd say for as that started, you cut your losses. That's not the worst thing to deal with in the world. You got Boston, again, maybe playing with a similar idea. Spread the map, see if you can get that sort of opening over towards A, but that door gets shut. B1 not wide open. The pressure on. Minnesota fighting. Slasher trying to keep things even. Kill does his job from up top. Those are big kills to get. His teammates, though, can't quite deliver. Now he's going to be dealing with the pressure through Dark Alley, so Slasher's got to jump off and keep playing for kills.
Slasher is very much enjoying invasion right now, but Minnesota RØKKR looking to try and answer back here in the control with their own defensive round. Let's have a listen in with the comms with Minnesota RØKKR.
Nice, Austin's there, missing Ace. I did a take. Ace could be missing. Which one might be dumb?
They're in mid left, because I don't see any mid. I'll go up. One tap. One's on the tank, or do you want to tap as well?
The tank with the pillars. Tank with the pillars.
We're missing Eastern still. Give him a tank.
That's it.
Hey, bro, get 2 on me, 2 out, 2 or 3 on me. I'm waiting for you guys. Jam and trophy.
One top.
Come on, car. I'm the car, I'm gonna slide in this guy. Hard dead. No one here.
Ice cream dead.
He's here. Go broken, got me, freeze. They're both there. He's on the car. Still be on the car.
Shot secure. Anyone on point?
I'm gonna play this.
Come back.
I get the nade. I get the nade.
I got the guy in the spawn.
Nice. I threw lost that point.
Take.
I shot him. Wait, now, right that point.
Nice. I'm coming.
I can try to pick up left. Shoot.
Okay, I have your help.
They cost 30 or no?
Yeah, yeah, what's time? Yeah, I have it.
I have pallets. They're going mid-court, I'm pretty sure.
I'm trying to get more. Tom, you gotta get rid of one.
So far, so good for Minnesota RØKKR. Holding it down, only 2 ticks allowed for Boston Breach, so it's a minor win on the defensive sides if it stays this way, at least anyway, and it's looking like it is going to. Breach has managed to find a route through towards DVD, but he is very much on his own. Spawns over towards this B side, the potential now. On the side of Boston, Awakening with 5 in a row, though. You really don't want them to get the 6th. 3 seconds, got to get a touch. There's number 6, number 7. Give him number 8 as well. It won't matter. Really good shots coming in from Awakening. A big spree to close the round. Minnesota RØKKR will get the better of things after 2 rounds of defense. A tick belonging over towards SI. We've got to say this again. Shots onto Priester. Butters up a seam. Finishes him off. And then who is it that gets the gunny here? Snoopy. Wow. Absolutely deletes him. And honestly, if the round hadn't ended, I reckon Slasher would have followed as well. Awakening. Big round from him. Minnesota RØKKR with the slight advantage on the tick side.
And this is hindsight 2020. I would have liked to have seen Slasher probably invest the crews at some point to try to push the pace, because as you pointed out, that was a effectively horrifically bad offensive round there for Boston. As good as their first defensive one, everything is now just null and void. You're down on the tick front. The cruise missile advantage you had obviously evened up because of the plays Big Wake was making. So that is an interesting 2 rounds coming through for Boston. Maybe a small missed opportunity, and now the opportunity for Minnesota is by the hands of Linz. Gets caught sprinting there, can't get the second kill, but that B zone looking nice and secure. And now, instead of using it sort of in an aggressive spot, you're forced to invest it on defense. You do not even get a kill. You don't get any map pressure. And now you just have to deal with more players that are bottom blue. Again, that's sort of the Minnesota strat. Accuracy maybe only takes up 1. This B zone, in spite of the cruise missile, gone. Minnesota gonna get it. A massive advantage now in this game.
I'm not one to question the Litigo by any sense of the imagination, but that feels like a massive waste. I mean, hindsight is 2020. Of course, he didn't manage to find anything there, but it almost feels like that was not necessarily the best moment to use it. But irrelevant of that, Boston will lose B, and now all of a sudden it's potentially on the cards. Just going to start coming through down this side. Snoopy not going to win that one. So Minnesota RØKKR starting to find a little bit more room down this B side. We'll start to work with a bit of a flank coming on through, but the deep player and Priester is going to be an issue. How on earth is Accuracy won that gunfight? Snoopy's able to sliding. There we go. Does make a difference. Good kills coming in from Snoopy though. And so RØKKR now going to be forced away. Good shots again. For RØKKR, yeah, they just haven't been able to formulate anything over to it quite yet, but plenty of time to do so.
Obviously, I mean, the opportunity to use the cruise missile again on offense. I wouldn't do it at this point, Big Wake. If I'm him, like, conceptually, it feels like you don't want to make the investment. But if you just somehow get the opportunity, get a 3 down, you could just call game if you win the round on offense. And Awakening might just be doing it with the gunny. Him and Vivid pulling up with a big 2-piece out towards the zone. They got the trophy. They're going to get the stack. You've cleared out the A street. This could be the game.
Oh, this is looking so good now for RØKKR. Inside the point, the kill's falling away, but Snoopy finds 2, and all of a sudden, Awakening all on his own. He's gonna get taken down pretty quickly as well. Priester will find it, but is the damage maybe done? 4 ticks in that round. You can see the ticks are still there, 7-2. Of course, Boston will have their attacking rounds and their chance to answer back. But irrelevant of what happens in the rest of this round, has the damage been done by RØKKR already? We'll have one more stab at it by the looks of things. 45 seconds, plenty of lives, but Snoopy is going to be an issue here, but they do deal with him. A trade comes through.
And it's just the stack again. You feel the pressure right now on Priester. 2 players to look for him. Would have had to trade if you needed it, but they just win the first. Gunfight, Slasher, no flanks coming through. The A pressure here again. Snoopy closes that door, though, picks up the big 2-piece to keep things secure. Snoopy popping off in this round. He earns a cruise as he saves you on defense as well towards the end. A small missed opportunity there from Minnesota, maybe to get that pressure on A, but already they've done their job. They are massively ahead on the tick battle. And Big Wake still does have that cruise missile in the back pocket, so you're sort of a gambler. If you're playing the odds right now, maybe an 80 or 90% shot for Minnesota RØKKR to win this map. They have all of the advantages. Boston are going to have to dig deep, pull off something impressive. They absolutely have the utility to work with, but the execution around that cruise is going to need to be on point.
One good A push here, though, from Boston Breach. And all of a sudden, things can turn on its head very, very quickly, but I don't think they inspired me necessarily in the first attacking round to make me think that that could potentially happen. Let's see if they can manage to formulate something here, Boston. They've definitely, I mean, look, you've had a couple of players go on streaks. You've had moments here and there. Cruise missile apiece. Take it over towards the B side immediately now for Boston. Priest will open up things with the first blood. Actually, a push over towards this A side as well. So B should be free because Minnesota RØKKR going to have to answer this. Priest finds his way in. Definitely going to have to answer now. You have one player here in Awakening who's going to deal with Slasher. Does he find the second? Not quite. Priest there on his heels. And Boston choosing to just give up B to come over and help Priest there, who may not need it. Good shots coming on through. Lins will be weak, but it doesn't matter. My word. Snoopy gets dealt with. They jump off B to help out at A. I bet you wish they hadn't.
That's so unfortunate, man. I mean, Priest quite literally does make the play, and then Lins just responds with a play of his own. And what could have been it, now you're just stuck in such a bad spot. You already got number 5 Lins pushed out towards the bridge. You heard his comms. He's one of those triple call-out kind of players, but he's going to be spamming it in-game, letting his teammates know that they're flooding the B street. Anyone that doesn't is going to fall by his hand. And this is just so incredibly annoying to deal with. And now if you're Boston, you got to call in the cruise missile. You got to try to make a play off the back of it. But, like, what can you even think about doing? The map spread in control right now that Minnesota has. I mean, this is impossible.
Do you maybe choke it up in terms of the cruise missile and just sort of say, right, let's save it to see if we can get something going? The problem is you're going to have another one to deal with Lins now. Yeah. Cruise missile on his side of things for Boston. I don't think this is obtainable. Cruise missile or not. Team kill definitely not going to help things out either. Minnesota RØKKR, almost a flawless defense. Incredible round coming on through. It is actually close. Not a single tick going over towards Boston Breach. Phenomenal from RØKKR to send us to round number 5, and defense will well and truly be theirs. And based off the 2 attacks that we've seen from Boston, they ain't got a hope, but they do have a cruise missile. There is always opportunity. This is Call of Duty after all. But can they find something? They haven't offered us any examples that might potentially happen outside of Priest. They're making some big plays over towards A, but it felt like a flash in the pan.
Well, if Lins doesn't pick up that 2-piece, I mean, it's not a guarantee that they win the round or capture the A zone, but they at least keep the pressure up. I don't think Minnesota RØKKR players were quite there off spawn to get that instant trade. So make no mistake, Lins does make the play in that round to respond to Priest's sort of mini hot streak, but as you pointed out, Boston, they were already having to do it. It is dig deep time. It is find a play around the cruise missile. And it is now 3 players working towards A. It's been Priest more or less by himself down the A street. Now you get all the reinforcements. The nade smoke gonna block off a couple different lines of sight though. So a player makes it through towards A. You win a couple of these gunfights. It's only 1 player on it to stop the clock though. But Awakening is shooting at Ghost, so this is so many players. This is your opportunity for Boston.
Here we go. First tick's already in. Accuracy can do well to find one. Now he finds the second. Now Lins is here. Just going to slow things down. Priest will hop off. Needs some help from his teammates. Lins, or does he? Can find one. Bit of laundry control for a seam store far, but that should have very well protected. And he will be able to back on down. But for Minnesota RØKKR, you are able to just about slow that push down. One tick comes in though for the side of Boston. We're now able to freely make their way over towards B. The life advantage in their hands. Still with the cruise missile, as far as I'm aware. Lin's going to invest his. Doesn't hit anything. And all of a sudden, that's an investment for nothing. One of those cruise missiles is already gone. Boston Breach making some work over towards the B side. So good start here for Boston in the round that they need. Oh, it's opened up. It's opened up completely. 3 players already down from the side of RØKKR due to a team there coming in. And now a team can start to farm. Finds one towards the A side. This is a disaster for RØKKR.
Wasim knows play for kills. You don't want to go to actually stop the clock because the B zone is going to be doing it for you. As long as you are alive here, the pressure that he is putting on the other team is just going to be astronomical. Finally, the cruise missile gets invested. Nice moves to pick up 2 kills as well. And it seems still alive in the back, forcing the spawn out. And Minnesota right now have to deal with the seam sooner rather than later. You got number 3 Slasher behind enemy lines as well. Maybe a little mini round of S&D. You see the Awakening cruise missile finally coming through. So they know 2 players are going to be in the back. And Asim doesn't get any help. Slasher falls as well. Still, though, he is dragging this attention. Any kill he gets could be huge. Still delivering in the back as Asim.
Now, Minnesota RØKKR, what did they do? Did they pay attention? They just leave him and just start to farm everybody else and try and keep them at the back. It's such a hard decision to make because the team eventually is just going to make his way over towards A and make you answer him. Awakening finds another
he just needs to go stop the clock. He's still playing for kills, but if it's 18 versus 11 on lives, I know it's tough because he is not getting the help, but you could win it one of 2 ways, but you take too long, and Lins picks you apart again. Boston, you are back to square one.
5 lives is now the difference. It was at one stage about 13. Minnesota RØKKR have pulled this one from the fire, but once again, a player from Boston has made his way through. Snoopy has slipped the net. The problem for him is that the rest of Boston Breach are well and truly in the palace. Slasher goes down to Vivid, who was getting very, very aggressive. Now, do Minnesota RØKKR have a read on this because of spawns coming on through? Snoopy towards the back. Yeah, they spot him. Lens is going to be the one to try and deal with him. One more opportunity now for the side of Boston Breach. You got to read this. Accuracy holding his irons. Can he find the second on the Priester as well? It'd be huge for the round if he could. Not quite. Priester finds it. Snoopy still towards this back side. Lins is having to pay attention to the rest of RØKKR. They're going to have to deal with the push that's coming in from the front now. The kill's starting to fall their way. Slasher will find one. Snoopy was taken down towards the back. 6 seconds to go. If you're Boston, you just got to hightail it. Asim will find one. He's not going to be close enough. Minnesota RØKKR hold it down. Round number 5 win. Find themselves a lead in the series.
And that is honestly an insane invasion game, but that is the defense special. Boston had opportunities. I mean, they created a couple different looks, but obviously it is incredibly difficult to actually orchestrate those A hits, so not quite able to get it done. Just to backtrack for a moment, I also do not know how Linz's cruise missile doesn't kill at least one person. I don't know what it hit that it exploded that high up in the air. I've never been able to shoot one down in this game. I don't even know if it's possible. I'm just not a good enough player to have that intel, but whether it got shot or he hit some random wire, Linz's cruise missile being ineffective was a massive opportunity for Boston, but obviously Awakening had his as well. 5,800 damage from Awakening, 32 kills as well. He was feasting the entire time. 25 non-traded is fantastic, and Linz might have gone negative, but 12 assists, and he had a bunch of different gunfights that were a massive impact, especially on the defensive end. So a lot of credit to the RØKKR players as we go back through the highlights.
And the highlights will show that, well, Boston Breach had really nothing in the attack in their first 2 opportunities at least, and showed some signs of life in round number 5, but just not able to make it count. There was definite opportunity there, the biggest opportunity we've seen for an attacking round so far. It feels like we won these 2 sides over 5 rounds of invasion. It didn't fall their way. They're going to lose the map, but yeah, it sometimes can't go that way, right? You can have 2 absolutely stinking attacking rounds and things haven't worked out, and all of a sudden you're having to attack for the 3rd time in the game. And you can just find one break. I think that's what's so fun about Control is that, I mean, we've had it for years now, of course, but you can get to the point of where it can all look so gloomy, but 1-4 down, and you're looking good all of a sudden. You can find that final round, and it can get turned on its head very, very quickly. Boston had that opportunity and just did not take it. That's a huge moment in this series. If they find that attacking round, you're heading into a Subbase that Minnesota RØKKR, although closely up, just lost the other day. You're feeling good heading into that. You definitely don't want to see map number 5, but neither did RØKKR, so all of a sudden, you would have been in a nice position, but as it goes, Boston can't close it out. Big plays coming in from Linz. I think a couple of occasions he dealt with Snoopy and a seam towards the back garage, and just a really, really good job coming in from RØKKR to hold down the defense. But yep, opportunity was definitely there for Boston.
I will say I would love to see a game 5. That would be fantastic from my point of view, but I know Minnesota absolutely do not want to deal with their 3rd map 5 in a row. They want to close it down in the hard point. I believe it's going to be Karachi, Subbase, excuse me, that we're going to. And I think it hasn't entirely been the best map for Minnesota overall, but This is going to be the first look, I believe, for them in this new split. So, as mentioned before, this is a team that they've done a ton of homework to really figure out the system that they want to put in place, and maybe the first good look for their new system on Subbase as well. I believe a 1-0 record on the flip side for Boston, so haven't seen it a ton. I know if map 1 is going to tell the story, though, Priest and Slasher shooting back quite well on Subbase. You need your ARs in the power positions basically the entire game, so those will be the 2 players to look out for as we load up in the map.
100%. I mean, we got a good chance to see it from RØKKR when they played it on against Optic the other day. It was a close game, wasn't it? It was like that 5-point game. Actually coming back, managing to find it, sending us to the map number 5. So that's their last outing. So can they maybe try and turn something around it? Because I mean, candidly, a couple of spawns here and there, they really didn't get blessed with it. Can they close it out here? But the 0-3 record across the season is not good viewing. Boston Breach will feel happy about that advantage, but realistically speaking, who knows which way this one goes. Boston were really good map number 1, though. If they can carry that over, some good rotations coming on through, we will be seeing that map number 5. We've had a few already, Chance. I mean, it's been a good weekend for us in terms of the map number 5s. I wouldn't mind a 3rd one.
Quite a few. Minnesota really providing that map 5 service for us, I'd say. They've been going above and beyond. The number of reverse sweeps we've already had just in stage 2 alone, we've like tripled up the number throughout stage 1. So team's doing a better job of fighting back. That is exactly what Slasher is going to have to do on this map. I know a lot of that from Slasher, by the way. I mean, it was like the LAN performance that is one single game that they have had. And he dropped the 1.94. So again, he was shooting back map 1. Absolutely be on the lookout for him here again on the or in the snow. Minnesota might be home for him, but as you pointed out just a few days ago when they were playing against Optic, did come down to the wire. Those are the things Minnesota want to avoid, and that is a peach of a nade there from accuracy. I assume had some help from a teammate, but the Kobe's always feel good.
Kicking things off here over towards P1. A little bit of a mixy one, but Boston Breach with a few kills is definitely going to work out for them. A couple of points now, inevitably going to hold onto the board. Awakening now is already going to try and stretch out over towards this side of the map. Shots from Asim. Very solid, though, to stop any overextension over towards these P2 potential spawns coming on through. But Boston, nice little start. It feels like they maybe need a good start there because there was opportunity there. There will be that lingering sense of opportunity, but good shots coming in from Asim. But the opportunity in map number 3 was definitely there. They're looking to try and make up for those mistakes. You're in map number 4, and I tell you what, the gunnies are hot so far. Plenty of kills coming on through for the bump side of Boston Breach. Of course, over towards P1. It's not necessarily the easiest to find the time, but P2 looking quite sweet as we're popping over towards that in a couple of seconds.
Boston have like the complete clearance around this new P2 hill. You got number 4 Asim spawning in the back so he can watch the flank. Everybody else, it is guns forward. Slasher on a 3 spree as well, but a bit of a tight setup over towards New. That's number 4. Side door going to be open, though. Accuracy finds the timing. He gets through, and he picks up the big 2 as well. The only opening there on the hill. Accuracy finds it, picks him apart, and for Boston, a little bit painful as well. You lose the spawns, lose this time. I got to make up for it in the kills department, but that is not going their way as Accuracy on a 3 spree while collecting the time.
Good stuff from Accuracy. Lynn's coming in to finish Slasher off. Really good break coming in through the Minnesota RØKKR, who we want to get rid of that 0 on their sub-base record. Quite low scoring, relatively speaking, so far. 10 seconds to go. That will go over towards the side of Minnesota RØKKR. Just so easy for Lynn's to pick up that kill up top. Nelly finds it on the Priester as well. Just about finishes it off. So rotation here for the side of Boston Breach. There was a rotation for P2. There's now definitely one for P3. Spawns absolutely miles away from Minnesota RØKKR. There should be a solid 20 seconds before RØKKR can really do anything about it here.
That's an interesting decision from Linz as well, right? He's still picking up the kills, but that's a moment where he goes for that shot on Priest. It dies and spawns all the way across the map. And speaking of spawning across the map, these players from Minnesota gonna spawn so much further away because the scene spawns out as well. You read the plusher on the flank, and now it's just, I mean, this might just be a straight up full 60, right? I mean, I'd say for Boston, you just have so much clearance on the map. One good spawn comes through, and for Minnesota, this is just effectively devastating. So Boston right back in the game. Nice little lead. They're going to be up by maybe 20 or 30 points going over towards New.
And for Boston, that was the story of map number 1, right? They found a couple of really good rotations, a couple of 60s, and Minnesota RØKKR very much struggled to find a way back into that one. Sound cue's not going to be there. But Vivid this time around, the scene will just about finishes, didn't it? Vivid falls down, and now all of a sudden the push coming through. Good shots from Asim, but not quite good enough to finish the kill. It's going to be making some inroads in the middle of the map, but Minnesota RØKKR, equally from what Boston did over towards P3, could do the same here at P4. Shots from Vivid need to be crispy onto Snoopy, but with 45 seconds remaining, Minnesota Rockets still looking good in their hole, but Boston are slowly creeping their way up the map. Linz will find one on the point. We'll need to get back onto that one as soon as he can, but just trying to clear out each and every single one of his bases. It's only Slasher now left in a position to do something about this. Great hold so far from Rocket.
And Slasher is not in a position to do something about this, right? He even retreats from top third and jumps down, maybe to bait out a couple extra kills, but they're trying to seize up, get the gunnies down in the back, and the opportunity to get to the hill is there. Slasher eventually finds the play, but it's always just to strip away an extra few seconds. Accuracy not even going to be there to get that time. In the meantime, though, a couple spawn outs come through. Subbase always gets a little bit weird in these moments when you get the sub spawns, but on the rotation, Boston, I mean, execute. It's only a 2-point game. They will be over towards P5 first. By the looks of it, power positions maybe in control of Minnesota RØKKR, but Slasher takes care of them. Administers death to everybody. A near 4-man wipe. Now you just got to read the flank coming through from Vivid, and you're squared away, good to go. Slasher can't quite get it, but at least you know where he's at.
Already having a very, very good game. Now 1.94 is looking like it will continue if he keeps going this way, but looking like RØKKR are eventually going to find themselves a break it. Boston don't get a great deal over towards the new hill, and Awakening & Co. will see that other 30 seconds that is still available, and we'll say thank you very much. Break comes through. Reads on spawns need to be good here from RØKKR as well. Priest already spotted in the middle of the map. This is looking like a good hold from Minnesota RØKKR after a decent break. Looking like we're going to be heading into P1, into the second rotation with a RØKKR lead. And I was a little bit worried for them as we kicked it off here as Linz starting to fry. It was just down to the previous game on Invasion where it was really about some really solid holds coming through from Boston Breach. Found themselves at a good lead, never really let it go. Minnesota RØKKR this time around, not letting things get out of hand. Priest are fighting for P2 spawns with the team finding the kills. That's definitely going to work out. RØKKR now spawned out. They know exactly what's going on here. Boston Breach may lose that final 30 seconds towards that final hill, but looking good for the spawns and some time at P1 here. Slasher in front of his chance. Honestly, struggling. I'm struggling.
Hey, happens to the best of us. And I think right now in this moment, RØKKR struggling as well, getting absolutely picked apart in the kill feed. This is giving away a pretty good chunk of time on P1. And in the meantime, that's like 2 different players so far that have tried to flood through this, like, you know, P5 side of the map for Minnesota. Linz is going to find the kills and maybe open up the spawns like long-term for the P2 rotation, but still on P1. That was a great chunk of time for Boston. Maybe only going to have about a 10-point lead. Priest to the man who flipped the spawns initially. He is tucking himself in the back of the map. Talk about playing it safe, making sure you secure the back spawn over towards New. Effectively going to be a tied-up game. Boston with a small spawn advantage. Still going to win the gunfights, though, and Linz at least gets traded out. How he wins that first one, I do not know. He is built different. And Priest, where his teammates fall, doesn't even get the back spawns for his team. All of that effort to try to lock it down, can't get it done. He's at least keeping people distracted, but it's still RØKKR collecting the time.
Still with those spawns, although not really getting that reinforcement coming in where you would essentially think it was going to come from. 35 seconds remaining here over towards P2. Boston will find themselves a break. Looking like a good hold potentially coming through. Asim deleting Linz. I beg he was weak. Push now going to come through from Asim. I'll say thank you very much, but it's Priest there to clean things up. And now all of a sudden this rotation, which was looking solid for RØKKR, at least with spawns this side, you have spawned so far away if you're Awakening over towards this new hill. The rest of the team, they'll lock it down without him. Priest is going to be able to find one. These couple of gunfights coming up, very important as Asim will find one more. Linz is going to be caught in the corner. He didn't see him. He didn't see him. I do not believe my eyes. Linz gets away with it. RØKKR lock it down. Boston may well have themselves a lead. The spawns towards the back. You don't read those. It's a free break for Boston.
I mean, dude, look, I can't. I'm staring at the mini-map and I can't predict these spawns. That is Boston maybe getting away with murder. Maybe that's consistent and they knew it was going to happen either way. Moment of the game. I mean, Priest has played back P2. Maybe never got the spawns for his team, but does enough work on the hill that they put themselves in a fantastic spot, and the gunnies are flowing. Asim has 25 kills. This has been the hill for Boston. It was the same story the last go around. It is the same story now. The close spawn's certainly going to help them, but they take that small opportunity and make the absolute most of it. A massive lead now here on Subbase. Plenty of time to rotate over towards New as well. Snoopy going to be working with both Slasher and Asim, trying to pierce the P2 side of the map, and accuracy gonna slow him down, making aggressive plays on the jump out. Asim, without too much help from his teammates, gonna take it slow, reposition, one clean break. Boston should win this game.
Can they find that clean break? For all that, Boston Breach pick up the majority of the time here. This 50 seconds goes over towards RØKKR. There's very, very little in this game. Linz is trying his best. Oh, can't find the second. Shots coming through onto his team, but all of a sudden this break now looking like it could come through. Awakening gonna go for the Chal. Of course he is. Priester will fall. But the pressure now starting to be put up. Minnesota rocking towards this backside, now being forced to fight out with their backs against the wall, but the break comes through from Boston. That 50 seconds, I said that would pretty much tie the game. Non-existent now. Subi's able to find 3, but it is a break back here from Minnesota, but a lot of time wasted.
And keep in mind, though, number 8 just spawned up on the pinch. So, yeah, if you're rotating over towards P5, Subbase giveth and Subbase taketh away. The timing has to be on point for when he actually makes his move, but the hill's about to pop, so this is the go button. Kill the guy at a hill. Slasher never gonna read that, and if there was any opportunity for RØKKR to get back in this game, it is here on P5. You know, P-Dog's gonna be in the back. If you did it before, you certainly do now. And maybe just in the mixiness, maybe Priest continuing to keep their heads on a swivel. Maybe the gift he was given, though, he continues to make the best of it. Looking for number 3. He's gonna get it. That is kill feed wipe, and now you can control the spawns. Minnesota right back in this game.
Oh, Vivid's gonna be playing with a smile on his face after that one. Oh, kills now just not working out for Boston Breach. And things can just turn around so quickly in this game. The card god's smiling very, very kindly on RØKKR, but now Snoopy from behind. Spawn's a little bit awkward once again. Push now going to start coming on over towards this hill, but the kills start to come through from Minnesota. RØKKR Vivid from the top window will find one more. It's nearly a full 60 for RØKKR, which is what they needed to get back into this game. They can't hold down those final 10 seconds, which could be huge. Boston Breach now going to find themselves very, very close. RØKKR going to be forced away. One play over towards this next hill is Linz. RØKKR needs to find 30. For Boston, it's only 12.
And Boston have been on point on P1 as well. This has been a hill where they have thrived. Now it's a hill where you don't necessarily flood the time. You certainly play for the kills, but you can be aggressive and take away a few seconds here, a few seconds there. Minnesota RØKKR, though, winning the gunfights. That's a nice little clearance as well. So keeping things up. Make no mistake, RØKKR can also win on this hill. They don't have the top third control, but we're about to have a near tied up game. You got to win these gunfights, though. Linz, the pop-off moment, able to give you the big 2, keeping Boston off that time.
Needs to stay alive. A lot of pressure coming in. Needs to get Boston off it if he can, but Sasha finds the gunny. Oh, accuracy can't finish that one off either, but Vivid finds 2. 8 seconds away from Boston Breach now, but Awakening from 5-1, and all of a sudden, Priester, you're left all on your own. Back look at him. It's still 14 seconds for Minnesota RØKKR, who cannot win it here. Rotation over towards P2 is looking good for Boston, but these gunfights are going to be huge. It's going to be down to accuracy. The fight's starting to come through. Asim will find it. 8 seconds away from either two teams, and now here comes Linz. Can find one. Nothing towards the backside. Boston in full control. If you're Vivid, you found the spawns that give you something in this game. You now need to find multiple kills, or we're heading to map number 5, and that's where we're going. Boston Breach, deservedly, if anything, will find the map win. Spawns on either side of things, helping out in different moments. That one from Vivid will probably live long in the memory. But Boston close it out, and we head over towards the search and destroy. Map number 5. Anybody's game.
I did not see it going like this, Ton. I have played Call of Duty for, I don't even know, 15 years at this point. I can't read the spawns looking at the mini-map. The players, I can only imagine what they are going through, but and all of the stress of what they are trying to contain. You got to tip the cap. Asim, 31 kills, 5,800 damage. The man absolutely popped off across the board, but that was certainly a nice back and forth battle overall. But this is it, Ton. It is the stoppable force in Search and Destroy versus the ever movable object for the Game 5. Minnesota RØKKR have not had the ice in Game 5s at all. Now they're going against the team with the worst S&D record in the league. That is as good as it gets if you're a Call of Duty fan. It's going to be a fun one once we get to it, but there's a look at how much of a nail-biter that actually was. RØKKR really turning the heat up. I mean, a 144 to 217 deficit, I suppose, that they clawed their way back into, but Boston, again, always on point. They always kept the spawns for P2 if that rotation ever came through. So really being on point on P1 for Boston paid off long term. But I mean, that's a map that, again, just looking at the spawns is going to be the difference maker a lot of the times, it seemed like, for that map 4. But that is a lot of jibber jabber, a lot of yapping on our parts, Ton. It is our job to be fair, but we're just waiting for the Game 5.
Yeah, I'm from myself in particular in that one. But hey, look, I think there's only so much you can say about what was going on in Subbase there. But irrelevant of all of that, we will be heading towards Karachi Search and Destroy to close this series out. Can Minnesota RØKKR turn this around? These game 5s have not been going their way, but you are, as mentioned, going up against the worst Search and Destroy team in the game right now. It'll make for some fantastic viewing right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Well, here we go. Map number 5 between these two teams should be an interesting one. Boston Breach, statistically, the worst search and destroy team in the CDL. The Minnesota RØKKR, well, can't win a map number 5 to save their lives so far. So which way it's going to go, we have no idea. I think, we were just having a minor discussion there, Chance, in between the break, of course. But for Minnesota Rocky, you're never going to get a better opportunity to kill off that game 5. But the same can be said for Boston. For your search and destroy not looking solid, are you going to be able to find something here up against a team who notoriously haven't been too hot on game 5s so far this season?
Those stats are insane. Like, you got to tell the story from Minnesota's perspective. They go toe-to-toe against two of the best teams in the game, and they start choking and losing in heartbreaking fashions, especially so in the game 5s. Linz has absolutely been the shining light. He has been fighting his heart out. The 1v2 clutches, even for the game 5s, like, he has been solid, especially on Karachi. Pay attention to him. But if Minnesota don't have the ice against some of the best teams in the game, you just say, hey, they pushed him to the edge. Still positive takeaways. If you lose a game 5 to the team that has the worst S&D record, I don't know what to make of that. That would be terrifying. So Minnesota RØKKR feeling the pressure, and of course Boston also needs some extra CDL points. So both of these teams hungry for it. Nice jump up spot done by Snoopy, but first blood's coming through just yet. These A-side battles between the SMGs, always important. Everything else over on the B site, very standard. Bridge players pushed out, over by Bricks as well. Extra AR players, so ordinary setups on both sides. But the first blood finally rolls through. Asim gonna grab it.
That was something for Minnesota RØKKR. We felt like they really struggled with first bloods up against Optic here. In map number 5, which was Karachi Search and Destroy once again. And well, it is going to be the case in round number 1 at least anyway. Awakening left in 1 versus 4. Not going to happen. Clean round from Boston. My word, Asim. Some way to kick it off. A really good start from Boston here to find that defensive round. But I just want to kind of allude back to the invasion as well. They started off hot on that one. It was a 2-0 lead. They didn't win a round after round number 2. So now, can they continue doing what they just did very, very well there? Just hold a completely clean round on the defense, but a lot of search and destroy to be played yet.
And you got to imagine a lot of these like sort of mid-round adjustment fights, it's the SMG players that get left out over towards A, that as soon as that first blood comes through, Linz gets active, Boston shut that down. So you know when these players are going to start making moves on the flip side, if you can contain them, you're going to have a great time. And obviously Boston execute now straight up the middle of the map. Free first blood, Asim's going to get it again. Maybe more kills going to fall into his lap. Accuracy is run straight through to Coop. And it ends up just being free for Slasher. What could have been in that round if accuracy would have found it, but the luck is simply not on their side in the game 5s. Awakening for the 1v3, not a lot you can do in this spot.
Not even the biggest of wakes can do much about this. B is just a hard defuse at any given time. 1 versus 3 does make it even more difficult, of course. Awakening got to try and find a pick here, but really good play coming in from Boston. Trying to find something, if anything, is possible here. Awakening not going to work out. Priest 2 rounds in a row from Boston to kick things off. Really good from his team. And I almost feel like that first blood, though, where Vivid running up top, it just felt like a little bit predictable, a little bit slow. It felt like he got there not very quickly at all. Boston punished him pretty much immediately. 2 to the good here. Chance looking very, very solid so far.
Giving away the freebie first blood's never an ideal situation. And again, what we saw in the invasion, as you pointed out, aggressive play calls coming in for Boston early on, and then they lost 6 rounds in a row. You never really get too aggressive on defense on Karachi, but they still shut him down, and then aggression through the middle of the map for Boston pays off. Going to be another standard again. Linz is going to be the player left on an island over towards A. It is a default push over towards B. Boston heads up for it. Maybe aggressive, jumping up top. Asim might have free first bloods. Again, he catches Vivid. That's the aggression you like to see. 5 in a row right now for Asim. The new man on the roster currently making plays. He's going to be looking for the cruise.
If he can get a hold of that, that would be huge for Boston. Honestly, I think just the utility was used wonderfully there. Over towards market side, it allows the team to get himself up and not get caught out by any bad timings. 5 in a row will very much be playing for this cruise missile. 3 players on the side of Minnesota RØKKR, though. One of them has slipped in, and that's accuracy. Being ridiculously aggressive. Right? Yeah, he's got to know, surely.
The way he just turned for that, maybe they heard him, or maybe they're caught completely unaware. Maybe that's just instinct, but Awakening's going to get shut down, and the only player, by the looks of that, they knew. I mean, Asim was turning, looking basically through walls, so either he heard him or someone else got the intel, and how quickly that round collapses. Everybody heads up there in that moment, and I think for Minnesota, they're struggling to get a single kill, let alone actually get a first blood, let alone actually do something in a round. Boston firmly the game is under their control.
Lynn's kicked back in his chair there, just like, what is going on here? Minnesota RØKKR, nothing to speak of over 3 rounds so far. The only kill belongs to Awakening. Over 3 rounds of search and destroy. Not good enough. Need to start finding something. Now over towards the defensive side. This is where you can maybe start to get something going for the team. Hasn't looked too hot so far here, Chance, but realistically, you need to start with something. Another first blood. Priest finds Awakening, who's the only one with a kill from RØKKR so far.
I was going to say as well, I think they waited out enough of the stuns that the player that got picked, instead of keeping the pressure over towards B, started wrapping back and just got caught. So I don't know if exactly that's what happened in Minnesota, but just dodging the stun grenades might have just paid off long-term for Boston. And now they've triple stacked over towards A. You see they're leaving Asim deep over on the B site. Asim wants to play hardcore right now for this cruise. And now you're trying to isolate lanes back P2. And Asim, by the way, gets it. He plays it so patient, gets the cruise missile. In the meantime, the aggression over towards P2 on A. Coverage is perfect. Boston can do no wrong because Minnesota can do no right.
That monkey on the back of Minnesota for these map number 5s is just getting bigger and bigger. Right now, it's just nothing can be found whatsoever. They're getting blooded. They're just getting outgunned, outplayed, out-rotated. Everything is working out for Boston. Got to give them the credit, though. They are the ones making the plays. Holding tight. Allowing that utility to do absolutely nothing from RØKKR. Punishing them for a good spot from you. And really good play from Boston Breach. Cruise missile acquired. Asim's got a hold of it. And this has been a whitewash so far. Have Minnesota RØKKR got anything to answer here? It's going to be a big push over towards it. I think some players at least got tagged up there. Now Asim is going to be ready for it. This stun is devastating. Awakening going to go for the Chaldo. And they're going to find the gunfights irrelevant. So Linton Awakening get themselves now into a position where they can potentially do something here. A-side control is there. Priest is going to find a freebie. Accuracy will fall 3 versus 2 in favor of RØKKR. That is a Hail Mary if I've ever seen one. If it does land, it'll be late. Can the retake come back through here from Boston? Priest and Slasher, what can they do?
Well, it'll be Slasher for effectively a 1 versus 30. Just does not last long at all. Awakening closes that door, and finally an opening break, a shining light there from Minnesota. As you called out, the stun might have been devastating, but the good news for Minnesota, at least they were grouped up together. So the gunfights come to them. They come out on top. Awakening picking up maybe 3, I believe it was, in that round. And I know for some of these game 5s, we've been saying for Minnesota, someone just has to step up and sort of like break the mold that they find themselves in to get any sort of momentum. That's the round where Minnesota finally able to get it, finally able to breathe. Of course, bad news long term. It's still a cruise missile in the hands of Asim. If a bomb ever gets planted on either site, I mean, that might just be the round. Once again, you see Boston waiting out the stun grenades as well to mess with the timings, but a much heavier stack here over towards B. Accuracy, obviously, the overseer, going to get all the intel.
Cruise missile called in on the attack here. Breaks it wide open. Who's going to be the one that gets dealt with? Absolutely nobody, but it does give them a little bit more map presence. For all that, Boston don't find the kill. It opens up B nicely. Vivid had to back on down, but finds himself over towards this site now. Bomb still not going down here for Boston Breach, just trying to dot their I's and cross their T's. But it should be a free plan from what we can see on the minimap. Seem looking
not exactly, no. Yeah, they're still waiting to find these players, and I think the patience from Vivid, he repositions in the cruise, and there you go, finds it. So Boston get the bomb down, but it's only going to be a 3 versus 4, and Vivid, he knows that player retreated over towards Bridge. A double stack on Bridge. Priest are going to be around the top 3rd area. You can clutch these in a 3v4, but advantage right now, RØKKR.
Priest is having to deal with 2 on the flank. Lindsay's going to get around the back. Priest takes down Awakening, no, and Snoopy will find Vivid. So looking good here for Boston as Priesta will hold down the flank in accuracy now. Very little he can do here. Series point Boston Breach. 5-1 to the good. The cruise missile might not have found much, but just control for Boston was enough to find the round. When that bomb goes down over towards B, it's always very difficult to find a retake. Boston Breach looking very, very good here.
And look at P-Dog, so inspirational. 8-2 right now, 8 kills in the game 5. A player that has certainly been feeling the pressure. A lot of eyes and attention have been going his direction, but here he is in the game 5 popping off. And again, Boston, a team that has not enjoyed Search and Destroy on the entire year. Right now, Minnesota making him look like one of the best in the game. Accuracy on a donut. Lynn's the shining light, 1 in 6. Not a lot of life, not a lot of love, and for Boston, might as well run straight at them. Asim, free kills again for the first blood. Vivid has not shot back in a single first blood engagement. Man advantage again towards Boston.
It was Asim who found him in the second round as well. It's been so easy for him to find the raids. Stubby now holding down the middle of the map. A gunfight against Linz will be important in the grand scheme of this rounds, but a big push coming over towards the bridge side. Linz is going to have to start to make a move because accuracy maybe needed the help or not. We'll find the gunfight. We're left in a 1 versus 2. Pinned back where he really doesn't want to be, but he slipped in there. Oh my word, but it doesn't work out for him. Boston, the worst search and destroy team in the game, just made Minnesota RØKKR look like a rank play team. RØKKR fold again in map number 5. And they just cannot get rid of whatever issue this is. Zero ice again. Boston Breach. Huge win for them.
Yeah, at this point, the Iceman title might need to get relinquished. Like, this is just too many times in a row for it to not even be close. Like, they got 6-0 in a game 5 against Toronto, a 6-1 here against Boston. I mean, credit for the other team if you want to stay on the
100%.
positive side of things. Asim out of control at the start of these rounds. I mean, he starts off basically 6-0, gets a cruise. The first blood's going his direction. And in spite of the fact that Asim had the hot start, Priesta and Snoopy end up catching him, if not surpassing him. 9-2 out of there for Priesta. A wonderful game 5, and Slasher with his feet up. Don't really need to do too much there other than the occasional calm. That is electric stuff there for Boston in a game 5. And I mean, that simply just answers the question of how we're feeling about RØKKR in the clutch. And for Boston, incredibly important CDL points for those guys to get. Going to be a nice little bump up in the standings. Still a lot of Call of Duty left to be played, but that is an important match for them to win.
We talked about RØKKR at the beginning of the game. You know, this is the kind of game they want to be taking quite comfortably to put themselves in a good position. You can't find it anyway. I'm sure the desk have got a lot to say about that one. A very, very Boston Breach in the final map there, Chris.
Gotta say, Minnesota's really good at going to game 5s.
Yeah.
They are very good at that.
Really struggling to win it, though. This is now a loss to Ultra. Texas and Boston, they are 0-3 to kick off our Major II qualifiers. And for Boston, this win is massive. You're in the top 8 now. You just passed LAG and Vegas Legion with this win. You're 4-7 overall. Right back in the mix with the team on this roster.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Minnesota RØKKR, this is another Karachi that you're going to have to take home in the books and start thinking, you know what, maybe we need to take this out of our map pool, because unfortunately, like game number 5, it did seem like they were trying a couple new looks on defense, but they just weren't working. The Boston Breach were very much acclimated and very much ready to change their in-game plan. It just felt like they were constantly in control of the map in any given situation during this map number 5.
Nameless, this was a big exposure series potentially for Minnesota. Earlier in the week, we said they looked like a top 4 team after falling to Boston, who came into the day at number 10. Where do you have Minnesota?
They've been eclipsed. I think Minnesota has done a terrible job of expanding their map pool over this stage. I thought that's something they could have been working on headed into this series in the veto process. I think they made some massive mistakes. I mean, you're talking about Boston, the worst search and destroy team in the league, and you let Karachi get through. They're 3-10 in S&D. 2 of those map wins are on Karachi S&D. Mind you, it's even more egregious because when you talk about Minnesota RØKKR, they are now 3-6 on Karachi search and destroy. Let Rio get into the map, let it get into the map set. Just a mistake on their part. I could say the same thing about that hardpoint when you look at it. Minnesota's only 0-1 on the map. We need to be working on that in practice so you can come to these matches and play it. That is a map that Boston is not good at, so I think they made some huge mistakes.
And I think it's time for our scout play of the game. It's the man with the happy hands in the bottom right corner. Asim joins us with his performance in Search and Destroy, a cruise missile to open the game and send Accuracy's camera flying. Very frustrated Minnesota squad and a very happy young man on your screen right now.
Yeah, it's honestly just going to be a highlight reel when it comes to Asim, especially during this map number 1, which Minnesota RØKKR is typically famous for winning these opening hard points over Boston Breach. That was a big map number 1 win in 250-189. It was really map 4 where Asim shined 31-26 with over 5,800k damage to close out that map number 4 to solidify the win. It was only 8 points. It took those miraculous plays at the very end of that P1 of him finding a 2-piece round server, and then obviously the game number 5 masterclass.
And we came into the day, we looked at the numbers with Cap maps with the Seam, they looked basically even. Everyone had the same KD. What does the Seam bring to this game that has made Boston different, though?
I mean, I just think he makes some cerebral plays at times. Like, their hardpoint has gotten so much better. I mean, you saw it on that invasion. Like, even at times, on the invasion control as well, when he was just sitting in their back spawn, like, he is being a nuisance, and he's giving you opportunities. That's something that Capsule wasn't doing for this roster, and they're capitalizing. You got some world champions on here. They're going to figure it out, and that's what we just saw in the hardpoint in this series.
Joining us in the Monster Winner Spotlight, please welcome to the show, Slasher, back into the top 8 after this win. And Slasher, it hasn't been too many years or even too many events where I've seen you come with below an 8th seed. What's the struggle been like with Boston, and how did you guys right the ship today?
I think our biggest struggle has been like in our practice. We're just really inconsistent with doing the things that we talk about on a day-to-day basis, and that's why you kind of see it just when our matches. Like, I think we're the only team to beat Toronto, but then we can also lose to the lower ends.
Right.
And it's just about sticking to the game plan on game day, like the GP on GD. That's what we got to really focus on doing, because if we can get that consistent game plan down, we're gonna have more consistent results.
Absolutely. Slasher, I feel like historically you've been on some fairly good search and destroy teams, and Boston Breach, that's been your main struggle, and you're able to take this map 5 very convincingly. What's that conversation been like of pinpointing the problems and how to rectify them?
I mean, I think right now we're doing a lot of do-nothing strats, which, I mean, we have information, but we're just not playing off it. So, like, there's so many times where we have good info and we can make a quick, decisive play, like where the other team is set up to kind of single guy out, and we're way too slow to do that and giving teams too much time to rotate and figure out what we're doing. And I think, like, we just need to learn. Like, we have some good strats in our arsenal, like rushes and stuff like that, but we need to learn how to play the pick strategy right. Take that information and work off it quick, because if you can do that correctly, nobody will really know what you're doing.
Love that answer.
Austin, I feel like we've seen some great moments from Snoopy. He's had some moments where he just looks ridiculously talented, been a bit inconsistent at times. What's the process been like teaming with him and sort of trying to mold him into a top-tier talent?
Yeah, so I mean, Eric's like one of the most talented players in the league. Like, his shot is actually incredible. I think the big thing for him is, like I said, and what we kind of all have struggled with is like sticking to that game plan, simplifying the game, making it to where you can just get easy kills. Because if you're constantly getting easy kills, it don't matter who you're playing against, you're gonna do well.
Yeah.
And right now, I think we give up some situations and make it a little bit harder on ourselves than we should, rather than just, you know, playing that consistent COD like that. I mean, I've always kind of played.
Slasher, you have to play all the teams in the league eventually. What goes into the prep? Did you guys watch Minnesota's Karachi leading up to today's match?
Yeah, we did. We knew Karachi was going to be in it, and honestly, I kind of knew how they played it, and even before I watched it. I feel like, I mean, I'm really good friends with Lamar. I usually watch most of his matches. I know exactly what he likes to do, how he likes to play the game. So we knew what was going on, but I think the big thing for us was sticking to our game, and like I said, just playing off that info. Like, I think Asim was making a lot of big plays, and we got some information, taking like educated risks, which is like the best way to play S&D.
Final question for you. Who wins in our next match between Atlanta and New York?
Ooh, I got a game 5 grueler, and I think New York's going to win the searches.
Oh, wow.
I love it. I hope it lives up to that hype. Thank you so much, and congrats on your dub tonight.
Thank you, guys.
That is Slasher. That's the Boston Breach, and we're 2 matches done. When we come back, Allie, we got 1 more to go, and it should be good.
Oh, yeah. That was a banger series, but this one might top it.
New York, Atlanta. Coming up next, it's the CDL. Don't go anywhere. Match 3 after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Talk about aggression. RØKKR, 4 players over towards A.
Zoinks! There's the second from Alex. Third for Alex. Oh!
Fourth from Alex, too.
We missed it.
To make the play, it's been all about him all tournament long. It can come down to a 1v1. Oh! He stopped!
Vickle now. Last one up.
He's got a trophy though, right? He threw a trophy out.
By doing.
He threw a trophy out. I think this might be too slow. Either way, he got it. Oh, he does get it. Yeah, it was too slow. He gets it. He just hops it right away. Nobody checks the bomb. They're going for it. They're going to be in as well. It is not the Ravens. It is a Phoenix that has risen from the ashes here at the Major. They take flight. They break the curse. London can finally weep tears of joy and not despair. On a retake from, but Dashi maybe just gets given a gift. No, Dashi didn't see him.
Open your eyes.
Oh no, he didn't see the player Kleenex lying down in the alleyway. Oh my word, and oh, Kleenex. Priest is trying to get the push up. Major is actually able to get a kill. Major, how does he get 2? How does Major get 3? I've got no goddamn idea. But once again, they clutch up. What in the hell did Major just do? That man's got ice in his veins.
Try and work someone on the flank. He's able to find by Criminelli. The Craigs, they're able to get 2 headshots. They know that Formal is gone. Vivid. Ooh, I think that's a bit of an over challenge. Envoy, he goes to the defensive side. Nobody able to check the bomb. Crim ready for it. Nice shots. Or Criminelli now going to find all 4 kills.
This is Formal for the ace. Third. 4. Illy wraps back, and it's Formal with the ace.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. I ain't wanna take light, look into my when that coffin. But I'm never joshing, this ain't a stopping. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets if you want the heat, yeah.
Perfect, guys. Let's get perfect. With the point. Good. Nice. Good man. That game, bro. On it. He's on it. One shot. Nice. He's on it. I was like, what? Christ.
You're lucky that wasn't on land, Hydra. Taking your headset off early is disrespectful, and you would get a DQ. They get the win anyway, and Hydra didn't need to know where they were coming from. The man, he always has that feeling in his veins.
Yeah, he always has ice in his veins. One of the best players in the game, if not the best, so he didn't need it.
Taking a look at our matchup. Why is this a big one? Well, look how many teams are stuck at 5. RØKKR, Surge, and Heretics. There is a huge separation between them and the top 4. And the Subliners, well, they could close the gap today into a top 3 position with the win over Atlanta FaZe. But you look at FaZe's record, 11-2. Those 2 losses came to the same team, Nameless. They've got everyone else's number in this league.
Listen, man, play this new and improved New York Subliners. This is the world champions, the team that Atlanta could not beat last year. This is going to be a banger of a match. I feel like everybody's been wanting to see how New York stacks up against the top teams, and we're about to find out right now, because as of late, they have been dealing. Everybody's been playing great. Hydra's been on point.
It was a 3-0 over Surge, a 3-0 over Breach, but remember, this team went down 0-2 against the Royal Ravens, Allie.
Yeah, that is true. And to that point, though, there is a situation where you can say that New York was playing down to their competition in that series, and also simply because New York wasn't the New York we were used to at the beginning of this season. So they do have 2 3-0 smoke shows versus Boston and Seattle. Boston just showing us an incredible matchup right before this series that they could be an underdog team, which is just another testament to how good New York has gotten.
Well, we got to talk about why this team matches up so well with Atlanta FaZe. It's because Atlanta FaZe, great search and destroy team, a lot would say the best in the game. New York, also top 2 S&D team, the best at the end of last year. They just have players who can go toe-to-toe with the players that are on Atlanta. And even when you talk about hardpoint, yes, Atlanta FaZe, top 3 hardpoint team in the game. Still, only a 2.8 differential. New York's is actually better. And you can see in the Monster Energy pregame, Respawn struggles no more. 3-1 in hardpoint, 3-0 in control, and the Major II Quals. A massive improvement from stage 1, Allie.
And there's a lot of opportunity here for New York simply because their respawns have been really good, specifically the hard points, if they have any opportunity. Because on New York Subliners, everybody is over a 1.10 on the season when it comes to hard point. Where on the flip side, players like Drawzow's at 0.81. They've been struggling in the slaying department.
That guy in the top left, 1.7 KD. Basically, he wins 2 out of every 3 fights, right? The man's pretty darn good. Kismet has been doing work in search and destroy, and we have a feeling Slasher could be right. We could see another Game 5. His former lineup, the FaZe squad, is coming out of Atlanta with the number 2 seed, looking to show everyone that they're still the top squad in the game. The problem? You've only ran into Miami. You haven't played your 2nd or 3rd match while the Subliners are already on match number 4.
And respectfully, I mean, they went to a Game 4 versus Miami Heretics. So again, there is some opportunity for New York in the series, but for Atlanta FaZe, it's just about cleaning up the fundamentals in hardpoint right now. They're actually really average in the league when it comes to rotations, and even their breaks, they're 8th overall in the league. And again, I talk about their slaying. Sellium and Drawza, I believe they're only at like a 60% non-traded kill percentage right now. They've got to start playing their lives a little bit better, because once they come up against teams like Toronto, possibly New York, those are going to be the areas that hurt them.
Yeah, and then also Subbase tanking their hardpoint 1-4 in it. They kept trying to play it to sort of improve their map pool. I feel like they've had issues in hardpoint, despite being 12-9. Like, they've had way too many close games. I brought up the differential before, and we're going to see it in this series versus New York. Another strong hardpoint team, and then also their S&D's been unreal. 13-1 in the league, win-loss without Toronto, and then 1st in opening duel rate, going up against New York, who's number 4 in opening duels. So this is truly just the ultimate banger.
That is a look at Atlanta FaZe. They are ready to go, and it's time to get our scuff pick'ems in. I'm going to kick things off, and as a New Yorker, you know I should go with the Subliners, but today it's Atlanta FaZe. Sorry, Atlanta. I'll make it red. Red.
Yeah,
there it is. That one. That's the one that I wanted. What about you, Allie?
Honestly, now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, I kind of wish I went with New York, but I got to stick to it for the sake of production. I'm going Atlanta FaZe.
Okay, Atlanta FaZe.
Don't worry, I got y'all. I got New York. I think they take this series.
He's trying to pull away.
It's a real pick.
He's been doing it all day. The fans have been wrong. They've been right. We'll find out if they got this one correct as we jump into the final match here, week 2 of our Major II Qualifiers. We got Study and Shift on the mic. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, friends. Yeah, Monster Energy matchup here, and like the desk had already framed up, Atlanta is looking like the top 2 team in the league because they've only lost to Toronto. But on the same front here, New York 6-0 in maps since coming back into this major, looking like a revitalized squad.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what New York can bring to us, because obviously at Major 1, you get dead last. It's not the way you want to do it, but you come into Major 2 qualifiers, and you have been making easy work of every single opponent. But your opponents have been Carolina, Seattle, and Boston, who you did handle pretty easily. And Boston is not no slouch, because they just won their last series. But all the other teams, they tend to struggle in certain modes. It's just like, this is the true test right here to see where we stack the Subliners up. We currently have them at 4th, but if you get a dub like this, you can jump up to top 3 without question.
And I think this, more importantly, kind of eliminates some of the shaky doubt that we had into the DFR that happened in Boston. So, yeah, lots riding here to kind of change expectations for what the league may look like. But overall, you still have to go through one of the biggest powerhouses in the league historically. And Atlanta will at least be able to keep the hard point neutral from the P2 side of the map. Everyone just kind of vying for positioning here, Jay.
Yeah, no, it's all about the positioning already to start off the game. As Atlanta FaZe, they don't start on the preferred side. You're thinking Subliners, they're going to be able to sprint right to the hill and get it for free. But Atlanta, they're doing a great job of at least keeping it contested. You have players towards bridge side, players towards top. They see it. They do end up dropping. So the Subliners should be able to take control of this P1. But for only 20 seconds, you see Atlanta FaZe, they are cutting their losses. They're more focused on setting up around that cafe, which could potentially be a full 60.
Kismet up top. Ooh, had the jump on Celium, but Cell does miss a shot. That will reduce the threat of New York trying to hit this rotation around the back. So a little bit of scrap time earned, but for the most part, like you'd already mentioned, Atlanta already in prime position. Hydra working on that red up top. That will at least allow some sort of a setup for New York to try to set up this break.
Yeah, and the thing with both of these squads, specifically on a map like Karachi, the thing that they struggle with is their breaks. You have 9th out of Atlanta FaZe, and you have 8th out of the Subliner. So this is where they need to start stepping up in their gameplay. And right now, New York, the way that they are trying to set up this break, you already have players behind enemy lines. Hydra finds the first kill. Now you set up the pinch as well between him and Kismet. Can they find these fights in towards the middle of the cafe? They can with a little bit of assistance from the team. That's a clean 4 dead. They get the break. And now they're controlling the spawns as well. This can get a little frantic if you are Atlanta FaZe. You are forced now to hit that early rotation.
That is just a masterclass from the SMGs for New York. It starts with Hydra kind of creating space at Hotel, and then the follow-up from Kismet and Sib with the pistol. Absolutely perfect. So you talk about breaks possibly being the difference maker in this map. We're already seeing an early instance of that. On rotation, go Atlanta. An opportunity for actually 2 members off the spawn to kind of reduce the presence at Old. So after not really finding much success over towards Market, Atlanta has created a new route over towards Junk.
Oh, they've created a new route, but it's still Hydra winning a one-on-one ISO on the pinch player Andraza. And now potentially an opportunity for Atlanta FaZe to find a break. You have a couple players from the Subliners who are spawning at least close towards Junk, but you have that coop spawn, so you can potentially just fly right on in, and that's exactly what they do. Celium and Andraza combined for 2, but here comes Kismet, his turn to strike.
Yeah, it's just been kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another for both teams. Get into the back, play your life, wait for help. Same thing happens in New York. They do the exact same result, and now Atlanta have to just work this from one direction for the most part. Celium is playing out towards Junk, but New York, for the most part, have a good read on this setup from the front side hit through Coop, and it's worked out brilliantly for them. 72 plays 32 here. Atlanta starting to finally get this break underway, but there's only 15 seconds left. You've already got New York looking towards rotation to New.
Yeah, you take that if you are the Subliners. You completely disregard the positioning right there of Celium, switch your sole focus over towards the chicken coop side, and at least walk away with about 20 to 25 seconds, leaving Atlanta FaZe the final team there for the final 10. And now you're gifted for rotation over towards the next. P4 is going to be set up, but a couple players do drop off of the rotation. Now Sib with his hands full, knowing that the players from Atlanta FaZe are going to be all around him, just trying to reposition, trying to finesse as long as he possibly could. His teammates eventually get back on the time.
Atlanta trying to work this through barrel side. Couple of trades come out. New York still trying to work in and around the hard point. Good read from Skies. Shots, though, not as good as Abizi blows him out of the water. Trade from Hydra up top, but he cannot jump into the hard point yet. Still has to wait for help. Atlanta spawning over towards the backside of this hard point, but kills are still the main focus here for both of these 2 teams as Celium obliterates Hydra up top, and that's enough for Atlanta to start putting some focus on the hard point.
And there's still only 20 seconds left, and New York, they're already going to be gifted off the rotation over towards next. You have a player in Kismet who's been playing back P3 basically a majority of this hill. And Atlanta FaZe some much needed time walking over with the final 25. We're going to make this still a 20-point difference. You are forced to find another break in towards the junkyard. It's not going to be easy. They're all trying to put their focus on towards Kismet, but Draza gets the info. He also has the shot to go with it. So this is an opportunity for Atlanta FaZe to work through the back end.
Clean from Draza. So yeah, like you mentioned, contested time, but Celium up top could have an opportunity to make sure no one from New York can come even close to this junk hard point. Abizi be the one to step in. New York still spawning over towards the P2 side, is working on setting up a hit from the front, and they've got Kismet on the pinch. Atlanta look like they're primed and ready for this, though, and yeah, every single gunfight goes their way. The ARs tee off, and Sib cleans things up. We've got ourselves a tie game.
And now with 30 seconds left, you see how far the Subliners are able to spawn. So they're in a decision-making situation where we're going to give this one up, potentially send a player to contest it from top red, but we're more focused on setting up again around that P1. And at the same time, Draza with the beams, he was able to earn himself a cruise missile towards the later half of this game. That could be felt. But Atlanta FaZe are going to find themselves up by almost 25 points going into our second rotation of HPs. Subliners are going to be the team early on set up.
Just comes down to, do they reduce this threat? With the Cruise being called in immediately here. Okay, so not waiting to hold it. This is all Atlanta saying, let's get him out of the point. Let's get in and see if we can keep stretching these points together. And well, for the most part, they've cleared out Hotel and the top positions over towards third, but no one's been able to get to the hill as of yet. But finally, the kills come through. Sim finds himself really impressive double, and as Kismet gets traded out, it'll be number 2 and Abizi, who just soaks up the hard point time for now.
Yeah, it's a big couple of kills right there from Sip. He done it with a rival 9 as well. He's winning some insane gunfights. Opens up that left lane for his team, and now they can hold down that position and solely focus on the middle of the map. And what an investment out of that cruise missile. You only find 1 kill with it, but the fact that your team is able to hold on the way that they are, you're basically dominating this P1 HP, and Draza has yet to fall on 9 in a row. Trying to break his own teammate InSimp's record at 16, even though it was a control. He's on pace. He's not missing right now.
And there's an opportunity for him to a bit of a route towards this top AC position. And he's going to get it for free. His teammates cleaning things up on the old time. The only one who's gotten through is Kismet, but he gets found, and now all of a sudden Draza right at the front door with this P2. Sim from the other side. My goodness, it's just absolute symphony of a break. Hydra holds on, and my goodness, he does incredibly well to get 3. Abizi, though, doubles down, and that's enough to lock things up as Abizi also makes sure no one hops over the back wall.
Oh, this might be the turning point of the game, man. Atlanta FaZe starting to chain a couple hills together. Abizi, it's your turn to start turning up. He already finds himself in a 5 streak. He's not allowing anyone in towards the cafe. And with only 30 seconds left, Subliners are forced now to hit that early rotation again over towards P3. Selim here trying to cut them off. And now with him being back down the way that they are, Subliners could put themselves in a position to win this rotation. But there's still the rest of the cavalry here to help Selim. They take down Sib, but do they read this pinch out of Kismet? I don't think so. Subliners are going to have that rotation over towards next.
Huge win there for New York, just trying to get themselves back into the game. Abizi on 5 after that heroic break. Came through for Atlanta on P2, so watch to see if he gets an extra cruise missile. The thing is, this is a requirement that New York gets a 45 plus here. In fact, you can pretty much say you need to get a full 60 if you want to have a chance to get back in this game.
Yeah, you need a full 60 hold. And thankfully, Abizi has not yet earned that cruise missile. Let's try to not give him a kill, but who needs to rely on cruise missiles when the gunnies are hot? Already finding two players from the Subliners spawning out.
Oh, no.
That's going to be Draza reading those plays. The breaks from Atlanta FaZe have definitely shown improvement. Abizi earns himself a cruise missile, and they're basically calling game already. This has been textbook since the second half of this hardpoint.
I mean, you take a picture of that New York setup, and you then tell me that they don't get a single kill defending that Atlanta break, I would have called you crazy. They were in perfect position, but just no one able to lock down kills. You've got 21 and 14 on a Hydra, but Kismet is the only other person who's broken double-digit kills, while on the other side, everyone's just teeing off for Atlanta. 100-point game. Abizi even hitting ult because why not? It keeps New York in place as they try to rotate, but the only one who can get there was Sim, and as he's cut down, Atlanta FaZe can smell a win.
And now Atlanta FaZe only 40 points away from closing out game number 1. Subliners have not been able to find an answer. That's now 3 HPs in a row, where it's been all of Atlanta. But Subliners, you know, around this P4, you got to be willing to put yourself in these positions and try to read these spawns, because it's a little bit scattered sometimes. But if you're not finding any kills, it's a lot more difficult. Atlanta FaZe is doing a great job of just keeping them off of the point. New York, they're getting those close spawns, but Atlanta are slaying to bits. Abizi cannot miss, man.
No one is winning a gunfight for New York.
No.
These are all face-up 1v1s, and no one is winning a gunfight. Sky's eventually able to break up this monotonous Atlanta FaZe kill feed, but it just feels kind of like a moot point. And just the finesse game from Atlanta, it just feels like everyone on the map is the hardest kill in the game. Finally, Abizi drops. Cell over the top will also be taken out, but you get a little bit of scrap time, and the margin is still just about 100 points.
And now if you are Atlanta FaZe, you are set up again around this junkyard hill. They held it for a full 60 last time around. But this time the Subliners at least prime pressure, have top red control, currently have bottom red. And you also have one player going on a pinch, but Skies does get cut down. So all of Atlanta's focus is on the front end. They might be able to close it out with the next 3 dead. Oh my
God, dude. Are you kidding me? Kismet finally able to get something going. It's just at a certain point you call it an SOS. If anybody can help Hydra, and Abizi really feeling himself 23 and 12. The break attempt from the front still good for New York, but I'll tell you, it doesn't feel good in any form. And now you've got the cruise missile plus extra kills from the ARs. That's got to be game.
Yeah, so Atlanta FaZe, they can't win it here on P5, but they can get pretty damn close. Gonna put themselves at 244, something like that. Potentially what's gonna be the scoreline, but 244 to 122. Subliners down by 1 million. They need to make a miracle happen because Atlanta FaZe, we were questioning their breaks. They've been able to find a bunch on the last couple of HPs, and it's still on the back of the SMGs. They have just been frying. Actually, everyone is frying. We're almost double positive across the board.
Well, it's not going to probably be for much, but we've got FaZe 7 points away, looking to break. See how the comms are feeling with them all frying out.
I'm team flat. Yeah, because they have nice, 2-2-2.
Fucking go, baby. Oh my god, boys. Come on. Good shit, guys. Dude, they're horrible. Good shit. Get time beat to you and crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, feel like 4 now.
Wow. That's about all that can be said, Jay. I mean, everyone essentially 1.5 KDs in the lobby. It's just an outplayed spree for Atlanta.
You can just tell, like, they're flowing with confidence. You could just, like, just see it in the gameplay. No one was making mistakes. Everyone had their moment. It was Draws over towards Junk, Abezian towards the cafe, Simp finding multiple 2 pieces left and right around the map. And you know, Celium is barely gonna die around that HP. But that was an absolute masterclass from Atlanta FaZe. Once we got to the second half of those HPs, just utter dominance at P5, and then they chained it to P1, P2, and P3. That's why the scoreline looked the way that it is. They just simply did not make any mistakes. Even when they were out rotated, they were finding the breaks. They could do no wrong in map number 1.
I mean,
9 and 30.
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I just seen that one.
Yeah, I was hoping you were gonna say something.
Wow.
That's not good. And it's just another long line of things where it's like you start to believe in this New York team, but I mean, Namo said this in the headquarters pre-show. It's just like they haven't played anybody.
Yeah.
Atlanta's only lost to Toronto, and they just put them in a blender.
Yeah, that's like not the way you want to come out, because Civ is a player that you added to this roster to make sure he's consistently slaying. 9 and 30. I can understand you're playing from the back foot the entire time, but you simply were not winning any gunfights. If you are the Subliners, you got to throw this one away and just rely on what's been getting you through a bunch of these series throughout this entire season, and that's been search and destroy. And even when I say that, that's not going to be easy because you're going up against the #1 S&D team in the game, man. They have to figure it out and figure it out quick.
It's just, you know, and I will say, just kind of looking at the map set, didn't have a lot of time to react to it. This isn't really a map set that you look at and say, you know, either team is going to be thrilled or really upset about it. Like, both teams pretty even across the board on where we're going to be squaring up, especially these first 2 maps. But, man, that is not a map result that you would have expected. I think just generally speaking, with how New York looked in their last handful of hard points, winning by an average about 60, 70 points, outside of the first 3 hard points, I mean, it's just, there's really wasn't any sign of life at all from New York after we got through 4.
Yeah, there was no sign of life besides Hydra. Somehow, some way, he was the only one going positive on that whole hard point. And he just figures it out. I don't know what he does. He does it with the MCW, does it with the Rival 9. But unfortunately, that's not enough to win map number 1. And now you need to respond on a high-rise search and destroy, where Atlanta FaZe, they're sitting at a calm 3-0 record. Probably one of the best teams that we have on the map, but so is the Subliners, who are sitting at 3-1. These guys have a lot of similarities. Both great in the first bloods, and even better after they find the first blood to walk away with a round win. 85% of the time, for Atlanta get it, they get the W. 93% of the time for Subliners if they find the first blood. So this is a head bash between both squads.
And it is, I think, maybe just another byproduct of both these teams have very kind of similar ideas in terms of how they want to find the first bloods, kind of trying to find early engagements often. So it'll be curious, I think, to see, are they going to try to rely on players like Ibiza that you would expect on one side and Kismet on the other to get the SMGs involved early? Or will we see kind of an AR square up? Because that's really the only other way that this map really plays out. And I would say, just generally looking at the numbers, those are the 2 guys that often get into the mix right off the get-go, with just support from their ARs watching over the top of them. So we'll see if that will be the case, because those are the 2 that I think in particular that will determine how this map goes.
I know, and these are the S&D Major II Qualifiers. Keep in mind that Atlanta FaZe have only played 1 series and that required 1 search and destroy. So everyone's stats are going to be a little bit padded. On the opposite side, for Kismet, sitting at a 1.17, averages about 0.9 kills per round. Opening dual whip percentage, they're square ahead. So I'm really excited to see these battles between both of these great SMG players.
Yeah, it should be a really, really fun one. And again, it's just one of those maps overall that you look at and you say, there are a variety of ways that you can play it.
Yeah.
But I think just generally speaking, trying to see how these two teams like to play, you have to figure it's going to be all about the sub battle, as we will be digging into this search and destroy celebration. It's the 100th search and destroy of the season. Small little fun facts moving in through this one. And like you mentioned, just on the overall records, both teams looking good. It really just comes down to who finds that first blood, you think?
Yeah, the first blood is going to be a major part. And even after that, the similarities between these teams when it comes to post plants or retakes, Atlanta FaZe are #1 in both of those categories. And the opposite side, Subliners are #3 in both of those categories. So this should be one of those back and forth S&Ds.
But here's the quick route from Atlanta down through blue. Stuns and nades largely get a bit of a tag on it, but it doesn't hinder this FaZe approach over towards B. Easy just walks into B up the ladder. Long range shots come through mid. That's Sib who's trying to keep this defense honest over towards B, but that's enough information for FaZe to say, let's just track back, see if we can get onto A.
Yeah, let's just track back and see if we can isolate Hydra as well. They find the first blood onto Hydra through top heli. Sip trying to get out with his life. He is the bomb carrier, but it's immediately recovered by BZ. It turns into a 3v3. And with only 45 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe have decided to wrap back and take control of this B site as the bomb is now going to get planted. Nope, the team kill come in, so BZ got to make something happen.
Does get one around the back. Off the regen, should stay safe. Isolates this down to a 1v2 standing. But New York had seen him drop into the underground, and they're going to reposition back over towards the Atlanta side of the map. Abizi, just able to catch the top of Sky's head, but that's not enough for him to kind of read the information and transition. So New York, outside of the fact that it looked like Atlanta was kind of having their way with the map, they respond pretty darn nicely on their defense.
Yeah, that's good work right there from the Subliners. Even your teammate getting first blooded, you still stay strong on your setup. You read the rotations coming in from Atlanta FaZe. You're able to catch Simp as he tries to put himself back in towards bottom blue, make it a 3v3. And then once you take care of that player, realizing they're applying all the pressure over towards B Street, you start to get aggressive underneath helipad, take that side of the map, and close out the round. Subliners strong on the first defense.
Other thing to keep in mind here about Atlanta, when they're on the offensive side, this team loves to get the bomb down, especially on this map. The problem is they don't often hold, or pretty flip-flop that. They don't get the bomb down often. When they do, they always hold it successfully, essentially 100% win rate when they plant. So that will be the focus here for Atlanta offensively. On the flip, New York, not bad either. Just comes down to, can they actually get anything going in that first blood department, as Sib will step on in towards B, bomb nearby. But no, not going to be able to quite stay alive. First blood goes to Atlanta.
Yeah, Mr. First Blood finds the first blood. This guy's instantly there for the response, but now you're forcing all of Atlanta FaZe to rotate over towards B. It's time for Hydra to strike. He's timing his jump up. His teammate's still giving him information as he's already behind enemy lines to potentially find one for free.
Well done. Does exactly that. Bomb being planted at A all the meanwhile. And you still have Sky's lurking. If he can just keep his life, that would be fine. Isolation from Atlanta is quick, though, so into the very rapid 2v2. Shots from Hydra landing, but not for a kill. Sippity now trying to work this one together. And Hydra and Kismet are just going to try to stay away from them and maybe get behind the play, but Kismet looks left instead of right, and that's not enough for them to get the info. Abizi does trade out Simp 1v1. 20 seconds on the clock, and Abizi has no idea that Kismet slipped to the other side of the map. Misses the timing on the check. Kismet still checks over the bomb, doesn't see anything, and Abizi may have missed his window to jump on for the defuse, and yeah, sure has.
Yeah, it's just no time for Abizi. Trying to locate where Kismet is. He has multiple different angles where he can check this bomb to make sure you're not defusing. At least if you are Abizi, you do end the round on a 3 streak, but the Subliners get another round on the board. Just once it turns into a 3v3, you see their main plan was, we got to put a lot of focus over towards B. There are attacks, force everybody from Atlanta FaZe to rotate towards that side of the map, and then you allow Hydra to make an individual play. Takes down Celium, then you trade effectively over towards the B Street side. Even though Abizi takes down Skies in the 2v2, even Kismet gets some bad timing, just not enough time for Abizi to locate where Kismet was.
So 2-0 start for New York, but Abizi holding his life, stays on the 3 spree. Stuns out Kismet, able to stop the play over towards blue. Atlanta largely stacked over towards the B side of the map, and it's Sib at pretty good range, able to find first blood. Skies also has Celium in his sights, but that fight gets delayed as we continue into the 3v4.
And this is a different look right here from the Subliners. First defense, it was everyone in the spawn. This time it's everyone up towards the B Street side. The Skies finds the second onto Celium. BZ and Draza now left in the 2v4. Draza wrapping his way all the way back into his spawn. He's trying to open up a lane towards that B side, and BZ still trying to find a timing through the middle of the map.
And Draza, if he can make noise towards A, Abizi's hoping that someone will transition his direction, but Instead, he backs off, tries to support Draza in whichever bomb site they choose to go to. 30 seconds on the clock, and, well, BZ's been seen, and he will drop off the map. Kismet, yeah, that works too. Okay, so how about this from New York? Little 3-0 start for the boys.
The adjustments right there on the defensive setup. They said, all right, first time is a little more difficult when we sat in the back of our spawn, but this time we're going to get all out aggressive through underground, up through the B street, find the first blood, find the second. Then in the 4v2, it's just not enough time for the rest of Atlanta FaZe. Put themselves in a situation. As you see a BZ trying to go for the fade away, unfortunately falls off of the map. He was going to die regardless. But New York Subliners responding with a great search and destroy so far as they find 3 in a row.
I need to know who the culprit of the Wilhelm scream is right then. What are we doing?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Clayster, you know, as many times that guy falls off the map.
Here comes New York through bottom blue. Stuns and nades over the top at Heli. Not really landing from either team's perspective, so the setups will kind of play out the way that play anticipated. But you do have Draza up top at Propane, clearing out the lane. Long angle from a BZ to the pistol and nearly doubles up, but Hydra gets the quick trade, and Sib behind that turns it into a 3v2 for New York.
Even with the BZ finding the first blood, instant response right there from the Subliners, and now they have the advantage. In the 3v2, Sib was getting ready to fall off the map as well, but Sib wins that second gunfight, automatically puts Celium in a 1v3. He is in a great position, though, because they don't know where he is. He might be able to find a freebie here. You see him? Hello?
Yeah, again, he's lit up bright white for us, but laying prone on top of that little fence line could be maybe a little bit more difficult. And obviously the result goes the way of New York with the numbers. I've told you, I mean, hey, first bloods, it's been, I would say, inconvincing in terms of how the stat line approached it, because almost every single first blood's been quickly traded, so we're getting early 3v3s.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. It's like, even with the Subliners getting first blooded, they're instantly in a position to find a response, and then on top of that, find a second kill. So they've been in an advantage basically every single round, and now that puts them up 4-0. Wonder if Kismet did fall, because he was on a little bit of a streak. No, him and Sib are currently on 4, potentially finding a couple cruise missiles can close out this game. But this has been a response that I was not expecting. Yeah, very, very clean S&D from New York.
A couple players possibly threatening for streaks, but Atlanta, first blood this time, not traded back as the nade comes out. A BZ inside the site. Mixie with Hydra, but the 1v1 goes the way of New York. So again, we've got another quick 3v3.
Now if you are Atlanta FaZe, just trying to work up to the B street, but already Subliners take advantage of the map. Kismet pushes his way up through bottom blue, finds another kill onto Celium. End-to-man advantage now in the 3v2, and you basically have everything cut off. You even have Sib making sure no one sneaks through underground. No one's going to overextend to try to go over towards the A side, as you know where Atlanta FaZe are approaching it. As that smoke gets invested, here comes Hydra.
Has all of the information, and Sib is there to pick up on the opening damage. Last player down low is Draza. And even though he does find the first, he's got no bomb, and this is a very difficult 1v3 in total, and that's the reason why New York is watching literally everything, and Sky's starting to feel himself a little bit. Not sure what we would call that dance move, and I don't know if I want to know.
They starting to have a little bit of fun out there. And when you're up 5-0 in S&D, Kismet picks up the final kill to earn a cruise missile. Gotta start having a blast, as the Subliners are not making any mistakes in this search and destroy. Even though the first blood went the opposite way, it was instantly responded, and then again, Kismet finds the second kill to put them in advantage. Usually at this point, I'm expecting Atlanta FaZe to show me a little bit different in the middle round adjustments, but every single time they try to make an adjustment, the Subliners are there to make an adjustment. So this has just been one round away for the Subliners to close this one out.
Flawless search and destroy potentially on the card. Sib trying to contest bottom blue, but Hydra just staying patient, finds the easy gunfight. Now you've got the streak getting called in by Kismet. And wow, did not have a speed 6-0 on the cards here, but New York are looking pretty darn good for it. Hydra still carrying the bomb, has not committed towards a site yet. Instead, there's a gunfight with the BZ down low that eventually gets finished off. And the last two Atlanta defenders are in a really, really bad spot as Hydra also takes down Draza, Celium, last one left alive. 1v4, good luck, have fun.
Yeah, GG, man. GG, let's just move on from this one. He finds the first kill, but it's instantly traded. Subliners respond with a very, very dominant map in game number 2. I don't think I've seen Atlanta FaZe get 6-0'd a lot in my lifetime. Yeah. And that's the first time it's ever looked that clean. New York respond, tied the series up at 1. That was a beat down.
Yes, sir. Only other team that's even really contested Atlanta in search was Toronto.
Toronto,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, that could be a very eye-opening experience for maybe how this series goes if we get it a little further down the line. But wow, I mean, we're talking 6 minutes and 36 seconds with the total game time right there. 8-0 from Kismet, 6 from Hydra. I mean, pick someone to talk about from New York and you're going to find a successful storyline to tell.
Oh yeah, they just dominated the game. No one could do any wrong. Like, perfect game plan every single round. But they needed to step up the pacing. They were able to do that. And then even after getting first blood at the majority of the times, just their game plan was too strong to instantly respond and then put themselves in an advantage after that. So New York able to tie the series up at 1. But when I was looking at the numbers before, like, we even got into this series, they were really close when you talk about the hard points. They were really close when you talk about the S&Ds. Number 1 and number 2 team there. But in control, Atlanta FaZe are the best control team that we currently have. New York, they're sitting at 7, but a lot of that is boosted because they just found 3 easy wins on Highrise. So this is the mode that they have been struggling, and Atlanta FaZe, you need to capitalize on that.
And this could be the map mode combination that may determine the entirety of the series based on how the hardpoint went so well for Atlanta and the search and destroy and the converse side went so well for New York. So join us at the backside of the break because we're going to be heading to Karachi for our control, and then we'll at least have a Skidrow hardpoint to follow up. This is your Monster Energy matchup. We'll be back after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back to the CDL and our Monster Energy matchup as our friends in Columbus are giving us like production bits with like the Wilhelm scream, people falling off the map, throwing in a little bit of extra effort. It's our boy John Fenn with the backwards hat sitting in front of all the monitors. We love that guy.
What type of Atari game is that, Alan? Like, I'm so old, but I'm not that old. I saw it on 6 different screens a day. Is that Galaga? What is it called again?
Why are you calling me out to identify it?
Because you should know, my friend.
Okay, that's just uncalled for. Let's get into the Karachi control. We were kind of talking about it before we loaded on up. Hey, both these two teams do square up on the math, the paper, pretty darn well. I mean, both teams have put on some really well numbers when it comes to their offense in particular, so that could be the deciding factor, or just down to who actually defends the zone better.
Yeah, I'm thinking it all is going to come down to defense, because both of these squads, they're right next to each other. We talk about the attacking rounds 4th and 6th, but 5th and 6th also on the defensive end. So this is just an absolute square up between both of these teams. But if you are Atlanta FaZe, you need to be able to shake off that last SD loss. It went too damn fast. Hopefully that 5-minute break does justice for them as they start off initially on the attacking round already. Sip is going to be on that point.
Yeah, great trades though from Atlanta. So they do not expect the pinch on the backside. Oh my goodness, Subbase nearly got the whirly bird on him, but it's actually Sib who takes Kismet out with the teammate. So everything kind of resets here. 26.26, Hydra aggressive and just holds down the trigger into 2 FaZe bodies. So now all of a sudden things come to a bit of a significant pause here for Atlanta trying to work their way out of spawn.
Yeah, they're trying to work their way out of Chicken Coop side, trying to take top 3 as well and eventually complete this A capture. But again, it's Kismet timing that deep flank as his teammates are applying pressure through the middle of the map. Puts himself in a position to make sure no one is going to overextend over towards B. They have to only focus on the A point. It's all about timing this flank, though. He is actually a deeper route as well, and he should be pretty loud because he's not going to have that dead silence. He actually does pop it here, and does his spot the player towards top 3. It's going to be a freebie right there for Celia.
And that's an opportunity possibly for Atlanta to work their way over towards the A zone. Easy also drops right in towards Sib. Trades again, though. Decent now for New York as they hold a 3-life lead defensively. Hydra also sees the trophy system. That alerts him that Celima's up top, but can't quite lock down the shots. Kismet follows up, but at least confirms the kill. Only 1 tick of progress been earned at this point. This has been fantastic for the news of New York. Follow-up shots from Kismet, good. A 4-1 start for the Bulldog. And all of a sudden, Atlanta, once again, reeling, trying to get out of spawn.
Yeah, only 14 seconds left, make it 10. New York able to find 3 kills around the map. Sedlium, last player up. Everyone else now forced to come off spawn. And that is a dominant defensive round right there from the Subliners, just trading efficiently through the middle of the map. Every time someone had to pop off and get a 2-piece, it was usually on the back of Kismet, making it happen. But New York only allowed 1 segment. That's exactly how you want to respond after that S&D.
Yeah, and I think even more so maybe after the hard point where no one's getting trades and no one's winning gunfights. Atlanta's biggest motor towards success on offense is by outslaying their opponents. So you just kind of reduce that from happening and you keep contesting all those key high ground positions over the top of A, and outside of the initial break-off, Atlanta never really even sees the zone again.
Yeah, they couldn't get onto the point, and now if you are the Subliners, let's just complete the segments anywhere that we possibly could, and this is already a complete blind counter. Only Simp over towards the cafe area as all of New York applying pressure. Can they find this kill? Kismet at least attempts to. It sets up Simp to find the trade. But New York already in a position to pause that game clock. Kai is trying to do everything he can to just stay alive at this B point.
Make this as annoying as possible, but he drops rapidly. And now off spawn, New York, not 100% sure how open this A side is. Trophy system will supply some support for Sib, trying to capture as much as humanly possible. Atlanta mostly working on trying to work on the flank here. 2 players, their jump side. Sib may have gotten a call from a teammate as he kind of turns his head to look for this, and the first hit gets locked in. Second still being worked on. Sib has not been contested yet, but Atlanta are starting to find kills, and Sib will jump on forward, find the kill, and complete some of the progress.
Yeah, Beezy with the super deep route flank. He's able to come up behind the players towards top 3, find 2, and now force all of the Subliners all spawn. Only have 1 segment to their name. How do they decide to attack out? They try to put pressure over towards the junkyard side to take down Celium. Great trades are there. but there's still only 40 seconds left. Atlanta FaZe are doing a great job of just trading efficiently, just the same way the Subliners did in round 1.
A very, very 50-50 game at the moment. New York have hotel control, trying to use that as the location for their main setup. Celium, top AC, not seen. Hydra does get enough support from Kismet to confirm 1 elimination, but the problem is it doesn't allow any route to get onto either zone. Sky's able to maybe provide some sort of an attack over towards B, especially with the help from Kismet a little bit deeper over towards the Atlanta spawn. That's where the clock will stop.
Yeah, the clock is going to stop. There's still a player here to contest him. It's going to be a BZ. I expect nothing less out of one of the fastest players that we have in the CDL. Puts himself on a 5, making 6, picks up the cruise missile. But that second segment is now going to get complete for the Subliners over towards A. They're in an opportunity to overextend that time, force an extra minute on the game clock, and with 3 dead, yeah, Atlanta FaZe are forced to now give that one up.
And Hydra does try to play for a bit of spawn kill over towards the Atlanta side of the map, but only finds 1 before being traded. Extra 60 seconds will be tallied on. 4 life gap in favor of Atlanta. New York, though, lots of space through mid-map. The only one really to contest this is Sim, and he finds perfect timing. Hydra right in front of him, but he avoids the double kill, and things will reset with New York trying to find entry to B.
Yeah, it's a big kill to take down Simp, though. That's a great start. Now you have somewhat red control, but do you read the positioning of a Beezy who's currently blocking your spawns by simply being pushed out towards junk? I thought it was going to be Sib trying to commit towards that gunfight, but a Beezy might have found another timing on the map. He decides to go on this late pinch, but Atlanta FaZe, they aren't budging. They are waiting for New York to make the move.
It just comes down to, do they know the threat is as close to B as it is? Draws it in trouble. Lots of damage, but can't confirm the second kill, so the clock stops again, this time at 30 seconds. New York with just Sib on for now. Sky's trying to make sure nobody rotates back in Sib's prediction. Perfect on towards to BZ. 28 seconds on the clock. Atlanta's still trying to make a mess of this red push. So New York has to flood this through the middle of the map. There's not an option to get here quick, but the spawn is so far away. Wallbang tags are decent, but Atlanta will clear the zone. Clock continues to tick, and New York going to be hard-pressed to find entry back in towards B.
Yeah, with only 20 seconds left, everyone coming off spawn. Farthest player pushed up is going to be Hydra. It all starts by taking these players down towards junk. Job well done. They find the second kill as well. So now you can still get on the point. You just got to get past Simp. Simp is going to be sitting in towards the bottom of the ticket. He cuts down 2 with the pistol, tries to take down the 3rd, but it's already job well done. Atlanta FaZe holds strong on the defensive end, but they do allow the Subliners to get an extra 3 segments, so that could play dividend as we get to the later half of this game.
Man, it's just so surprising when you see, again, how both of these two teams have fared in Karachi in the past, and it has all been by way of how successful and how quick a lot of their offenses have been. But neither able to really do too much in the first minute and a half that they're given at the spawn-up moment. So see if that will change here for New York, as they had a really tough time existing on the top 3rd position over the top of this A zone. At least initially, but we're good at trying to follow up behind that. Atlanta going to try to take their aims over towards B off the get-go this time, with just Simp jumping onto A to keep the focus of the New York defense.
Yeah, this is perfect. This is a perfect game plan right here from Atlanta FaZe. You get one player on towards the A point, everyone else overextended to try to get over towards B, but Hydra's still in a position to make something happen. He finds 2 off the rotation. Abizi knows, I just can't sit on a cafe by myself. Takes down 1, but the Skies is instantly there for the trade. New York read that perfectly.
Oh my! Nice little snap up towards Skies. He was looking for him the entire time, and with that follow-up kill from BZ mid-map, now you've got Simp streaking over towards the B zone. First tick of progress at A has not been finished, but the focus for Atlanta is purely here on B. Double stack in, a BZ working over towards the dumpster. Only finds 1. It does allow Kismet to break through, but he's gonna have to do a lot more than that. Second tick of progress in, 3rd on the way. Skies cannot get over the top, and Atlanta's not just gonna get the 60 seconds here. They've already got a BZ at A.
Oh yeah, that's easy right there. Too easy for BZ. They secure that B point. Now you already have 1 segment complete over towards A. If it gets a little bit scary, you can invest that cruise missile to walk away with the round win, but the guns are now hot. They find 2, make it 3. Farthest player pushed up is gonna be Sib. Wow. A BZ. He and Simp combined for that kill. Second segment already done. Atlanta FaZe might have just called the round.
Yeah, there's that slaying presence that we were talking about. Nade comes over the top, though, and actually finds 2 inside the zone. Hold on a second with the follow-up. Sib is going to be good for 3. Kismet pushing up the map. He's gotten into the P3 hardpoint. he could just completely flank this whole Atlanta setup, but only comes away with one. And now New York have to scramble to defend against this top fire position.
Yeah, 1:50. New York only have 11 lives remaining. So if you're at landing phase, you can take your time, hit a couple routes, and that's what you see Selim is currently doing. He's going to jump over the backside of Dumpster, block that close spawn for the Subliners, and potentially set up a pinch. But New York, they know exactly where this pressure's coming in from. Sib holding down a great position towards the top. Fountain can only find one for his endeavors. But now Atlanta phase, all you have to do is just take your time here.
Pick apart, find the kills. You can either capture this last tick or get the last 8 kills, whatever is most convenient for you. Minute 19 on the clock as it's paused with the BZ inside the A zone. Next to him on the other side of the wall is Draza. New York get in for the contest. Team kill comes through and Sib clears. Can he get significant depletion? That's going to be the real key here, as Atlanta does not have any follow-up. And yeah, he's going to deplete the entire third tick of progress. Still a chance here for New York's defense.
Yeah, it's time to invest that cruise missile. He said this was a little bit too close for comfort. This is a round that we have to walk away with, but his teammates fall in those fights. Cruise missile gets nothing. It's already a minute knocked off of the game clock. Subliners have been able to bring these lives back. They're currently only down by 5, but still only a matter of moments. Easy finds the first kill. Draza not there for the trade, and just keep on staying alive. Like, that's what New York are doing so great. They're finessing over towards the chicken coop side. You're forcing Atlanta FaZe to overextend every single time, but with those two, make it 3. Atlanta FaZe are going to close out the round.
Wow. I mean, that cruise missile getting called down. You had, what, Simp and Draza both sitting inside a red waiting for New York to kind of flood through Firehole and see if they can find a way to get the free kills. No eliminations come through, and it's actually New York who get 2 off the back end of it. And then, like you mentioned, it looked like New York were going to be set up perfectly, but still, Atlanta members getting around the back, the big key after capturing that B zone.
Yeah, because all you have to do is just allow one of your teammates to get 1 kill, and then the players who was working on the back end, it was majority of the time it was Selim. He knows exactly what that player is spawned. So only 7 lives remaining. You find 3 kills through the middle of the map. You can potentially put him in a trap, but just the dominance on that round allowed Atlanta FaZe to win that one, even though it came down to the wire. Now up 2-1, back on the defensive side. Subliners found a little bit of a success, at least in the segment column. Couldn't walk away with the W. They need this one, of course, round 5.
Yep. Kismet. Nice little bounce up from a BZ. 3 in a row is what he carries as New York still exists on the A zone. First tick will be locked, but a BZ off the reload. He's got Simp on the other side of him. The crossfire is menacing. Sky's top third. Maybe not seen by a BZ here, as Draza will at least find 1 before the trade comes through, so the second tick will not be fully completed, and now New York have to continue to worry about getting out of their spawn, and well, that kill on the Simple will make sure they can actually get out and flood over towards it.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to get out for free now. The second segment is about to be complete. You still know that Selim is gonna be sitting towards this top broken corner. That's actually 3 dead, so this is where you hit that go button. Lead the last player towards top 3 on towards the point. Everyone else try to take somewhat control of the cafe. But with the BZ finding that kill on Hydra, you see Sib's focus completely changes. He can't play for a couple spawn kills. You gotta wrap back and try to fight that player towards junk. Fortunately, get some bad timing there. So Atlanta FaZe, they are ready for the push down towards the junk area. Even though New York were able to extend time by a minute, Atlanta FaZe set up exactly how they want to be.
They're firmly in control. The only player really in their way is Skies, and wow, Selim able to catch him from the low ground. Kismet not able to get out of spawn, and this is where things start to get really deadly for New York. Defining kills. You could not allow this to turn into what the hard point looked like, where Atlanta just winning 1v1s time after time, and that's what's currently existing. Sky's able to find a single kill, but this is so punishing towards the life count. 21 playing 13. Atlanta absolutely frying.
And Abizi, I'm pretty sure, ended that kill feed on a 6th streak, so he earns himself another cruise missile. Just absolutely dominating the junkyard, and you see the lives remaining for both squads. That put a really hefty margin for New York to not make any mistakes. That's all 4 dead again in the feed. Atlanta FaZe, they said, that round 1 was a little bit of a shakeup, but we're here to play. 30 and 14 out of Abizi. Yeah, let's start making it rain with some streaks.
First one gets called in. Selim not quite able to get away, but Abizi's cruise missile does confirm the trade. 17 plays, 8. New York has Simp to worry about. Not what you want to see in a BZ right behind. 3 go down again, and New York are just fighting a battle of inches where you give up something one place, you try to gain it back in another, but it's just so costly.
Yeah, now with 5 lives remaining, it has to be picture perfect from this point on. 30 seconds as well remaining on the game clock. It all starts by finding in the opening kill. Great shots right there out of Skies, but it's instantly here. Sip finds the trade. No more lives remaining. Sip trying to go for the second. He does get gunned down by Kismet, but there's no more respawns. 12-3. This is looking like Atlanta.
And that looked a lot more like what we expect from Atlanta. Just absolutely dominating teams in the slaying department. Holy cow. I mean, like you said, first 2 rounds feels like, okay, we've got ourselves a game of tug of war here. Both teams very even, putting up good defense. Sure, you had New York kind of getting away with more on their offense, but after that, it was just all Atlanta all the time.
Yeah, they just made it look easy. Can you imagine coming off spawn on your attacking rounds and you can't get out of your base because Sip is on one side and the BZ's on the other? Like, you're usually finding ARs in those positions, but the SMGs were applying the pressure, finessing multiple lives. Abizi every single time at Junkyard. He found himself on multiple 6th Street. He picked up 2 cruise missiles on the map. 33 and 16, 5K
Unreal
damage. And then the opposing side, Sip right next to him. His SMG duo of 5,100 damage. They just took over on the later half of that game, and Atlanta FaZe found himself firmly up 2-1.
It's just when the tiny terrors get brewing like that, it just doesn't feel like, yeah, dude. And they have to feel like the most frustrating kills on the map. It's just so much finesse. They're so hard to confirm kills on. And then when you match that on top of the fact that New York's just not winning 1v1 gunfights in round 3 and round 4, I mean, okay, it just game over, it feels like at that point. It's just so hard to battle back when the team is moving like this. So, yeah, the first 2 rounds, it looked like, okay, you know, we didn't expect that either team would have much of an advantage on the map. Both kind of had similar success stories in the past, but I'll tell you, map 3, or round 3, round 4 is all about killing, and Atlanta does that very well.
Yeah, they just, in the round 3 on their attacking round, they just caught them off guard with the game plan right off the rip. You send everyone over towards B, and you eventually stack that point. You close that one out first, and then it's only a matter of time before you're able to close that A, especially when you were outslaying them the way that you were. So now that Atlanta FaZe find themselves up 2-1, you're going into a Skidrow HP, and if anything like map number 1 is going to tell us, like Atlanta FaZe in these respawn game modes, they have found a different level of play where they're just making the game look easy. Doesn't matter if they're not winning rotations, they are finding breaks, and even after that, when they usually tend to struggle in HPs, it's because they're instantly getting broken. On map number 1, we saw it on full display. They were able to fold full 60 holds basically time after time. So if you are the Subliners, again, in a situation where you have to forget that last map, wasn't even close as you got to the round 3 and round 4. But now you're going into a Skidrow HP where anyone can win this. You just have to make sure you're the team that's setting up properly to hold down some good time.
And, well, to speak to that point a little bit more in detail, you're dealing with New York, who, by the numbers, are the #1 rotation percentage win team. Atlanta's the #2 team. So expect to see a lot of this map likely come down to who gets the P2, P5 first. I mean, that's often the case as it is normally, but when you've got 2 teams that are very much so forward thinkers, that is going to be, I think, maybe the biggest difference maker here is when do these teams prefer to try to get themselves set up, and can they successfully do it?
And as you take a look at the numbers between both of these guys on Skidrow specifically, obviously you're going to have a lot of successes in SMG finessing around, even pulling out the MCW at points, but a 1.37 for Sim, 1.34 for Hydra. I expect nothing less out of both of these MVP caliber kind of players as they just put down the damage. They also soak in time. These guys are Mr. Do-It-All on some Skidrow HP.
Yeah, that really is. And I think so, just in particular, it's in a league where we see a lot of the high KDs are owned by AR players due to their, you know, maybe at some points, smaller numbers of engagements, more about rotating and locking down and anchoring up some key hard points like we're going to see here. The fact that they're able to pull numbers like that really is impressive. Like, flat out, I feel like the teams that are going to have the best SMGs by the end of the year are likely going to be the teams that find themselves, I would say, at worst on Sunday, Champs Finals when we get there eventually. So we'll see if that will continue to be the case here, and for those 2 players in particular. But I will say, outside of the SMGs finding success, I think a lot of this is just down to, will we see Skies and Sib actually play a good duo game? Because we know we're going to get out of draws and sell. It's happened year after year.
Yeah, 9 and 30 out of 7 map number 1. Yeah, that ain't cutting it, my friend. You need to make sure you're spawned in on some Skidrow HP, because we know how impactful those P2 holds can be. Full 60 every single time if your ARs are holding down their lanes. Also at P5, another hill where you need those ARs to make sure they're setting up properly, holding the head glitches, sitting towards back crates, just absolutely making the game easier for their SMGs. But when I was even looking at the numbers a little bit more in depth, these guys might be #1 and #2 in rotations, but the good thing for Atlanta, Out of all the other maps that they have, they are second in hold percentage on a map like Skidrow compared with the Subliners who were sitting at 8th. You see the numbers right there. Like, if you're not getting holds on a map like Skidrow, you're not going to find success. They are 2-1. New York are 3-1, but somehow, some way, they're getting it done, just simply putting themselves on the better side of the map. I don't understand it.
It's all about those rotations and holding those rotations, to put it very plainly. So, again, like we already talked about, both teams have been great when it comes to rotating on this map in particular. It just comes down to, will they be able to successfully use that rotation as a means towards winning this map? Atlanta spawning on the preferred side, and they're also the first ones in towards the hill. New York largely trying to focus on working deep around this setup, but Atlanta with the first opening kills can turn their focus back to make sure P2 stays safe.
That was such a beautiful play right there to Draza. I'm definitely taking that and putting it into my rank play arsenal. The fact that he was instantly going to play for anyone trying to overextend, playing for that P2, but he doesn't spot anyone. He actually pushes up to the God steps and allows his teammates to put their sole focus on the double doors. Even though it does lead to the break for the Subliners, you allow the rest of your teammates to not put any focus on towards P2. But as I say that, you see the Subliners just slaying all around the map. They're getting a lot of P1 time, and they were already able to flip those spawns. Subliners in control right now, P2.
But Atlanta will be able to break through the old time. This will make this rotation not feel as punishing, finding 30+ seconds worth of time or so on P1. But the problem is, like you mentioned, New York fully established and ready to go here for the second hard point. Atlanta will try to at least get through this crates position, but Hydra's just kind of playing an easy corner here, just watching people to cross in front of him.
Yeah, he's just watching two angles at once. His teammates are giving him the comms of anyone crossing over towards the P5 area, but he's also holding down Garage. So Subliners 20 uncontested seconds so far. Setup has been great. Hydra, his positioning finally gets known. And now the rest of Atlanta FaZe, once you take care of him, you try to send it, and you get pounded right there by the Subliners. They find all 4 kills in the feed. Kismet also is on a 5 streak, so full 60 hold from response right here from the Subliners. Just a great answer.
And even better than that, they get a perfect read from Hydra. Topside fire on where Atlanta is rotating and how many have already pushed through. So Sky's very alert that, yeah, there are FaZe players that are already set up for P3. On 4 in a row. Simp in the corner, dealt with through the wall bang. Now just one off of a cruise missile, which could be huge for New York to try to blow this game wide open.
Yeah, him and Kismet are both 1 kill off. So as long as it's not a baited switch between them, it's actually a baited switch between Sip and Skies. The trade is going to be there, and Kismet, I don't know if he was able to pick it up.
Yeah,
yes, he did. So that's 2 cruise missiles to work with. New York are in a great position to make this game go in their favor, but Atlanta FaZe so far been holding down this P3 to the T. When it got a little bit scrappy, a couple players from the New York Subliners tried to attack from Laundry. They read it perfectly, and that's a break though. Subliners right through the front end. They find it.
Draws up top. Ooh, team shots come through in perfect amounts of time here for New York. Selim knows he's got 2 players weak in front of him, but only can find the first. Still, Atlanta working their way forward, and there it is. Final shots will land. Hydra wants to give it one more good crack, though. Draza just trying to hold his life, and that will be just about it. Hydra setting up over towards Laundry as New York is going to default to playing for rotation again.
Yeah, off the rotation. You already have a player towards back apartments as well. But he does get sifted out. That's already a 2-piece off the rotation. Both those players from the Subliners are going to spawn all the way at P5. So you have the numbers if you are Atlanta. Just got to apply this pressure, win these trade fights, and you got the easy break.
Well, New York is in first, but they're struggling to get their setup. Prime time for us to jump over to a Subliners. Listen in.
Starting light. I gotta reload. One shot. Dead. I have lights right here. Come here. Gaza weak. Three on time, guys. Take your time. I spawn top mid. I'm gonna play mid. Tunnel dead. No, she is big. Yeah, on the right corner. No, the right corner. There's 2 of them. I gotta take it. They can go garage. They're challenge. I gotta take it. They can go garage. I spawn plat. I'm back. Let's go yellow. One spawn P3 behind the top mid. Alright, tunnel, 1 shot draws. Let's do tunnel, guys. Tunnel. We have 2 streaks. Yeah, one's back left. Yellow's out. Top P2 right now. MC 1 shot. Top P2. I'm top dead. Alright, we'll give me new somewhere. Take a spot top mid. Cap dead. I'm looking top mid. Watch your back. We're missing one more. Draws. Let me slow, I think. Apartments. I need your plat. I have tunnel. 2 below mid. Top plat needed, boys. I've got garage. Okay. Laying down back. Garage, take a garage. I give a garage. I got 2. I'm gonna show tunnel. We take it. Take it. They're both on me. Take it. Yeah. I'm staying back crates. I have top ticket. Go to me. 1 shot. Crash on you. Top plat and take it cross. Plat is 1 shot. Take a garage. Pick up garage. Okay, I got garage. You have my cross, guys? Yeah. I have your cross. I'm 1 shot. Take down. Not crossing it. Now the cross. Hit on. 1 shot. Top easy. Top plat. Take it. Top ticket.
Well, to this point, New York looking clean on Armani Hills, rotating over and then giving themselves the space they need, and Atlanta just has not gotten past this ticket position at all.
Yeah, the Subliners are not having as much fun as they were in the listening versus Boston as they are versus Atlanta. They got to make sure they are locked, and their backs are also against the wall, but Atlanta, they just haven't been able to work their way in towards the P5, so you have to chalk that one up. You got to set up properly for this P1, and it's still Hydra trying to contest from the back alley. He gets cut down, so currently a 50-point game. Atlanta FaZe can get right back into it with some great time, but you also got to think ahead at P2. If you can get a full 60, you can take this lead.
And Atlanta has done a great job on 1, 3, and 4. I mean, if you were to tell anyone that, hey, you're going to get full 60 essentially on P2 and P5, but only be down 50 points, I think you take that every day of the week. Hydra still putting focus, though, over towards this second hard point. New York need to keep some focus, though, on the actual current hard point, though, as well, because, again, Atlanta's just been soaking up so much time. So as they commit back over towards Old, you'll look down to the minimap and you see Draws is already in position over towards New. Great moment here for Atlanta.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Atlanta to get themselves right back into this game, but keep in mind the Subliners have 2 cruise missiles.
Yeah.
So they can try to open it up towards this P2. So now you're forced to play indoors. Guys are going to invest the first. Nothing is going to be able to connect, but just the repositioning out of the players from Atlanta FaZe to put themselves inside. Now you allow the Subliners to try to apply pressure, but that's 3 dead. Atlanta FaZe, this is the opportunity with a full 60. They can take the lead.
Yeah, hit just wasn't super well coordinated, and they're going to call second cruise missile in here. Wow, this is bold. Does this find any value? You've got 3 members stacked up over towards Ticket side, and yes, Kismet does connect onto Celium, so the only one inside the hard point is Draza. He's gonna have to do it himself. First kill good. Abizi coming out of tunnel, and oh no, both cruise missiles come up essentially empty. No full secured break. Still 30 seconds to fight for, and Draza's still alive atop.
Yeah, you just can't scam. Just don't scam from P2. Your teammates are gonna be able to flood through tunnel, and you also have one player off the rotation as well. Sim thinking a step ahead. He knows I'm going to rely on my teammates to get a full 60. We're going to be able to tie this game up, and we get 2 investments out of a cruise. It's basically a wash, starting from 0-0. As we are off to the P3, it's going to be the Subliners winning a couple fights, so they're going to be the team initially again to win that rotation.
Not often you see Celium being the bottom fragger for Atlanta FaZe, and he's having a tough time getting in position at the moment. But if that were to change, New York could find themselves kind of awakening a giant. But for now, they do open up Mural Alley to their name. Hydra up top, just making sure no one hits through mid. So New York should have an idea of where this hit is coming from, but Atlanta are taking their time here. They're looking to isolate these kills at mid before they want to really fully hit this from the front, but they kind of get both at the same time. Kismet over the top of the stairs, able to find the first, and Simple not be entertained. Not looking for the gunfight yet, trying to wait for help, and as he says Kismet low, Abizi will try to follow up behind him.
Yeah, he just wanted to make sure his teammates are going to spawn behind him. No one was going to go on a pinch, but it's still Kismet, and now Sky's holding it down. They hold it down so strong that you're going to set up Hydra on the pinch. Unfortunately, only thinks that there's one player there. Simp has been alive for such a long time, but he has not been able to get on to this point. Finally, with the final 15, Atlanta are able to get the break, but off the rotation. 200 points for the Subliners. They can win it at this Barbershop Hill. Just got to hold this first push, and it's going to fall into the hands of Skies. They're applying pressure through the backside of apartments.
Oh, but he gets absolutely gunned. Just doesn't know which gunfight he wanted to take. So New York just holding on to cabinets, sink faucets, whatever they can inside a kitchen. Here comes the play through Barber. Atlanta all stacked through, but it's Hydra from the front, just holding down the trigger. But a team nade takes down 2. Sip can still get into contest. He's able to find a lot of Skies, but not enough for the full kill. But Atlanta get a full surround on the hard point. The contested once again, and the unfortunate team nade eventually leads to an Atlanta break.
Yeah, that's such a tough team nade because Subliners would have had a full setup with a clean 4 dead. But at least you're still in the position to set yourself up for the W. You already see Skies is thinking a step ahead. We're going to contest the hell out of this Barbershop Hill, but we're going to win that rotation over towards P5 where we were unbreakable. This time around, it's going to be Celium working through the back end. He gets naded. He's the first person to fall. Can Simp find the second? No, he cannot. Simp actually takes down Abizi. Simp wins both. So it's going to be the New York Subliners. An opportunity to close out the game here at P5.
What a regain map from Sib. 23 and 17. Kismet at 22 and 15, and they have shut down Celium almost completely. 220, 196. Atlanta able to at least gain P2, a chance to fight this back, but they have no view whatsoever at Skies inside the hard point. But problem is Kismet is the only one trying to assist them. That's going to be enough for the first kill. Sky's tagged up. There's the break on in. 229, 198. Atlanta in the hill and looking to hold. New York trying to break this from the front. Hydra lines up a couple and a chance to still have New York win the game here.
Oh, some big shots out of both SMG players. Still an opportunity to win the game. You just got to get a trophy down. Hydra's probably not going to be running one as he's a dead silence player, but it's only 10 seconds away to the Subliners able to force game 5.
Atlanta finding a couple eliminations. They could still contest. It just comes down to can they take Hydra to the hard point, and they are able to. 245 is where it stops. Kills from Sid make this transition for Atlanta a bit more hard pressed, and Gizmit inside the new hill, able to find the first. Someone's got to go. They need to confront this trade, and Droslin gets caught on the mantle. There's 246, and the kills from Skies surely send this to a map 5, and they will. Oh, after a couple of blowout maps, we finally get a good one, and New York extend the series the full distance.
Oh, Subliners just came out swinging on that map. Even though they didn't get anything out of their 2 cruise missiles towards one hill, they were just so far ahead of the game. When you talk about rotations, being patient, knowing exactly where Atlanta FaZe were trying to break from on the majority of those hills, I think the turning point was at P3. The fact that you had Atlanta FaZe basically tie the game up at the end of that P2, but when you get over to the P3 side, you take Laundry side. You win a couple gunfights on that side of the map. It's a 2v4 in the point. Kismet just stays alive so damn long that you saw Atlanta FaZe, even Simp could not contest him to get him off of that HP. When you get to that 200 point mark, you keep Barbershop Hill scrappy, and then even off the rotation, you were the team initially to start off with it. Atlanta FaZe were forced to break on in, but they could not win it at that HP. Yep. Subliners knew we can rotate over towards top P1, catch all of Atlanta FaZe late off the rotation, and close out the game at the final HP. New York, such a back and forth game, but the difference is those P2 HPs, at least the first one was great, but the second P1, the fact that they were able to walk away with a majority of that time, Atlanta FaZe, they respond with P2, but they were just so far ahead of the game the entire way, and they were able to force that game number 5.
It really is the bumps at the P2 and P5 levels right there on the game flow chart that decide things. And you want to talk about, again, about the difference that makes. How often have we seen Atlanta play this map? Celium's the first one in, and he just doesn't get moved. But this time, not to be, as New York find a way to get us to map number 5. It's an invasion, search, and destroy. And I don't anticipate a 6-0 affair here. So we'll break everything down as we send things off to our final break of the weekend. And we come back with, will hopefully be a banger here in map number 5 between Atlanta and New York. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
got a map 5 to close out the weekend. After the first 3 maps were pretty much blowouts for one side or the other, we have a banger, the Skidrow hardpoint, taking us to an invasion, search and destroy. And I think for New York, you're looking at this saying, hey, we looked good in the first search and destroy, but invasion is a totally different story when it comes to playing Atlanta here, Jay.
Yeah, this is their only map that they don't have a positive record on. Every other map, Subliners are great in S&D, but this is the only one they're sitting at a 1-2 record, and you're playing against Atlanta FaZe, who are the best invasion search and destroy team that we have in the game, with an overall record of 6-1. As you take a look at the game 5 stat from Sim, yeah, this is Mr. Takeover, 1.67. You do that in this game 5, you're walking away with this W.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And again, it's just one of those situations that you look at some of the breakdown statistics, the opening duels, not as evenly dispersed as it was on Highrise overall. I mean, like you mentioned, Atlanta is so good at this map, and they're doing it everywhere. The only real beacon for success for New York is that, hey, they're good at not allowing the bomb to get planted defensively and getting retakes, but outside of that, it's been a little bit more hard-pressed as Skies will open us with first blood. Abizi seeing a lot of information through that front lobby over towards B, and that alerts Atlanta that the hit is on.
Yeah, that's a big first blood as well, because Subliners, they are 12th overall on the attacking side of getting that opening duel. But the nade is going to get the job done, so already in the man advantage in the 4v3. They're trying to isolate at least this player over towards B. Still maintaining that map controls. You have Skies making sure no one overextends, but he might get some bad COD timing or some good COD timing. He's able to spot Abizi on his deep pinch.
This 1v1 could be pivotal for both sides. Cell able to find one. Hydra does get the isolation towards Abizi. That means the bomb can freely rotate back over towards A. And Hydra's not done here at B. He wants to see if he can catch anyone from Atlanta on the rotation over, and he may have perfectly predicted Draza. Needs just another. Oh! Draza comes back out at literally 1 HP to find the kill. Still hard pressed though. This would be a 1v3 bomb planted.
Yeah, Hydra does not lose gunfights like that often. But now it's a 1v2 left up to Draza. 30 seconds left. Players from Subliners are so far pushed out, there's no way in hell he's able to read this setup.
Kismet, he does see him over the top, but the shots don't confirm the kill. Skies on rotation over. That was also red, but wow. Beams from Skies absolutely destroys. And that's enough for New York after the first blood to find the conversion, and Smiles already coming through. Okay.
They started to have some fun, man. They started to have some fun, but it all started with the first blood from Skies. Gets it with the nade, and then they ISO Abizi on that deep pinch. Even though Celium finds a kill through the middle map, once you take down Abizi, you know there's no one defending that A site. Let's get the bomb down, play our numbers. And then in the 3v1, eventually turns into a 1v2. Just too far away from that site. Too much ground to cover right there from Draza as New York take the first.
3 kills in the round from Skies after the first blood. Huge. How about this? Quick rotation. Double defenders making their way through dark and up close and personal. Sim has been seen. Abizi shots. Not enough to confirm again. But Kismet, completely unknown, is just holding over the top of the B control point. And oh, not like this! Sim's able to find both. Kismet tried to snap around, but just too late to the fight. Celium gonna get isolated here, but the bomb should surely be planted.
Yeah, you get all the info right there if you are Atlanta. Celium drops, at least you know both players are on that side of the map, so a free B bomb plant. And now you're gonna force the Subliners in a 3v2 retake. They're slowly trying to work their way up through Ice Cream side. All of Atlanta FaZe have all their bases covered. You have mid-dark, you have the overextension as well. You're just playing for some info, and they got it all.
This is a tough breakdown. Has to try to isolate somewhere, somehow, but no one's getting through this door. Skies will at least get his 4th elimination, so he'll stay 4-0 as he will concede the round. We'll go 1-1. Maybe a chance he could find Abizi on the exit, but you don't want to overstay your welcome here with potential cruise missile to be earned.
Yeah, you just want to get one, get out with your life. And unfortunately, Abizi with the beams.
Wow.
See, that definitely caught Skies off guard. He was not ready for him to be in that positioning. But Abizi, doesn't matter what guns he has. Oh, that was actually Draza. He had the snap right there with that MCW. Even the nade was probably going to connect, but just great adjustment right there from Atlanta FaZe, more specifically on Simp. The fact that Kismet put himself in that position for a free def is kind of tough, but Atlanta FaZe walk away with an attacking round, tied up at 1.
Okay. Reset the tables again. I mean, it's one of those situations you think back to the Highrise, how convincing every single round was for New York. You got to be feeling confident in what you brought to the table in search overall, even though this map necessarily hasn't been great for you in the past. As the bomb this time makes its way over towards B. Double stack set up defensively on A. This is a heavy loaded A defense actually for Atlanta with Celium watching the deep water out.
And I was really curious to how Skies was able to hit that nade all the way through mid-courtyard. I'm pretty sure a majority of the Subliners players are running ordnance gloves. So they're able to throw those nades, throw those stuns a little bit deeper. Well, it's still a 4v4. Subliners trying to think how they are setting up around this B point. It's actually not a single player on the site. They're just playing for the crosses. And all information gained now. If you are Atlanta, let's make sure we shut down this play.
But New York hasn't fully committed to this yet. I mean, Kismet's up real far, but he doesn't have to stay here. He's got enough support to back up if they want to. The problem would be the clock. And Kismet now will commit into a position to where this has to be a B play.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds left. Just had to try to keep him off bomb as long as you can. Try to see if anyone has any tacks to take him off of the site. Great shots from Draza to at least not allow him to get it down for free. But here comes the smoke grenade to cut off the angle. And it's actually Simp who invests it. This is what he usually does in the beginning of the season. He just runs right through the smoke. Him and Draza combined for 3. And Skies is so far away from the rest of his team. With only 10 seconds left, he can't even get the damn bomb down. This is Atlanta FaZe. Clean on the defensive setup.
Yeah, really swift rotation. And maybe more importantly, it's the simple fact that even though Kismet doesn't necessarily fall to the opening shots when he tries to plant, it pushes him off long enough for the rest of the Atlanta defense to get here. Huge. Wow. And I think it's, again, retrospectively, New York's going to look back on that round and said, we did have opportunities to back up and delay, but I think it just simply comes down to, like you mentioned, the clock just became an issue too quickly.
Yeah, it just became an issue, and then you allow Sim to invest that smoke grenade. Basically shut down all the players on tank who were trying to watch that back end of Ice Cream. Just runs right through, finds the first kill on Draza with the second. So a great defensive setup right there from Atlanta FaZe to read exactly what the Subliners were going to do. Now they're back on the attacking side, and it's Celium again on the island, watching that overextension as Hydra tried to be aggressive, but you're going to be able to back them down. Now force all of the Subliners to basically play back in their spawn.
Yeah, lots of early info, though, that no one was playing up in towards that A lobby. So the defense can kind of gauge a little bit more focus towards B. Draza, BZ, long-range shots, tags it, backs him off just a touch. This is all just pixel peaks until Kismet is able to convert first blood on BZ trying to stretch forward.
It's a big kill onto a BZ. And it's already 40 seconds knocked off of that game clock. So now the play notes from Atlanta FaZe. We cannot waste a lot of time trying to isolate Kismet. We have to bring it back towards Cafe. It's now with only 40 seconds left. Subliners have read this perfectly. It's time to get aggressive up to the B streets, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Mid-tank, big win for Simp. Gets us to a 3v3. Time still becoming an issue. Skies stops Draza from getting any more control over the A site. Now Kismet's on a flying freebie onto Simp. That's your bomb carrier down, and a nice follow-up gunfight over the top of the A side as New York keep us level.
Yeah, it's just strong on defense, man. The fact that Kismet is able to walk away with that first blood, it basically shuts down all the game plan from Atlanta FaZe to try to isolate him. And then in the 3v4, it's just not enough time to work up on this A site. You did not clear anything towards Cafe. You didn't clear anything towards the mid-tank, so you're just checking every single corner as you work your way up. Just wasting that game clock, and it plays right into the hands of the Subliners as eventually Kismet goes on that deep pinch, finds a freebie, and then Hydra closes out with the final. All tied up at 2 now.
What's the call here? Both teams have shown a little bit of everything to this point. Atlanta going with 2 defenders, Draza and Simp over the top of B and maybe even a bit further. New York trying to play a little bit more passively, get a read on some of this aggression, and they're in a pretty decent spot to make sure at least nobody gets too far forward at any part of the map.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. That's why they have this set up the way that they have it. No one's going to push up the right street, no one up middle, and definitely no one off the B side. So I know all of Atlanta FaZe are going to be playing towards the back end, but BZ did put down a couple shots in towards Cafe, so you slowly try to clear that one out. A couple sound cues come in, so BZ knows that they are going to be in the cafeteria. How long do they decide to play it patient before they sniff him out?
Pretty much a 1-for-1 position for BZ if he does get challenged. Door opens. Smoke comes through. BZ doesn't get baited to take any shots whatsoever, so he still has a chance to, again, at least have some sort of a gunfight here. Smoke dissipates. New York have not committed, but again, Atlanta's defense is still so confident in their setup. Now BZ gets activated. He does go 1-for-1 before the trade comes through. 25 seconds on the clock. Bomb gets collected. Has not been committed for a plant yet. Skies is trying to isolate onto Celium, but a difficult decision to make. And now you've got Cell pushing forward. Held back, though, by Kismet, and the bomb does get planted 3v3.
Bomb gets planted, but now you allow Atlanta FaZe to already be on your heels. As they find the kill onto Celium, it's all about the trades, but Kismet on the pinch. Makes it happen through the mid side of Cafe. Finds the final 2 on the round. I would have liked to see Scott just instantly go for the mom plant, but once Celium had him one shot, you saw Celium was trying to commit towards that fight. Great cover fire from Kismet to keep his teammate alive, and then the reposition in through Cafe to line them up perfectly, secure the attacking round for the Subliners. Now take advantage, up 3-2.
It really is that play. Stopping Celium from denying the plant everything for New York. Wow. Okay, 5 in a row for Kismet on top of that. Sib's still trying to get on the board, but doesn't take away from how thrilling of a map this has been to this point. Atlanta coming passively off spawn. Kismet just a couple of the tags, just trying to call out how many players have crossed.
He's also playing for 1 kill, man. If you could earn that cruise missile on a map like Invasion, you're attacking over towards B, you can basically shut that down whenever the hell you want. But it's already 25 seconds knocked off of the game clock. Atlanta FaZe slowly working their way up through B. You're just checking every corner. He could potentially be KGs. He could potentially be on the backside of Tractor. All right, Abizi's getting all this info. So now you know there's probably no one on the site if we check out this close corner as well.
Yeah. Smoke thrown deep. There is a trophy system on point for New York, but there are no members here, so Atlanta will take a little bit of extra caution clearing out backside of B. Kismet, deep cross, Abizi trying to contest him. Bomb's still not in a position to get fully planted yet, and meanwhile, Hydra clears off everything at A, so New York have a multitude of options when it comes to trying to set up their retake.
Yeah, because now you're forcing Draza to overextend and pick up the flank, and Hydra finds his second on the round, so the Tiny Terror's left in a 2v4 now.
Whoa, clean shots from Simp immediately after the plant. Can he stay alive long enough? Does he get enough support from Abizi? Sure does. There's another elimination. Skies denies the extra push through, and then Kismet finishes things off. That's the cruise missile earned as well, as New York will go up to 4-2 overall.
And that round all falls into the hands of Hydra, man. The fact that he was the island player playing the sole position over towards the Cafe, he wins the one-on-one versus Celium, and then he knows there's only 30 seconds left. They have to be going towards B, catches the timing onto Draza. And in the 4v2, even though the Tiny Terrors are able to pick apart 2 of them to make it a 2v2, everything that you wanted was right in front of you if you were the Subliner. Skies finds 1, you set up Kismet for the final, and now you have a cruise missile to work with. Towards the later half of this game, Subliners are starting to pull away. Even though Sib is sitting at 0-6, they're playing 3v4, still dominating.
Yeah, Kismet close, personal, SMG in hand, BZ denied. First blood tallied once again. Stun also tries to break down the doorway, and oh my goodness, the hip fire nearly good enough. The wall banks from Skies cannot confirm the trade. We'll stay at an even 3v3.
3v3 now. And Hydra starting to work his way up through B. He is going to be the bomb carrier. Might have got some great COD timing as Draza's not going to be able to spot him. So the bomb is going to get planted for free. And this is where you would want Kismet to be alive, because just in case anything hits the fan, that cruise missile can save you this round.
Stuns out, Celium denied at dark. And now Sky knows he can rotate back over, but Sib, it's a heck of a way to get your first 2 eliminations. Want to make it 3? Sure! Over the top of the concrete barrier, no worries. Wow, clean, crisp shots from Sib, and now you've got map point from New York.
Yeah, he must have heard me say, yeah, Jay, don't worry about it. I know I haven't spawned in yet, but I'm going to close out this round for my team. Straight beams coming in out of young Sib. Finds 3 on the round, all gunny, all snapshots. As now the Subliners able to chain 3 rounds in a row to put them at game point. And keep in mind, they still got that cruise missile. So if you're Atlanta FaZe, you can't go B. We got to try to take Cafe control.
That seems to be the case, but all the team shots. Draza able to convert onto Sib for a first blood. Hydra gets mantled up top, but the numbers so good here for Atlanta. Sky's down low, kind of watching almost the same thing, just a little high-low setup here, and Atlanta's going to read that, hey, this is a wide open site, and they all see the door pop, so they should know that someone's playing inside, and yep, there's Skies. Drops. The only player they don't see is Hydra, who I don't know if he actually saw Draza sneak through yet or not.
I definitely don't think he saw Draza, but at least finds a freebie onto Simp. Draza's there for the trade, and now it's Kismet left in a 1v3, makes it a 1v2, so has a lot of time to work with. We're just going to hop the bomb.
Surely Cell checks this. Surely. Okay, he does. All right. Like the idea, but Atlanta not going to let that one go by. So they get a 3rd round, but like you call, it's still, when do we see this cruise missile called out, and will it have more success than it did on Skidrow?
Yeah, now Subliners need to figure out what they want to do on their attacking round now. Because you can open up that B site. Atlanta FaZe have the info that you have a cruise missile, so they're going to be playing in towards the ice cream, potentially towards the back wall. But if you can invest that cruise missile nice and early, to at least force the repositionings from Atlanta FaZe to open up either site. That might be the play call. Not even try to get a kill with it.
Double stack through dark. BZ crossing angle. Familiar from a couple of rounds ago, but it's just damage tallied. Simp up top. Can they find a way to maybe catch New York a bit off guard from this forward position? BZ still playing over the top of A and selling him, just like you mentioned, not going to opt to play over towards Waterside. He has to play inside Cafe.
Yeah, you got to play indoors. And keep in mind that bomb carrier is going to be towards the Water Street side. So how long does Kismet wait before he decides to invest this cruise missile? As he's working his way over towards the treehouse side. All right, it's time to go. Here goes all the info around the map. You're going to force all of Atlanta FaZe indoors, and this might be the opportunity where the Subliners can do exactly what they just did, but they're going to actually take their ground, push up that left side street.
And they're going deeper, but Skies nearly gets caught. Gets over to patio, fine. Sib over the middle of the map, also kind of keeping Atlanta at bay, but maybe the bigger news here is that FaZe has stayed completely alive until Draza tries to reclaim some lost ground, and it's Hydra who gets first blood. 23 seconds on the clock, and there's still not an entry to either of these bomb sites yet. Sky's still working for it. Shots good by Abizi, tries to slip away. Hydra looking for more. Celium inside Cafe. Shots are perfect in Atlanta. Survive through the cruise and stay alive in the map 5.
That was just a perfect setup right there from Atlanta FaZe. They knew that that cruise missile was not going to get a kill, but the ground that was not being watched was Water Street. They instantly take from Cafe right back to AS&D. You basically trap all of the Subliners on that side of the map. And with only 25 seconds left, you saw the Subliners, they had to get a move on it. It's just the only fortunate thing. The site that they wanted to go to, that's where majority of the Atlanta FaZe players were. As Atlanta FaZe withstand that cruise missile, stay alive in this search and destroy a little bit longer. And now you're starting to feel it if you are the Subliners, man. You're starting to feel it. You need to try to close this one out.
Absolutely. Stun lands. Kismet gets right in this early cross of BZ. Tagged up, though, at range. It's Sib shots that kind of keep him off the angle. And that means that there could be some mystery of Kismet backed up or not. Still playing forward, though, but Atlanta need to dissect this situation they commit to be.
And because they did spot Kismet on the cross, so you don't want to get aggressive in towards Broken. Potentially lose that trade fight. Just trying to keep him at bay in that position, but play call might be just to wrap back over towards the Cafe area. This is already 40 seconds knocked off of the game clock. They're still just trying to figure out where Kismet is.
Yeah. Nades out. Abizi trying to check. Kismet not going to get surprised by this push. And yep, he gets first blood. Could he get more than that? Wants it. Dancing with the devil here, but stays alive. Support from Sid makes sure that this is not a concentrated effort. Hydra now through mid-map. Oh my, this could do it. Sip and Celium, last two left in a 2v4. Kismet just finessing forever. Oh my goodness.
Hello?
There it is. Pistol for the kill, and Celium drops. New York wins both search and destroys and takes down Atlanta, the only other team to do that, Toronto. And now all of a sudden, we definitely have a clearer picture of our top 4.
And the Subliners just came out swinging in the S&D game mode. 6-0 in map number 2, and a nice little mid-game adjustments going from both these teams, but a 6-4 to close it out. Walk away with the series 3-2. And I don't know about you, Alan, but Slasher might be the GOAT. He literally called it on his interview, like, New York are going to win this series by winning both search and destroys, and they completely iced up, man. We're talking about a team who barely plays Invasion. The only S&D that they have yet to find a positive record on. You take down the best team in the game at it. And it was all on the back of what Hydra and Kismet were able to do, man. Like, they were just making so many plays around the map. Hydra through the pinches. Kismet right up close and personal. You even seen it in that final round. He made the adjustment on the defensive setup. I'm not going to have my back turned to you this time. I'm going to be looking at the bottom broken push, and he finds the first blood. Just wastes a lot of time for Atlanta FaZe to work one of those sites and just eventually run out of time as the Subliners solidify themselves as definitely, in my mind, a top 3 team in the game.
Reduces all doubt that may have been creeping in post kind of the Major I qualifiers, and then in particular what had happened at Boston. So looking like a new threat has now established itself as we throw things back to the desk to close out the weekend.
The world champions are back. Subliners are officially a 3-4-5 team against the top dogs. They take down Atlanta in this one. Let's talk about this matchup here, Allie, because this New York squad, they seem to turn on late. Atlanta had them on the ropes, though, throughout this match.
Oh, yeah. What a hell of a series out of New York Subliners. For them to start the way they did at the beginning of the season, to now be here, putting Atlanta to a Game 5, and ended up closing out 2 Search and Destroys versus our arguably best Search and Destroy team in the game, other than Toronto Ultra, was extremely impressive. And if it was off the back of Kismet, I have to give him my MVP for this series. Simply, I mean, that map 2, 8-0. You go into that map number 4, 26-17. He was the guy making the plays. And then you move into this invasion. He gets the streaks. He's 10-5. I mean, there's nothing the Bulldog cannot do.
Nameless, last time you saw the Subliners, they had to get the reverse sweep against the Royal Ravens. This time, they were in control of both of the searches with a dominant 6-0 in that game, too. What is the difference between them and Atlanta? Because Atlanta is a very good squad.
Very good squad. New York is clinical at S&D. I mean, I was geeking in the back watching these guys play. Just the adjustments that they make. So, like, they're good at every single search and destroy map. Invasion was the one that gave them a little bit of problems headed into this qualifier. Well, they played it back-to-back series. They win it both times. And they made adjustments from their last win that they had because they knew FaZe had watched them. So what did we see? One of the most beautiful rounds in this game. It's 3-2. It's the swing round. We see they give up B-site entirely. Kismet's watching the cross. And they do these little things, like they throw a trophy behind tractors, so they know if FaZe goes to throw a trophy, it's going to blow up. We're going to nade it, retake, pinch at the exact perfect time. Hydra's going to be the guy leading the charge. They just put their teammates in the perfect positions to find success. They're a very good search team, man, and this is why they won a world championship. You saw it throughout the series.
Allie, none of that would have been possible without winning the Game 4 on Skidrow to get that second search in the mix. What was the difference maker on that map? Because I feel like these two teams were so evenly matched in gunfights.
It was the fundies, honestly. It was just New York was always on that consistent rotation. Atlanta FaZe had the back foot throughout the entirety of it. You saw in that first graph that we watched as the hardpoint moved on, it was that first P2 that they early rotated to, as well as one of those P3s in the second half.
All right, so New York doing all the right things tonight, and they've got their Bulldog on the line. It's your Monster Winner Spotlight with the one and only Kismet, who I have now named that location where you lay down on B Street. That's the Kismet spot whenever I'm playing, my friend.
Let's go. Let's go. I got a spot after me. That's good.
How's it been, my guy? Because it seems that in Search and Destroy on the day, I saw you at a 1.7 coming into this match. It might be even higher at the end of this match. What has been different this year for you in particular in Search?
I think I'm just going back to my roots. I'm an S&D kid at heart. That's where I came from. And I think the biggest thing for me this year is I'm just like taking timings. I'm not really playing scared. I think before I was playing a little bit more like, okay, guys, like I'll hold crosses, let me play slow. Like this game, I'm making a lot of more plays with Paco, and it's showing, I think.
Absolutely.
Okay, staying on the topic of Search and Destroy, map number 2, Highrise. Could you walk me through sort of the game plan? Because it's not often you see 2 Titan teams like this go up, and one of them 6-0 the other one.
Yeah, I mean, game plan wise, I mean, I'm not going to give away every little thing, obviously, but we just studied their game plan, and we tried to make adjustments to our strats to theirs. And I mean, I think it just played well. I think regardless if we 6-0 them, they were playing that map really good. We were just catching them, like catching the scammers and stuff like that, and we were scamming less. So it showed way more, I guess, in the scoreline than like the actual gameplay. But I don't know. I just kudos to us to like how we're playing right now in S&D. Where I think we're playing really well off each other, which is the biggest shift that we've had lately. Like why our S&D's like been improving from like already good to really good.
Kismet, you guys have been getting so much better throughout this stage. Congratulations, especially on a big win. In the past, you guys have found a lot of success against Atlanta FaZe. You know, they're a tough team for people to beat. Only Toronto has beat them this year, and now you guys. Why do you think that is? Why do you match up so well with them?
I mean, we just like playing good teams. I think they play the game fundamentally correct, and it just makes it less chaotic, I guess. Like, they're obviously good, and it's one of those things where I love a bang out, and that's what we, you know, when we play them, it's just chows and chows and chows, and I don't know, it's just a good match with them, and I don't know why it's meshed well. I think it's just 2 good teams, and we're just going at it.
Hey, Kismet, I just want to shut what's going down in the chat down immediately. Sib had a rough game 1, only 8 kills. He only had 3 kills in that final search. They all came from the same round. Can you explain to the chat how sometimes you just have to play your role and not worry about KD?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we that's something we strive around here. We try to tell Dante that too. And it's like, if something goes wrong, it is what it is. Like, just bounce back. And like I told him after map 1, and I kind of said it was map 1 they beat us and we kind of got smoked. But map 2, I was like, just punch them in the mouth. Like, if this is where championship teams are made, and we just have to answer, and we did that. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, in the map 5, like that 3-piece he got, I was like screaming. I was like, get the 3-piece, slam him. And he looked at me, he was like, yeah,
gas him up.
So it was
good.
sick.
It seems to work. When New York is hyping their teammates, they do big things. Kismet, we'll let you go celebrate with the squad.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
At the start of the week, we had them outside of our top 4. I think they're officially into the top 3 as New York gets a win over our number 2 seed Atlanta, only their 3rd of the season. Let's break down the whole day, though, as we had 3 matches on the day, starting with a very young-looking man named Clayster and the Royal Ravens, who are just able to get the job done today, Alex.
That's a world champ that you're talking about.
Three-time world champion.
Three-time world champ against the Seattle.
Under the age of 32, by the way.
An elite leader as well.
And
great hair.
Leader. Yeah, great hair. I mean, great nails.
Looks good in necklaces.
Yeah, I mean, he was on one of the best rosters. I had a BZ and Simp on it back in the day. I mean, they had a fantastic showing versus the Seattle Surge today. The biggest takeaway for me was the fact that they were able to win every single respawn in this series. Of course, the Search and Destroy could use some work. They allowed Archd's kind of to do whatever he wanted. With 14-3, hats off to Alec, another world champion. But I gotta say, for Carolina Royal Ravens, they've now expanded their map pool and they're feeling more comfortable when it comes to respawn.
Is it blow? Oh, sorry.
Is it what?
Is it blow it up mode for Surge? That's what someone in the chat just said nameless.
Yeah, I would say so.
Really?
I mean, they clearly Illy was a big factor towards their success. Their Search and Destroy obviously still look pretty decent on that terminal, but the respawns, I mean, they are very far behind the rest of the league right now, especially when it comes to that hardpoint. The last iteration of this roster wasn't particularly great at hardpoint, and this one has only gotten worse while everybody else is improving. So Surge Camp has a lot to think about.
Surge definitely missing Illy. Boston, though, coming out with a win over RØKKR, as RØKKR is still winless in our Major II Qualifiers, and I have terrible news if you're a RØKKR fan. You play Friday, first match of the day against Atlanta FaZe.
Well, good luck on that one, Minnesota RØKKR. You know what? They did get top 4,
it's game
though,
5.
so they're still a top team, so maybe it could go to another lengthy series. But on the flip side, I do want to tip my hat off to Priesta, specifically from the Boston Breach. We go into this series as a .64 in Search and Destroy. They get to that game number 5, and who is it? P-Dog going 9-2 in that Karachi Search and Destroy. 6-1 victory over the Minnesota RØKKR.
Priesta still got it. Boston and Slasher celebrating a much-needed win. This is just their 4th on the season, and it should be good enough to jump them up the leaderboards. The admins have been cranking the numbers behind the scenes. Let's display them for everyone at home. Where are your top 3? And where is my Boston Breach squad? Number 8? Show it to me. I dare you.
They moved up.
No, they're still at 10. It says that the Gorillas at 4 and 9 is better, but I go by match count, which would put the Breach above Gorillas and Legion. So I need someone to explain how this all works to me.
I mean, listen, there's going to be a lot of movement in this leaderboard, right? Like,
true.
Yeah.
It's Seattle Surge are probably going to fall a little bit more. They just don't look great. Heretics as well. And then you talk about teams like Legion, Breach, and Ravens. They are improving. So this is going to shift a lot in the coming weeks.
If you guys weren't as smart as I am, there's a points column, which is actually how the teams are sorted. If you use that in the future, it would make sense. You would look like an idiot on camera. All right, that's how the standings are working out. But if you're wondering what the schedule is, as we mentioned, RØKKR, FaZe, first match. Surge doesn't get easier for you either. You're playing Toronto. We got Boston versus Vegas, though, if you want another game 5 and maybe a great series between Clay and Texas. Surge faces off against the Gorillas before we get to the Subliners, Toronto and Minnesota, a second time there on Sunday. Toronto versus Atlanta FaZe, though, definitely the monster matchup for me. What else are you excited about on that screen?
That is the only one I was looking at, and you stole it from me, so thank you for that.
It's a very good one.
Yes.
Agreed.
Okay. Is that how we're going to wrap today?
Yeah.
That's how we did it here in the studio tonight. Thank you all for tuning in. And remember, week 3 of the Major II Qualifiers kicks off. It's just a 2-match day on Friday. We'll see you bright and early at 2:45 p.m. Eastern, just before noon on the West Coast. Set your alarm.
Yeah. AK, let's go. Estoy cansado de los falsos y les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo. Ya no más amigos porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control, tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control. Family to think about, no I don't need no clout. Fuck the game that y'all talking about. I've been doing shit late night, just trying to look into something that'll get my kids paid. Killing every verse I put my voice on. The jokers come out here to play. Guarantee y'all slept on me for too long. I've been known to just rip shit. Optimist in my prime. Oh, Bron in Miami. I'm fired up, bringing the heat. It's time to show y'all the new vibe. Show y'all this new wave, this young cat. It's my time. Let's go. Los falsos y les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo. Ya no más amigos porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control. Tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control. El rey ha llegado. Esta es la nueva era. Deja recordarles que he retomado el control.
Brezzy, dig. Alec, Brezzy there too.
I'm on time. That was first 2 or 3.
Hey,
Yeah,
back
home. Big box.
Dead.
Nice one. On time. I'm playing for this side.
Stay down. I know. Go. 163 seconds, bro. Holy.
Yeah, good shit, boys. I mean, yeah, we could have played the end a little bit better, but good.
No.
That was a good series of COD, bro. Like, today's a new day, bro. Today starts it all for us, bro. Today starts it all. We're in team.